Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live. Daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains 1 cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ị mara na nsogbu rere ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekele maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Ezitewo ndị mozi ya abịakwute m ọnọdụ m na-emetụ ya n'obi eze m na-adị ndụ eze m na-adị ndụ. Beloved, I welcome us this wonderful day in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, and I pray that this meeting will bring a great blessing into our lives in the name of Jesus. My topic this morning is the beautifier. Jesus, the beautifier. And I am taking my reading from the book of John chapter 4, from verse 1 to 42, but I will concentrate on verse 1 to verse 6. And I read, when therefore the Lord knew how the Pharisees had heard that Jesus made and baptized more disciples than John, though Jesus himself baptized not but his disciples, he left Judah and departed again into Galilee, and he must needs go through Samaria. Then cometh he to a city of Samaria, which is called Sychar, near to the parcel of ground that Jacob gave to his son Joseph. Verse 6, now Jacob's well was there. Jesus, therefore, being wearied with his journey, sat thus on the well, and it was about the 6th hour. Shall we pray? Father, we thank you for the reading of your word. We pray and believe that this moment you will Use your word and minister into the lives of the hearers. At the end of this message, your name and your name alone will be glorified. Thank you, Father, as I submit myself for you to use me. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. Beloved, I welcome you once again to the moment of beauty. It can only become beautiful when Jesus, the Master, is involved. Jesus is the one that turns our life, our ugly lives, into a beautiful one when he matches our ugly situations with his presence. And our ugly situation matching with the presence of Jesus brings a total turnaround, and that is what we call a divine encounter. I pray that this day, somebody hearing my voice will encounter Jesus, and the beauty of Jesus will replace your ugly past to the glory of God in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Where we read in John chapter 4 from verse 1 to verse 6, we are looking at the subtopics, the living in comparison, and the importance of location, and also thirdly, understanding divine direction, and fourthly, principles of divine agenda. Today, I'll be talking about living in comparison, because many people these days live their life comparing themselves with other people. And I have come to tell you that you are unique in your own perspective. You don't live in the carbon copy of another. You don't live in the phototype of another. You are real in yourself. If you compare yourself with others, you will compound your problem. Jesus, though he has started gaining fame, he has started becoming and growing famous in the city, he decided to leave the particular place that he will contend with John the Baptist, and then took another side. Many people on that day were trooping to his direction, abandoning John the Baptist, who was a forerunner, and the people began to imagine on himself. These people may have a class with Jesus' disciples and John the Baptist disciples. Jesus, in his own assertion, decided to leave the environment of Judah and went to Galilee. Child of God, our location is sweet, but your location is the drive. Who you are is more important than what you produce. Today, I want to tell you that you don't need to fight for allocation. You don't need to fight for allocation. You fight for location. Location is the drive in allocation. If your drive is for your ego and not for impact, please forget it. Every drive that is centered on ego and not on impact is a drive in futility. For ego without relevance and impact could lead to miseries. Jesus, the beautifier, understood the capacity. He understood the glory in his inside. He sees the fantastic nature of tomorrow, and then decided not to be confused by the little of today. Many people that fight today do not see tomorrow. People that have the eye of tomorrow, they neglect the littleness of today, because tomorrow is always greater. May I stand to prophesy to whoever that is listening to the sound of my voice, that your tomorrow is greater and is greatest. In the name of Jesus Christ. Do not center only about today. Look ahead for tomorrow. Jesus, a child of God, your tomorrow is more beautiful. Hallelujah. And I want you to see it in that direction. If you can see it, you can have it. You can possess it. And I declare to you, have your tomorrow, have your blessing, have your possession. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Jesus Christ knew the capacity he carries. He knew that he doesn't need to mix up with John's assignment. Oh my God. The beautifier knew that he didn't come to drag money back with members of John the Baptist. He understood clearly his purpose of assignment. Our problem today is that we refuse to understand the purpose of assignment and we look at the glory in the assignment. Any assignment without adequate rightful understanding could lead to frustration and suicide. And I pray for you that today you will not live in acrimony. Rather, you live in purpose, pursuing your purpose and your relevance. Hear me. The beautifier Jesus is here. His name is the Alpha and the Omega. Stop struggling with people. Stop campaigning. Stop the divide and rule. Stop the maneuverings that you do in order to achieve one thing or the other. Yes, stop that character assassination to spoil people's name and then emerge on top. You don't need to blow people's candle off for your own to shine brighter. Stop the operation, pull him down so I can rise. If you pull anyone down, you too will go down. There is much to do fantastically inside you for a better and more better, beautiful tomorrow. And that Jesus has come to do in our life and to fulfill it in the name of Jesus Christ. Hear me again. Jesus left the environment, and that is what we are talking about. He didn't want people to begin to analyze and compare his ministry with the ministry of John the Baptist, because both of them, they had a different assignment. And I pray for you today that in the name of God the Father, Jesus, you will have a better tomorrow in the name of Jesus Christ. And I pray that the great beautifier, the one that knows how to beautify human lives, he will beautify you. He will cause you to have a refreshment in the name of Jesus Christ. May joy come back again in your life as you listen and obey the word of the Lord. In our next episode, we shall be talking about the importance of location. We have just talked about the life of comparison. We will talk about the importance of location, so that when you know where God places you, you act rightly and adequately for a better tomorrow. God bless you as you listen and obey the word of the Lord. Every undue struggle is hereby terminated. I prophesy unto your life that Jesus has come to bring newness in your life. Don't worry, don't bother about who is joining with you in ministry. Don't worry, don't bother about whom you are sharing the same office with. Face your assignment. Jesus faced his assignment. John the Baptist faced his assignment. Both of them became relevant on the table of divinity. And I pray right now, in the name of Jesus Christ, may you receive divine refreshing. May the Lord bless and shower you more blessings in the name of Jesus Christ. Receive divine beauty now and today. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Bow down your heads in prayer. Father, I thank you for your people. And I thank you for your word. And I pray that this word will bring total impact and change in the life of everyone. Struggles are terminated. Struggles are destroyed. Rise up into the season of beautification. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen and amen.
Religion wears many names, but in its deepest form is not in rituals. It is in love. True faith is not louder than others. It listens. It breaks bread with strangers and weeps with the broken. We are not defined by the places we kneel, but by the way we rise and reach for each other. The prophets came not to divide, but to remind us that all paths to God must pass through kindness. So, let our prayers not end in temples. Let them begin in how we live, in the warmth we give, and in the bridges we build beyond belief.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to the news update on Aneke TV. I am Onyinyechi Ugu, glad to have you join us. The headlines: Army falls terror attack, rescues commuters in Yobe. On the foreign scene, King Charles to honor 9/11 victims in New York. On business, Nigerians in South Africa advised to suspend businesses amid protests. Now the news in details. No fewer than 30 traditional rulers in the southern parts of Kwara State have abandoned their palaces following persistent kidnappings, killings, and violent attacks in their communities. The affected monarchs are reported to have taken refuge in safer urban centers, including Ilorin, Osogbo, Offa, and Lagos, leaving a leadership gap in their domains. Communities impacted include Omugor, Afin, Oreke, Oreke Okebor, Olohuntele, Alebe, Gamu Aleri, Olagumor, and Igboagong. While some rulers have been displaced for several months, others have reportedly stayed away for nearly a year due to security concerns. A resident of Omugor, Mr. Wale Olasunkami, said their traditional ruler fled over fears of abduction after a major attack in March 2026. He noted that although security has slightly improved in recent weeks, the absence of traditional leadership continues to affect coordination and decision-making. Security challenges have also been reported across the larger Oro-Ogo axis, comprising about 15 communities. Attacks escalated in June 2025 after gunmen killed 2 police officers near a mining site in Oreke Okebor, triggering widespread displacement and abandonment of affected areas. Troops of Operation Hadinkai have foiled an attempt terrorist attack and rescued commuters along the Ingibuwa Bulturam Kwana Road in Gujba local government area of Yobe State. The incident occurred during a routine patrol by the 120 Task Force Battalion. Security sources say the troops acted swiftly on intelligence the suspected terrorist had intercepted a civilian vehicle and diverted it into the bush with the intention of abducting passengers. On sighting the advancing troops, the attackers fled the scene, abandoning their victims. The soldiers immediately rescued the area and ensured the safe rescue of all occupants of the vehicle. Military authorities say patrols have been intensified along the routes to safeguard commuters and prevent further attacks, while operations continue to deny terrorists freedom of movement in the area. President Bola Tinubu has sworn in Dr. Mutak Dama as Minister of Housing and Urban Development following his confirmation by the Senate. He succeeds Mr. Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, who recently resigned from the position. During the swearing-in ceremony, the president described Dr. Dama as well qualified, citing his background in business administration and industrial engineering as critical to addressing Nigeria's housing and urban development challenges. Dr. Dama holds advanced academic qualifications, including degrees from the University of Liverpool and Atlantic International University. He is expected to bring a technical and data-driven approach to policy formulation and implementation in the sector. The president charged the new minister to remain committed and responsive to national needs, emphasizing the administration's focus on infrastructure development and improved housing delivery across the country. Governor Umar Namadi of Jigawa State has urged core members posted to the state to embrace the skills acquisition and entrepreneurship development program. He said the initiative would equip them with practical skills for self-resilience. The governor gave the advice during the swearing-in ceremony for the 2026 Batch A Stream 2 core members at the Yakubu Gowon NYSC Orientation Camp in Fanusia, Dushe. He was represented by the Deputy Governor Alhaji Aminu Usman Gumel. He also charged the core members to remain disciplined, law-abiding and committed to national service. The oath of allegiance was administered by the Chief Judge of the state, represented by Justice Usman Lamin. The scheme encouraged the core members to serve as good ambassadors of their families and institutions while contributing positively to the development of their host communities. Meanwhile, the National Youth Service Corps Coordinator in Akwa Ibom State, Mrs. Rosemary Akuwogu, has raised concerns over the poor conditions of the orientation camp in Nsita local government area. She described the facilities as unsafe for corps members. Speaking at the swearing-in ceremony for the Batch A Stream 2 core members 2026, she cited leaking roofs, collapsed ceilings and a hostel block without roofings as major challenges, especially during the ongoing rainy season. Mrs. Akuwoku appealed to Governor Umo Eno to fulfill earlier commitments to rehabilitate the camp and improve the welfare of core members posted to the state. The state government, represented by Commissioner of Youth Development, reiterated its commitment to youth empowerment and urged core members to take advantage of entrepreneurship programs, while efforts continue to address infrastructure deficits. The Federal High Court in Abuja has adjourned the trial of former Kogi State Governor Alhaji Yahaya Bello to May 6th and 7th, 2026. The case involves a 19-count charge bordering on alleged money laundering and criminal breach of trust. The adjournment followed cross-examination of the 12th prosecution witness, Mr. Abdullahi Jamilu, who provided details of financial transactions under investigation by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. During proceedings, the defense questioned inconsistencies between the witness's current testimony and earlier statements made in 2022. The witness admitted that some entities mentioned in court were not included in his previous submissions. The court is expected to continue hearing the case next month as it examines evidence relating to the alleged laundering of over 80 billion naira. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arrested a former chairman of Sky Bank LPLC, Mr. Tunde over alleged financial crimes. He is accused of money laundering, misappropriation and diversion of funds amounting to over 36 billion naira and $30 million. Mr. Ayeni was arrested in Abuja and is currently in the custody of the commission. Sources say the arrest followed ongoing investigations into transactions linked to multiple entities associated with him. The alleged offenses involve funds reportedly obtained from Polaris Bank and diverted through various channels. The EFCC spokesperson, Mr. Dele Oyewale, confirmed the arrest but declined to provide further details, stating investigations are ongoing. The Enugu state government has launched a revised roadmap to eliminate open defecation across the state by the year 2030. The initiative is being implemented in partnership with UNICEF and other stakeholders. Secretary to the state government, Professor Chidiabere Onya, described open defecation as a public health concern that requires urgent and coordinated action. He represented Governor Petermbah at the stakeholders consultative workshop. The new strategy focuses on private sector participation, improved sanitation, infrastructure and enforcement of regulations on hygiene facilities in public and private buildings. UNICEF officials say the partnership will enhance public health outcomes, particularly for children, while the state government reaffirmed its commitment to achieving total sanitation coverage. Oyo state government has confirmed an outbreak of Lassa fever with 1 death and 4 active cases recorded. The Commissioner for Health, Dr. Oluwaserimi Ajetumobi, announced this during a media briefing. Affected patients are receiving treatment at the Infectious Disease Center in Olodo and the University College Hospital, Ibadan. Health authorities say more than 200 contacts are currently under surveillance. The state has activated its emergency response system, including fumigation, environmental sanitation, and public awareness campaigns to contain the spread of the disease. Residents have been advised to maintain proper hygiene, store food safely, and report symptoms such as fever and unexplained bleeding promptly to health facilities. This news update is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the stories making the news. Army foils terror attack, rescues commuters in Yobe. Coming up shortly, King Charles to honor 9/11 victims in New York. Nigerians in South Africa advised to suspend businesses amid protest.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Russia's foreign minister, Mr. Sergei Lavrov, has accused the United States of undermining international law in pursuit of global energy dominance. He made the allegation during an interview broadcast on Russian state television. Mr. Lavrov claims that the United States has shifted from established diplomatic norms to policies aimed at protecting its national interest by all means. He alleged that such actions include interference in the internal affairs of other sovereign nations. The minister also cited recent tensions involving Venezuela and Iran as examples of what he described as disregard for international legal frameworks. He maintained that such actions threaten global stability. Mr. Lavrov further alleged that Western policies have strained relations between Russia and Europe, particularly in the energy sector. He called for mutual respect among global powers as a basis for future cooperation. Britain's monarch, King Charles III, is scheduled to participate in a wreath-laying ceremony at the September 11th Memorial in New York City. The event will honor victims of the 2020-2021 terrorist attacks, including British nationals. The ceremony forms part of the King's 4-day state visit to the United States from April 27th to April 30th. It is aimed at strengthening diplomatic ties between both countries. During the visit, the monarch is expected to deliver an address to the United States Congress and attend a state banquet hosted by President Donald Trump. Argentina has renewed its call for talks with the United Kingdom over the sovereignty of the Falkland Islands. The appeal was made by Argentina's foreign minister, Mr. Pablo Cuerno. Mr. Cuerno urged both countries to resume dialogue to find a peaceful resolution to the long-standing dispute over the territory known as the Malvinas in Argentina. The British government has maintained that the islands remain under its sovereignty and that the position is not open for negotiation. The dispute dates back decades and continues to attract international attention, with both nations restating their positions through diplomatic channels. Kuwait has confirmed that 2 drones targeted military outposts along its northern border. The incident resulted in damage to facilities, but no casualties were reported. Kuwait military authorities say the drones were launched from Iraqi territory, raising concerns over regional security. In response, the Iraqi government condemned the attack. Interior Minister Mr. Abdul Amir al-Shamari said an investigation has been launched to identify those responsible. Both countries have pledged to strengthen cooperation on border security to prevent further incidents and maintain stability in the region. The Nigerians in Diaspora Commission has advised Nigerian business owners in South Africa to temporarily suspend operations in affected areas due to rising security concerns. The advisory follows reports of anti-foreigner protests in cities including Cape Town, Durban and East London. Demonstrations are also expected in Gauteng province. Chairman of the Commission, Mrs. Abike Dabiri Erewa, urged Nigerians to remain indoors during the period of unrest and avoid exposure to potential violence. The Nigerian government says it is engaging South African authorities to ensure the safety of its citizens, while the Nigerian mission in Johannesburg continues to monitor the situation closely. Governor Petermbah of Enugu State has called on Chinese investors to take advantage of opportunities in the new Enugu City project. He made the call during a meeting with the Consul General of China in Lagos, Ms. Yang Yongqin. The governor said the project is designed to position Enugu as a modern sustainable economic hub. He highlighted ongoing efforts to improve infrastructure, including rail connectivity and energy supply. Governor Mbah also proposed the establishment of a Chinatown district and assured investors of government support and a conducive business environment. He noted that partnerships with Chinese firms in manufacturing, technology and infrastructure would drive economic growth and job creation in the state. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has denied reports claiming it is selling scrap materials from its refineries. In a statement, the Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Mr. Olufemi Soneye, said the company has not authorized any sale of equipment from facilities in Port Harcourt, Warri, or Kaduna. He warned that some individuals are falsely representing themselves as agents of the company to defraud suspecting members of the public. The company advised stakeholders to disregard such claims and report suspicious activities to law enforcement agencies. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria has raised concerns over low digital adoption in the aviation sector. Director of Membership Affairs, Mr. Sakiru Balogun, said the sector is operating at about 40% digital efficiency due to reliance on manual processings. He noted that limited automation and cash-based transactions could hinder transparency and operational efficiency. The Institute called for increased investment in technology and training to enhance accountability and support growth in the aviation industry. Nigeria's football community is mourning the death of former Super Eagles striker Mr. Michael Eneramo. He reportedly died after collapsing during a training session in Kaduna. Mr. Eneramo, aged 40, had a successful career playing for clubs in Nigeria, Tunisia and Turkey. He was widely known for his strength and goal-scoring ability. He earned 10 caps for Super Eagles and scored 3 goals for the national team during his international career. Tributes have continued to pour in from teammates, officials and fans who describe him as a dedicated professional and respected figure in football. Reports indicate that Nollywood actress Mrs. Rosie Murray has filed for the dissolution of her marriage to businessman Mr. Olakunle Churchill. Sources say the filing was made on April 20th, although neither party has issued an official statement on the development. Speculation increased after both individuals removed each other from the social media platforms. Observers say the development has generated reactions among fans, while attention remains on whether the parties are publicly address the situation. Before we go on the news, a recap of our top stories. The Nigerian army has fought an attempted terrorist attack and rescued commuters along the Ngibuwa-Buturam-Kwana Road in Gubja local government area of Yobe State. Troops of Operation Hardin Kai responded promptly to intelligence reports and forced the attackers to flee, ensuring the safe recovery of the victims. Military authorities say patrols have been intensified to secure the area and protect road users. On the foreign scene, His Majesty King Charles III of the United Kingdom will join the Mayor of New York City, Mr. Zoran Madani, in a red-laying ceremony at the September 11th memorial. The event is part of the King's official visit to the United States and is aimed at honoring victims of the 2021 terrorist attacks while strengthening diplomatic relations between both countries. In the business sector, the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, led by its chairman, Mrs. Abike Dabiri Erewa, has advised Nigerians business owners in South Africa to temporarily suspend operations in areas affected by protests. The Commission say the measure is necessary to safeguard lives and properties amid rising anti-foreigner tensions. The Nigerian government is engaging South African authorities to ensure the protection of its citizens. That's the news. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to order. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as the rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority was that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu's Seko Zaire, and India means Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength, but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than consistent rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimologo and Robinson describe such examples as destructive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, "If men were angels, no government would be necessary." Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes nor in the Son of Man. Both philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, the results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, declining public trust. Nations become trapped in cycles where progress is repeatedly reset. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom, on authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve disputes, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. "7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge, stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
For joining us on the Week in Retrospect. another beautiful Sunday to have watch with us on this very day. I am still your host, Uche Osai.
And I'm your co-pilot, Good Hope Chukuma. It's a beautiful Saturday, and we're here to walk you through the top stories that shape the week.
Yes, from politics to entertainment to lifestyle, business. If it made the news, then we're here to bring it to you.
Exactly, it's your weekend digest where we serve biggest stories, expert insights, and a touch of analysis to keep you informed and ready for the new week.
Yes, be rest assured that we'll bring you the voices that matter, the perspective that is enticing, and of course, the debates that accompany the stories.
So let's begin with today's newspapers, The Punch, The Vanguard, Nation, and The Guardian.
Yes, and with us in the studio is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, who is here on the week in retrospect, Mr. Res Arum. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on the week in retrospect.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me.
And how has it been? It's another Saturday.
Yes, this is a beautiful weekend, and of course, it's always the joy of every employed personnel that you have a weekend so that he can have a little time to rest for himself.
But as a veteran broadcast journalist, you do not have the weekends.
Oh, sure. We are here, but it's for a while. After the retrospect, I still go back home and rest.
And then the service to humanity continues.
Okay, yes. Oh, yes.
It's a pleasure to
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. So let's take a look at the newspaper headlines. Today we are starting from Saturday Punch, which says 30 Kwara Kings flee palaces. And on the Saturday Sun, we have federal government security agencies under pressure. Now on the Nation headline, we have 2027 scramble for tickets unsettles Ogun, Oyo, Adamawa, Delta, others. In the Weekend Trust, we have renewed hope, slogan, policy, or campaign. Now on the Guardian, we have malaria defies medications despite ongoing eradication. Now on the Vanguard, we have Nwobodo, Dantata, Tunji Ojo, Kefas, others shine at Vanguard Awards. We are looking at the Punch headline, which says 30 Kwara Kings flee palaces. A severe security breakdown in Kwara State, where escalating kidnapping threats have forced about 30 traditional rulers to abandon their palaces for safety. This underscores the growing reach of criminal networks into rural and semi-urban areas, the vulnerability or even the high-profile community leaders, and rising fear among residents. Well, the situation points to weakening local security structures and increasing pressures on authorities to restore order and protect lives and property.
You see, we have talked about insecurity in Nigeria, and this is where it has gone down to. It is like a degeneration from the sublime to the ridiculous level. That is exactly what it is presently. You can see that traditional rulers have abandoned their palaces. What will happen to the residents? What will happen to their subjects? if they have abandoned their residences, what will happen to the people of these communities where the traditional rulers have left that environment? So you see, Nigeria is not going forward. That is why I use the word degenerating from the sublime to the ridiculous level. That is, we're going to the lowest ebb of about the insecurity in Nigeria. So when traditional rulers abandon their palaces, what do you expect? That is to say that government has no answer to the threats of kidnapping, the threats of killing. Allegedly, anyway, we allege that the government do not have an answer, because we are alleging it, because each time it is said, government comes out with their own rhetorics that it will not happen again. But even after saying all that, one sees that it has happened and it's happening over and over and over, which means there's no so much of answers to the forages of the daredevil terrorists and kidnappers, name them in whatever nomenclature.
This is a growing tension that is within Kwara State, looking at the recent insurgent issues that has really escalated over time, and to have 30 kings across 30 autonomous communities in the state is flee from their palaces a problem. From the look of things, it started with just the stealing, having thieves coming in to steal, to take the properties, one by one, to the extent that they are now kidnapping and they are now, holding the kings to ransom. I mean, this thing also has resulted to communities not having a leadership. I mean, it's been a year. One of the people who had to report said that it's been almost a year that he went back to his community, because as the kings are not safe, what about the individuals who are living in the communities? And that raises a lot of concern across the security architecture that we have. Of course, there has been a lot of counter insurgency activities which has been going on from our military. We could see that there has been progress, just a little, but at the end of the day, these kings are still nowhere to be found in the communities. It's a problem, I would say. It's really a problem.
Yes, one thing that is a fact is the fact that it is a problem, and is a problem like a bone that has hung on the throats of this nation. Over time, we've thought that we could wish it away with rhetorics. Rhetorics are no longer working, and I think it is an act of nationalism for one to speak about the insecurity that is in Nigeria. It's not about a government. It's not about who is at the helm of affairs in this nation now. It's about the nation Nigeria. And the fact remains that with what is happening in Nigeria, we are all an endangered species. Yes, there was a time when we were speaking about Borno State, Maiduguri. Now, Maiduguri seems to be a conquered territory by the insurgents, that they can go in at whim and deal with the state and then go out. We know the number of detonations that have gone on in Borno State. Now, we're speaking about Kwara, and monarchs are being targeted. Where the monarchs are leaving their territory, they are leaving their palaces, then who remains behind? There are a whole lot of implications involved. If the monarchs are running to the cities, I fear you, it's a question of time. The cities will be confronted as well. The fact remains that until we own up as a people, that we are becoming overwhelmed with the insecurity, with the insurgency that is going up in Nigeria, and then sincerely sit down and begin to walk beyond the politics of it to see how we salvage the situation, we will continue to see a deteriorating insecurity getting to the far and near of Nigeria. Today, those who are down south, those confronting a different size of insecurity, or those in the southeast confronting another side of insecurity, may not or would feel that it will never come down to this place. It is in Benue State. And I charge everyone, let us sit down. Let us sincerely take a holistic, nationalistic approach to this issue. And once then, the whole of Kwara State may be sacked. If you're a monarch, the Igwe of your place, like where I come from, or the Eze or the Oba of your village is sacked or runs away from the village, who would remain behind? It means that the whole community is gone. Let us call a spade a spade. We are failing. The villages are no longer there. And this will begin to impact agriculture, businesses, and a lot of other issues.
The effect of insecurity will certainly impact on the economy of Nigeria. Because when people are sacked from their places, then who goes to farm? Who does the other businesses of creation of goods and services in such environment? Nobody, which means the entire business, the entire level of transactions, businesses, economic, is closed down. Economic activities is closed down within those environments. And look at about 30 communities, and their palaces have been deserted by their treasury rulers. And you think about what has happened to the people of the residents of those communities. They have all been sacked. And of course, this is their domain where they make life meaningful for themselves through subsistence agriculture, through small businesses that sustain them. These businesses have been closed down, agriculture has been closed down, everything about their welfare and living conditions have been closed down. They are now beggarly in various places they think is safe for them. No sooner, just like you said, that the same place they have run to may not even, because when these people finish that area, they will look for other areas to come. And nobody is set to actually confront them in such a way that they'll be scared to unleash terror on Nigerians.
Yeah. Just like you rightly pointed out, it's spreading. Mr. Rez, let me tell you, I know of a man who ran away from Biu in Borno State. He ran away from his village. He says he's never going back to Biu. That is his ancestral home. He ran away. Guess what? Where he ran to, I was reading in the news the other day, the village has been sacked. So what becomes of such an individual? And again, there's one hidden point here. We are no longer confronting the insurgency of idealism. It is now the financial aspect of terrorism that we are facing. The monarchs are being targeted. 30 have fled, from their communities. And what is the this behind it? Ransom. They are now targeting money. And that's the financial aspect of it. And it becomes even more dangerous to confront when you add idealism and finance together. Human beings, they can go to any level. With this is another inferno coming. And until we sit down and handle it, we may not be able to overcome this incoming inferno. And therefore, we urge all Nigerians, irrespective of position, irrespective of party affiliation, religion, let us come together. Let us think a way to salvage this nation from this monstrous terror that is befalling us. Today is Kwara. Yesterday was Plateau. We do not know where next. Until we confront this challenge, then we may not speak about development. We may not speak about the 2027 election. Let us keep politics aside. Let us work together to ensure the security of life and property in Nigeria.
Well, we go over to the Nation headline. We say 2027, scramble for tickets on settles Ogun, Oyo, Adamawa, Katsina, Delta, and others. This points to intensifying political tension ahead of 2027 elections as aspirants complete fiercely for party tickets across states like Ogun State, Oyo State, Adamawa, Katsina, and Delta. the struggle for candidates is causing internal party conflicts and divisions and uncertainties too. Yeah.
Yes, I think I made a comment that relates to that. It is only the APC that is actually doing the primaries now, that are set to do their primary election for the candidates that will represent them during the 2027 elections. But I think the situation that is presently happening in those states that you named, reported, are certainly going to come, because we know that it is the survival of the fittest who takes the ticket of the APC. None of the other political parties in the opposition have gone into their primaries yet. It is in APC that you have this Ondo, Oyo, Adamawa, and what have you, others, numerous others. So, more so when the president said you should go back to the governor, especially to the members of the legislature, to go back to a governor to see how you will emerge. It's only with those with 100% loyalty, beyond 100% loyalty, if there is, that will have the opportunity of emerging when you are in any of the legislative houses. So it's not going to be easy for those who are newly aspiring to join the legislature. It's not going to be easy too. It's not going to be easy for those who are there, especially when there's a strained relationship with the governor of the state, who has been given very executive powers to manipulate. Because certainly you will not see, the tenets of democracy in the way they will choose whoever that will make their candidate during the elections. The governors will not. Certainly they will favor those who they think are core loyalists and who will, of course, help them in delivering their own mandate. So that is the problem, and that is why you have all these problems here and there. And it will result in, finally, some people leaving the APC, especially within this time that, except those, I think the APC and the PDP has, of course, given the register to INEC. And because they have been given, you may not possibly leave that party. You may not possibly. It is going to be just the camera passing through the eye of a needle. You have to go through some processes to leave the party, even when it is free entry, free exit. For you to leave the party, the moment you have gone through the primaries, you might not go for any other primaries in any other political party. So those who want to leave may leave now, passing through, and if this thing has been, the register has been submitted to INEC, you have to now write INEC, do an affidavit, as well as publishing that you have left the party. Now, before the primaries. The moment you go through the primaries, you cannot change party until after the election.
Yeah, that's quite apt in that case. And then speaking to this issue, the APC is the most beautiful bride, as we speak. Yes, it is. You remember that there was a time PDP was the beautiful bride, and today APC has taken over. Everybody wants the tickets of APC. Somehow, we usually believe that being aligned with the ruling political party gives you an edge to winning whatever position you're coveting for. Having said that, yes, over time we've been waiting and expecting this implosion in the APC rather, being that there are many interests that would clash. However, the politicians, being clever by half, have gone ahead with the Electoral Act in order not to encourage this implosion and let people move in between you know, put up that roadblock that you did mention. Once you've gone through primaries in a political party, you already chained in. Even if you are defecting from that political party, you may not participate or get nominated in another party, even if they dash you their ticket, you know. So it becomes, in essence, somehow that when we are moving one step ahead, there are other several steps backwards as well. So when you look at the Electoral Act, there are the good aspects that we've seen in it. However, the question remains that there are people who, you know, when they are targeting these intents, they see it as an orchestration of a ruling party that wants to have a grip on the polity and the people as well. Having said that, if you move to Osun State, for example, you know that the governor, the sitting governor, who is equally going for a re-election, left the PDP and moved to Accord party. And he said that the chaos there is that most of his faithful who are leaving the PDP with him are angling for automatic tickets in Accord party, and that in itself is causing another crisis. And then down in Ebonyi State as well, you see that issue around zoning is still causing turmoil. However, at the end of the day, we'll see how these political parties would marry these intentions. But one thing that is obvious here is, and that's the question I want to ask, the ruling APC, who are they going to compete with? Are they competing with themselves come next election? Because we are all, you know, hanging in the balance, waiting for the Supreme Court's decision, having deferred judgment or ruling. We are waiting if they would give that ruling as the time is ticking. So is INEC timetable waiting, you know, to hang whoever fails to meet the timeline. And in this instance, if all doesn't go as it should and the Supreme Court doesn't give this ruling on time, we may see an APC that will end up competing only with itself, only to be on the ballot in 2027. God forbid that as a nation we'll get to that point where we'll be left with not much options to choose from.
Well, you see, the Supreme Court has 90 days to give its ruling as prescribed by the law. The law says 90 days. But the parties, the submission of register to the INEC for the primary register of political parties is going to close on 10th of May. The submission of candidates will also close on the 30th of May. So if the Supreme Court do not give that verdict within this time frame, the chances of ADC being on the ballot for 2027 election will not be there. But it is not only the ADC that's a registered political party in Nigeria. We have several other political parties.
About 20 of them.
And if I do not know why everybody is now waiting for ADC, and the time is ticking, and all these people may lose out to participate during the election, while there are many other political parties that are there, and anyone could move into any of the political, more so now that ADC has crisis. You cannot say you're going to 2 political parties now. You can possibly leave ADC, resign from the party, and move into another political party. What stopped them from doing that? What stopped the opposition candidates from doing that? But here now we are seeing the opposition just together on just one political party that has an enormous problem, which may not be solved. And if it becomes so, then it means their mission, their vision, their aspiration will not be seen through in 2027 election.
You're quite right, but in this instance, everyone angles for the leading opposition political party, which the ADC, the coalition party, as at today, is the focal point of opposition in Nigeria.
Yes.
And when you talk about
you make a party, an opposition party at the forefront. The politicians are the ones that will make parties to become a top-notch political party in any country or in any state. So if the ADC is in turmoil, people should be able to find an alternative.
Yes, speaking to the alternative, that's where the problem lies. What matters in all this is not the outcome of the process, but the process itself needs to be very credible for you to have a credible end. Speaking about those other political parties, you are talking about 20-something political parties that may not have the capacity beyond certain local government to field a councillor. What time do they have? Remember, the INEC timetable is already dangling, like the hangman, waiting for these political parties if they do not meet the timeline. What time do you have to begin to, build a coalition or harmonize the political party and get it to the status of a national political party to begin to build the needed structure to be able to offer a sort of competition, not even as an opposition, but a competition to the political behemoth the APC has begun today. These are the issues. And in as much as, yes, we'll talk about the issue with the ADC, the PDP is, at this instant, is not even in contention nationally, because at the end of the day, it may not equally be in the ballot. And I do not think that the PDP is worried about not being in the ballot as per the presidential election. However, what we are interrogating is that the process needs to be clean. It needs to be credible for us to believe in the outcome. And any orchestration that will lead us into a one political party going into 2027, these are the issues we're interrogating. And why we are calling on the Supreme Court to not pander to their constitutional right of 90 days, but look into the fact that there is a hangman already by the corner on the name or by the name INEC, waiting for people who would not meet up his timetable, except the Supreme Court would mandate INEC to reschedule his timetable, given this whole crisis that we've witnessed. Because at the end of the day, you will see that even if the ADC happens to scale through at the Supreme Court, they are already at a disadvantage.
The Supreme Court may do that under the principle of national interest, not under the principle of the law.
All right, we go back to the Guardian headline, which says, World Malaria Day. Malaria defies medications despite ongoing eradication. Malaria defies medication despite ongoing eradication. This is underscoring the persistent challenge posed by malaria, especially highlighting during World Malaria Day. Yes, this is a problem that we are facing. And looking at the stats we have here, Nigeria keeps losing and has lost up to $1.1 billion yearly to malaria. And also 97% of the population at risk of being infected also. Now, I'm talking about it in the general world. Malaria has so far been recorded at 282 million cases and 610,000 deaths occurred in 2024. So looking at this fact and stats, there's no one that, basically there's no average Nigerian out there that you would not see maybe one or two cases that has maybe not had malaria this year or even last year. So it really is a problem. And looking at because when you talk about malaria, you're thinking about malaria. Is that a problem? Until you go to hospitals and see how people are being treated. Yes.
West Africa was regarded as the white man's grave until the emergence of quinine. Do you know what is quinine? It's a plant.
Okay.
That is the first cure of malaria. And because malaria was not existing in the white man's country, when they come down to the West Africa, within 1 week of malaria, the white man will be dead. That was why West Africa was regarded as a white man's grave. If you go to West Africa, you'll be ready to die because malaria will. But the West Africans themselves have been going on with all the aspects of their lives without dying of malaria. The West Africans have some certain level of immunity in there against malaria because they have lived with malaria over time. And they have their traditional ways of taking care of ailments. And that was why the West Africans were surviving. Although some still die of malaria, that is when you have a depleted immune system. So, and over time now, they started using quinine and all the queens. You had the chloroquine, nivaquine, and all the queens were being used as drugs. Until we got to a time where the kind of malaria we do have are now resistant to these drugs. Then the drug companies that are doing that started using a combination. That is where you have Amatem, this, and all that. They began to use combination. It's combination of these drugs that they now use to do. But then it is still persistent. The malaria keeps changing and resisting drugs. And the World Health Organization, in their own wisdom, have been trying to make a research until such a time that presently you still have vaccine, malaria vaccine. But these vaccines are given to children, children, newly born children vaccines. Now it is the latest development in malaria eradication. You have vaccine. And then you still have the pesticides and all that. I want to tell you that even the common mosquito coil that you put in the room does no longer stop mosquitoes from, hanging on you. The only thing it stops them is from making the noise. But they will still they don't die. The mosquito coil doesn't kill them, and so on. So some pesticides do not even take care of them. Some mosquitoes are now resistant. And we know that these mosquitoes are the major carriers of malaria. So and with that, they are major carriers. The female Anopheles mosquitoes are the carriers. So when they give it, it goes in. And then we have in Nigeria, you said it's getting to 94% of the population. 97%. So it's 97%. So you find that you and I are just carriers, but it is about the level. Yeah, if you go to the lab, you might get plus, you might get plus, and all that. It's only when it gets to a higher level that you begin to feel the impact of the malaria problem.
It's laughable. It's laughable, really. I wanted to ask before you now gave that insight. I wanted to ask if the malarias of yesterday has transitioned to a different, the mosquitoes of yesteryears have transitioned to a different kind of mosquitoes.
That is what
when they now recognize mosquito coils and pesticides, maybe when you spray, they will go by the corner, wait for the deal to evaporate, and then they come back. Actually they are now becoming more intelligent. But having said that, thank you very much. You gave a very good historicism about malaria transitioning, and it may interest you to know that even when foreigners are visiting Nigeria, they are still giving vaccine against malaria. But however, I want to interrogate this from a different perspective. What has happened over time? You've mentioned the transition from the quinines. Now we are using combinations of artemether, artemisinin to deal with malaria. Remember, there was a time it was chloroquine until the World Health Organization now came up with that information that it is not good. We had to face them off. Today we are using other anti-malarials. However, the point I want to interrogate is this. Why is it that it's difficult for us as a people to develop an indigenous method of handling things? You did cite, for example, that in the years past we had a way, we had our local ways of handling these things. Why have we not gone ahead to see how to refine these things, have our local indigenous solution? Because when you talk about a Nigeria that is losing 1.1 billion US dollars in this instance, most of this money, are ferried abroad. And I tell you, if you see the humongous amount that goes into the importation of anti-malaria drugs, you understand what is going on. And moreover, you see that most of those drugs, some of them are of substandard. They are of substandard. That's why you're talking about resistance. When you have a substandard product that you're supposed to take a 10 milligram to get something to work, you discover that 10 milligram will not work, and you may not have to go for maybe 50 ampoules to be able to get a 10 one will have used 10 ampoules to cure. But having said that, let me digress a bit. I was in Jigawa State at some point in time. I think it was during the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and Saminu Turaki, I think, was the governor of Jigawa State at that point in time. There was what I witnessed, and I've not witnessed it any other place in Nigeria, where they used to go around with chopper and spray insecticides in the air to curb malaria. And whenever they do that, you discover that mosquitoes become, you don't get disturbed with mosquito activities. You see dead mosquitoes, all those habitats and all that are cleared. It was happening in Jigawa State. Why is it that there was no other place that we were able to replicate that to curb, the increase in malaria affliction in Nigeria? That aside, let me take on the Nigerian Medical Association. They are the regulatory agency. But it should go beyond that. There should be an Medical Association of Nigeria. They should go beyond being just a body.
Medical Council.
Yes, they should go beyond just being a body. They should encourage research, local research into our herbs. All these agbo that these women hawk, they should take time, study these things. If this Oyibo medicine is not working, we should come back home, study these things, get the dosage, the quantity that should be good for the kidney and the liver, and then, marry it into this orthodox medicine. Then we'll have an indigenous way of handling malaria.
That is why India and China are doing better than anyone, because we've been unable to look at inwards, to develop some of the things that our great forefathers had, used to sustain their lives. This because we have become more Western than the Westerners themselves. We have jettisoned our own. We have seen ours as not good enough, when it may even be better. You'll find out that a lot of herbs, plants that we have in this part of the world, that people are looking for it at the other various parts of the world. But we have them in abundance. And our own pharmacists and pharmacologists are not looking worse to, extract these things and begin to put them into good use. I want to tell you that where I come from, my father has a cure for whatever kind of snake bite. I know it. But I'm not a pharmacologist. I cannot develop anything. But it has been in our family since donkey years. So, and the moment you get that herb, any snake bite, the moment you get that herb, you just do it, give the person to chew it. It goes right in and stops the poison, the snake
bite,
poison from spreading and getting to the pancreas, because it's the target of the snake poison venom to get to the pancreas. The blood transfers into the pancreas, it damages it, and the person will die within a few hours. Just about 2 hours, 1 hour.
I think we'll need you in Abuja.
So, but as I am talking to you, this particular herb if the pharmacologists are able to, get this thing and begin to, do some research on it. I treat snake bite, and everybody in my family member treats snake bite.
We need more of you in Abuja. You remember we just lost someone to do to snake bite.
So that is exactly what we are talking about. So we'll be able to know the level of efficacy of that herb and how it could be used and the dosage and what should be done, the application and all that. These are some of the things that Nigeria need. And we have numerous people. You see, the herbalists are doing theirs. But our problem is, how do you titrate it? How do you know the needed quantity,
the
dosage and administration? Because sometimes you have this house, you take it and your kidney is gone, your liver is gone, and pancreas, everything is gone. And if it so happens, people die because you don't know how you can apply them.
All right. Like I did say, you need to transfer that knowledge. I think every one of us, everybody needs it. We are in a nation where people are still dying out of snake bite. You go to major hospitals and general hospitals, you do not see any anti-snake venom. And most cases, even when you see them, there are a lot of fake products available. So in that regard, we'll call on everyone, the Nigerian medical practitioners, Nigerian scientists, the government. All hands needs to be on deck. We need to come out with a Nigerian solution to some of these issues, especially malaria. $1.1 billion is a humongous amount that could turn around the fortune of this nation. And yet, we are still losing most of our citizens to malaria. It's unheard of that in this era and time that people will still die of malaria. We need to sit up. We need to stand up and come up with an indigenous solution to some of these issues. And on that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll look at other news headlines. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. You're still watching the Week in Retrospect. Now we take a look across the headlines that made it to the newspapers for last week. Now we have in the Nation newspaper on Monday, we have government explains fact deductions. Now in the Punch, we have APC may scrap consensus plan in flashpoint state. Then we have in the Vanguard, recapitalization crunch, 12 insurers at risk. Now also we have in the Daily Trust 2025, Army gets 7% disbursement for security equipment. Now in the Guardian we have election data at risk as hackers hold government agencies, banks to ransom.
All right, let's look at the Daily Trust newspaper where in 2025 Army gets 7% disbursement for security equipment. Out of the humongous amount that was budgeted for the Army's purchase of equipment, that budget only made 7% disbursement rate, and it's worrisome that that should be said about a nation that is fighting terrorism and insurgency, banditry, kidnapping. Mention it, Mr. Rice.
That is why we have had increase in terrorism, attacks, banditry, name them the way, whatever nomenclature you give them, their names, it is all terrorism. And that's why it has been on the increase instead of being checkmated. Because these budgets that have been laid down to be given to the Army for the purchase for, getting equipment to fight the insurgency, and have not come. Nobody releases them. That is to say, when you don't release money, when you don't get what you need to work with, of course, we are sacrificing our soldiers to the front.
Yes.
And the bandits that have their front way to locate the soldiers at their bases
Yes.
and begin to work against
Yes.
them.
The bottom line is that insecurity is on the increase, and we continue to prioritize the maintenance of a presidential fleet over the NAV's aircraft maintenance. And it's quite worrisome that in this time we are still giving priority of place in maintaining presidential fleets rather than, have more fighter jets, capable of being scrambled to, attack, engage at the, slightest call. Is quite unfortunate.
All right. Then on Tuesday, we have on the Vanguard, many insecurity, many terrorists, 3 soldiers killed in Paragon battle. On the Punch headline, we have APC imposes 2-week deadline for presidential governorship NAS forms. Now in the Nation, we have APC presidential governorship primaries fixed for May 15th and 23. Now in the Daily Trust, we have inec clears chair. Amupeton must go protest swell.
All right, let's just take it from the Daily Trust one more time, Mr. Reyes. And he's speaking to INEC, clears chair. Amupita must go protest well. Speaking to the controversy around the INEC chairman, as he has to do with his S account being accused of being partisan and in support of the present administration, the INEC came out to say that they have done a forensic audit and they, likened that account to not belonging to the chairman of INEC, but a prototype or what they call a clone of someone mimicking Mupiton in this regard.
You see, it is not even INEC that should have done the forensic audit. If they are going to do any forensic research on an accusation, you cannot be a judge in your own case. If you have a case, you must, of course, allow it to be transparently done. If there's anybody that's going to go for audit, forensic anything, it must not be INEC. We shall have a body that is independent, that is not attached to Nigerian factors, that will do a forensic. And that's going to now tell us that whatever claims or counterclaims, that this is the actual result of the claims and the counterclaims. That's all.
All right, I did infer that an INEC that has not explained what the glitch was in 2023 wants us to trust that they have the capacity to carry out forensic audits in this regard. It's worrisome. However, the INEC chairman shouldn't be, deterred or, discouraged from doing the right thing. But one expects that if in good conscience, he knows himself, if he is partisan, one expects that he should be the first to, resign from that position. But in good conscience, and he sees himself as being unbiased, non-partisan, then he should be allowed to do his work freely. But one thing that we do know that Nigeria needs as at now is that we need an INEC chairman that the generality of Nigerians will trust and believe in to lead the process that will ensure free, fair, credible elections in 2027.
Now we go back to the Wednesday newspaper headline on the Nation, which says Oyedele replaces Idun as Minister of Finance. Now on the Punch, Silva, 5 others arraigned officers' wives seek justice. Now on the Vanguard, we have ex-minister Silva, retired general, others charged with treason. Now in the Daily Trust, we have Silva, others charged over plot to host Tinubu. Now on the Guardian, we have anxiety in opposition as Supreme Court decides fate of ADC, Labour Party, PDP today.
All right, let's take with the Guardian newspaper, Mr. Reyes. Speaking to the Guardian, anxiety in opposition as Supreme Court decides fate of ADC, LP, PDP as at Wednesday.
Yeah, certainly there will be such anxiety. Nobody knows what the decision of the court will be like. And they are not hanging on, hoping that when the decision comes, that it will favor them and, of course, support and give credence to virile opposition political parties in Nigeria.
All right, and it may not be wrong to infer that the hope of the nation dangles on the deferred position of the Supreme Court in this instance, as many await to know the fate of this nation as it regards the 2027 polls.
Now on Thursday, we have on the Punch, 2027 suspense as Supreme Court delays PDP ADC verdict. Now on the Nation, we have coup plot suspects to get speedy trial from Monday. Now on the Vanguard, we have how Nigeria can achieve food security by experts. Now on the Daily Trust, we have 72-hour deadline. Borno families fear for 416 captives. Now on the Guardian, we have debate over security strategy as Senate demands rescue of 416 captives.
All right, let's look at the Vanguard newspaper in this instance, speaking to food security in Nigeria. Mr. Ress, yes, it's worrisome that we as a people may be facing food insecurity, especially given the level of banditry, kidnapping, terrorism that is happening in Nigeria as we speak.
Because people are no longer allowed to be in the farms. You see, people who are at the farms are being killed, kidnapped, slaughtered by the bandits. So what do you expect? It is an obvious thing to say that there will be food shortages in Nigeria. And that circumstance will bring about, in fact, a serious problem. Why the countries outside Nigeria are what they are is because they have conquered food.
All right, that's quite apt, and we need to, all hands needs to be on deck to see how we curb insecurity in Nigeria to ensure food security. Remember that the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization are already projecting that by August 2026 that about 35 million Nigerians will go hungry. We need not let that happen. Let us rise to the occasion. This is a nation of abundance, and would we not, degenerate further from where we are? Let us see that there is availability, that there is accessibility to food in Nigeria.
I will go over to the Nation headline on Friday. That's APC targets rancor-free primaries with revised plan. On the Punch, we have automatic ticket. Tinubu leaves lawmakers' fate in governor's hands. On the Vanguard, we have Tinubu writes Senate seeks approval to borrow fresh $416 million loan. Now on the Daily Sun, we have ex-Nasima boss Oye gives damning verdict on economy. Now on the Guardian, we have how caucus consensus candidacy erode internal democracy in parties.
All right, Mr. Resh, let us sign off with this. The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu writes the Senate to approve another loan.
Well, and of course, the Senate, through the statement of the President, is said to approve the same loan. But we want to say that we are getting more impoverished. Our children are becoming impoverished. And how long will we continue in this loan? Even when we have surplus coming from the removal of subsidy, we are supposed to have enough money to take care of our responsibilities. Enough that would have been able to take care of such projects as the Sokoto Lagos Super Highway. But unfortunately, we can't see it. We are going for loan on that particular issue.
All right, yes, that's actually what it is. And don't forget to share your thoughts using hashtag retrospect on all our social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Yes.
All right, Mr. Ress, it's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise. Thank you for this in-depth, incisive analysis on issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, and for you, viewer, join us next Saturday on Aneke TV for this program.
Yes, it's been a wonderful outing with you and with us on this day, Saturday, another weekend. It's always a pleasure having you here. I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth. Yet many of the conditions that affect our well-being are preventable, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, better, and longer. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. Now let's turn our attention to an issue that affects millions of people, yet is often
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV.
I am your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, yet many of the conditions that affect our well-being are often preventable, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll go on a short break now. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Today we are focusing on an important complication of diabetes that is often overlooked but can have serious consequences. This condition affects many people living with diabetes, yet it is largely preventable when proper care and attention are given. It is also important to note that there are several misconceptions surrounding this condition. In some communities, it is sometimes wrongly linked to spiritual or fetish beliefs, which can delay proper medical attention and worsen outcomes. The topic we are discussing on this episode is diabetic foot syndrome. Joining us today is an associate professor of medicine, consultant physician, endocrinologist, and diabetologist, Esut College of Medicine and State University of Medical and Applied Sciences, Mike Aboyin. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon.
We are glad to have you once again in this studio. The last time you were here, we talked on diabetes, the causes, and everything surrounding diabetes. Yes. So we want to go directly to this particular condition that that is not being cleared that much, because a lot of people don't really know that this is what is happening to them. Because the term there, diabetic foot syndrome, is like a big word, an alarming word. So we'd like you to explain in simple terms what diabetic foot means.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we do that, I want us to, briefly talk about diabetes, even though we talked about before for those that didn't watch the other video we made the other day. The diabetes is a medical condition, a non-communicable disease that's characterized by excessive sugar in the system. At the center of it all is insulin. If you don't have enough insulin, or you don't have the one you produce doesn't work well, what to call insulin resistance, your sugar will go up when you eat, even when you don't eat. And this condition has a lot of complications, and one of them is what we want to talk about today, which is diabetic foot disease or diabetic foot syndrome. It simply means that somebody's it's common in the feet. It can also occur in the hands, where it's called diabetic hand syndrome. But the common one that everybody knows, that we see every day, is diabetic foot syndrome, and it comes about because diabetes as a whole, causes impaired blood supply. The blood supply to the body is compromised. Plus some other damages it does to the nerves and all that will make the foot to be particularly susceptible to trauma and infection and all that will make the foot to be infected. And because diabetics have this problem with delayed wound healing and immunosuppression, this will make the foot to really get bad very quickly if nothing is done about it. That's diabetic foot syndrome. Okay.
You said, let us rewind a little bit. You said diabetes is when you have low insulin.
Yes.
Okay.
Or you have normal insulin, but it doesn't work well.
Okay. You say something about when you eat and when you don't eat.
Yes.
So can you explain well on that statement?
Okay. Now, to break it in simple terms, sugar.
Yeah.
Or I will be using sugar and glucose interchangeably.
Yes.
Sugar is the fuel that we need to function. Without fuel, your car will not function.
Okay.
Without sugar, your body will not function.
Okay.
So now it is such that if the sugar is normal, it functions as fuel. If it is high, it functions as poison. It poisons the body from head to toe, all the systems from your head to your feet gets poisoned by that excessive sugar. You get?
Yeah.
Now, nature or God has kindly given us an organ called the pancreas that's located in the abdomen that secretes insulin when we eat.
Okay.
So when we eat, sugar tends to go up. Then the body senses that and signals are sent to the pancreas to produce just the right quantity of insulin to bring down the blood sugar and remove the excess that will poison you and leave the one that you need to function as fuel for you.
Okay.
Now, diabetic patients have this inability to produce enough quantity of insulin to take care of that rise in glucose occasioned by food, or they produce excessively when it's not even working.
Okay.
When they are, especially the obese patients, they have insulin resistance, they keep producing, but it doesn't work well. So the sugar tends to go up. Even when they don't eat food, the body still makes sugar.
Wow, wow, okay. Okay, now moving on, let us dive deep into this. This condition typically develop over time in someone living with diabetes.
Okay. Now, there are certain risk factors that puts a diabetic patient at risk of having diabetic foot syndrome.
Okay.
One is, the gender. It's commoner in males because males are more physically active than women.
Yeah.
And women have better health-seeking behavior than men. So the females tend to present quickly, more than men. So being a man is a risk factor for that. Then immunosuppression, diabetes are immunosuppressed. It means that your immunity is not strong, so they cannot fight off diseases.
Okay.
Then occupation, certain occupations, people, farmers, people that go about barefooted and all that, can have slight injuries, and it's also a risk factor for that. Poor vision, if you don't see well, you're likely going to hit your head on a stone or something, and it will, make you to develop that, foot syndrome very fast.
Okay.
Yes.
So are you trying to say that there are factors that constitute this syndrome?
Yes, the factors that puts you at risk.
Okay, at risk of
having a diabetic syndrome.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
Being a male,
Okay.
certain occupations, and all the infections, trauma, immunosuppression, and all that are all risk factors. Poor glycemic control. If you're a diabetic patient and you refuse to treat yourself, you allow your sugar to become 300, 400 consistently, it will put you at risk. People who have tension, people with dyslipidemia, a lot of factors put you at risk of having this,
Okay. So, why you said it happens to the hands only? It happens also to the hands.
It can happen.
It can happen to the hands, but it randomly or occasionally is more of the
If you
of the feet. But why does the feet, why is it particularly affected compared to other parts of the body?
Because we walk on our feet.
Okay.
So we're likely going to develop small trauma. It starts most times it starts as a very small wound, micro injury that you won't even know is there.
Okay.
But because you're immunosuppressed, you have poor wound healing, it will not heal the way it's supposed to heal. And because you're also immunosuppressed, it spreads very rapidly, especially if the blood sugar is high. All kinds of germs will come and grow there because of the high blood sugar. And it gets very fast. So that of the feet, that of the hands can also occur if you have trauma to the hand and you overlook it, especially if the sugar is very high. You could have such a problem.
Okay. Can you mention some wounds or trauma that we can see in our feet, because in Nigeria, mostly Nigerians don't really take our health that serious. So can you mention some of the wounds or traumas that we can see in our feet and know that, oh, this could be the syndrome trying to develop?
Okay, you mean the presenting feet, the things you can see on your feet,
yes,
and you need to check. Good. Now, if you have any small, in fact, when we come to prevention, we'll talk about those things you do to prevent it. But anytime you see a micro injury, even if it was inflicted by an ant, and you're a diabetic patient, it is an emergency. You should look for help. Or if you have swelling, hotness, pain, redness, or a wound that refuses to heal, please seek help urgently. Urgently. Because the earlier you present, the better the outcome.
Okay, sir. So, moving on, does this condition only occur in severe cases of diabetes, or can it also develop in seemingly controlled conditions?
Well, I forgot to mention that some diabetic patients, they may not really have a wound.
Okay.
They may just wake up in the morning and they saw something as if they poured hot water on the leg.
Okay.
That kind of, we call it boule in medicine.
Oh, okay.
As if they poured hot water on the leg. That just comes as a complication of diabetes. If that is not well taken care of, it can actually lead to something very aggressive that can take down the person.
Okay. When that happens, how long do you think it takes for it to develop fully?
No, it depends on the patient. There are lots of factors that contribute to that.
Okay.
If a diabetic patient is well controlled, the blood glucose is perfect, blood pressure is perfect, everything is perfect. If the person has a wound, even though he has a poor wound healing as a diabetic patient, but the outcome is usually better than that person that has overlooked his diabetes. The blood sugar is 500, blood sugar is 400, and all that, doesn't go to the hospital at all. When they get that kind of wound, it's usually very difficult, and the outcome most of the time is very poor. And even if they get good outcome, it also drains the pockets, because it's a very expensive venture. And when it comes to treatment, we'll talk about what and who treats them.
Okay. Now, what if in a situation whereby the person doesn't know if he or she
is
diabetic?
Good.
So, and he begins to see such symptom.
Yes.
How or what should the person do?
Good. If you're not sure, you've not checked yourself.
Okay.
Like I said in the other program, if you're 30 and above, especially if you have a family history of diabetes in a first degree relative, even if you don't have, I advise you to check yourself. But if you have a wound on your feet or your leg that has delayed healing, when the wound should heal within days, your own is not healing well, and it looks proportionally, it looks aggressive, it's hot, it's swollen, it's discharging, it smells and all that, you should go and urgently seek help.
Okay.
Go to the hospital where your blood sugar will be checked so that it can be detected and will be treated.
Okay. Also, we would also like you to rephrase and explain more. What are some early warnings or early warning signs that people often tend to overlook?
Yes, just like I said before, the early warning signs of, or is it mean of diabetes or diabetic foot?
Diabetic foot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you have a wound on your leg, or you didn't even have a wound, something just comes and swells up on your leg, like as if water poured on you.
Yeah.
And you start treating, maybe you go to a nearby place, you get antibiotics, get something for pain, and it's not healing.
Yes.
You know, it keeps getting, the more you treat and it's getting worse, it's time for you to seek help. It's likely that something is preventing that wound from healing. And the commonest thing that causes delayed wound healing in this environment and all over is diabetes.
Okay. So at what point should someone begin to take these signs seriously?
Diabetic foot.
Yes.
Immediately, once you're a diabetic patient and you have a wound on your leg, or you see anything, you have swelling, or your leg starts getting red or hot or painful, whether there was a wound or not, please go to the nearest hospital to get yourself checked.
So what if you don't know if you're a diabetic patient? Because as we said earlier, not only adults can possess this condition or can be affected, but also younger ones. So what if the younger ones, they don't know if they are diabetic or not? How can we, or when should we take these symptoms seriously?
If any wound on your leg is a serious matter, if not only for diabetic foot, there are other things that can occur, tetanus and all that. If you have a wound on your leg, you should go and get yourself checked, especially if it's not healing fast, or the rate of healing is not satisfactory. You're doing everything, you're dressing the wound and it's not healing, and it keeps getting hot, keeps discharging, swelling and all that. Please go and check.
Okay, so and the aspect where you have a wound and it doesn't swell up, it's just like, as you said, it's like hot water being spilled on someone's leg, and it just itches. For some days it itches, the next day it itches. Can you still take that up as a diabetic foot?
Please, if you're diabetic, any wound at all, even if it's on your back, even if it's on your head, is a very serious condition. And it's more serious if it's on your feet, because the feet is typically, like I told you, they are typically susceptible to that, and the healing is poor. So once you have any wound on your feet, any part of your body, and you're diabetic, don't wait for it don't guess, just go to the hospital. It's not something you treat at home.
Okay. Moving on, are there certain individuals who are more at risk of developing diabetic foot than others?
Yes, like I mentioned, if you're a diabetic patient, and like I said, male diabetic patient, you know, if you have a trauma, if you are a farmer, you walk barefooted, you know, you have poor glycemic control, you're not treating yourself the way you should treat, you have hypertension, you know, you have feet deformity, deformity on your feet, you know, or you have callosis, thickening of the skin somewhere that can mask an underlying wound, please, you are at risk of having, diabetic foot ulcer.
So does it mean there's a particular age circle that can get affected with diabetic foot than others?
Yes, you know, because there are so many types of diabetes, and the commoner one is, you know, type 2 diabetes that occurs in people in the middle age group, between 40 to 65 years old. You know, so it occurs in the middle age. So it's common in the middle age patients, but the outlook is poorer in older patients because they are older, they have reduced immunity, you know, to add to the diabetes that they have already. So it's common in middle age patients. They can occur in anybody. Because anybody can have diabetes, even if you're 2 years old.
It also, is it transmittable? Like, for instance, a parent has it and they transfer it to their children, is that?
Type 2, yes. If your father or your mother or a first-degree relative has type 2 diabetes, you are at risk of having type 2 diabetes. So you check yourself earlier than you're 30, especially if you're on the big side. Please check.
Check. Moving on, in everyday life, what common habits quietly increase the risk of developing this condition?
Diabetic foot ulcer or diabetes?
Diabetic foot ulcer.
Well, we're still seeing the same thing. Trauma, infection, poor wound healing, feet deformity, hypertension, smoking, you know, excessive alcohol intake, certain occupations that make you to walk barefoot, people that walk barefooted, you know, people that walk in farms that don't cover themselves, or people that overlook certain things, late presentation, these are being a man, you know, and all that. Poor vision, because if you don't see well, you're likely going to hit your head, your leg on a stone without seeing it. And once you have that small wound, it raises a lot of concern. You know.
From a practical standpoint, what does proper foot care really look like for someone living with diabetes?
Yes, very, very important question. If you're a diabetic patient, there are some things that you should do, and there are some things you should not do. First of all, ensure that you treat your diabetes to control. Ensure your blood sugar is well controlled. Then the next thing is, don't walk around barefooted. Then coming to shoes that you wear. If your size of shoe is 44 and you have diabetes, please buy 45 I'm using. We don't want anything tight fitting shoes. It's not acceptable, because that will make you to have a wound and you may not even know about it, because some of them have poor feeling in their feet. They close their eyes, you pour hot water on their leg, they will not know, because the leg is insensitive. And before you wear this shoe, you must examine the inside of the shoe to make sure there are no sharp objects like stones and all that will make you to have wound without knowing it. Then the inside of the shoe should be soft, you know. So don't no time for tight fitted shoes. Then don't if you want to take your bath, you boil hot water. Don't test it with your feet or your hands, because you will not know that it's too hot. The water should be lukewarm. Don't test. Somebody can test this for you if you don't know what to do. Some people say you should test with this place and other. Please don't put your leg on to test water, whether it is too hot or not. Another thing is nail cutting. Please don't cut your nail by yourself, because a lot of diabetic patients have poor vision. So somebody should cut it for you, and they shouldn't cut it down to the root. They should leave, because any small wound there can give us a lot of problems. No cutting of wound. Then inspect your foot every day. Every day you must inspect. When you come back home, inspect your foot pat them to be sure that you don't have a wound. For the under stuff, you can use a mirror to see the under of the feet to make sure that you don't have any wound. Don't walk barefooted, wear socks and all that. Then when you finish taking your bath, use an emollient like Vaseline to rub to make sure there's no dryness, because dryness is a risk factor. But do not rub it in between the web spaces like this, so that if you do that, you're going to introduce infection into the feet. Treat your diabetes well, treat your hypertension well, and all that. Then if you notice anything, early presentation.
Okay.
Those are some of the things you do for good care.
Okay. Okay. For those who may not have access to specialized care, because you mentioned earlier that it's very expensive. So, what basic preventive steps can they take at home?
If you have a wound on your feet as a diabetic patient, whether your sugar is well controlled or is not well controlled, it is not managed at home. Please go to the nearest hospital. I'm sure the doctor should know what to do.
Okay.
If it's beyond him, he will refer you to a hospital, because life, there's no amount of money that's equivalent to one life that is lost.
Okay.
Because it's better for you to get money from anywhere and treat yourself than to lose the leg or lose your feet. And I did mention that if you see anybody whose leg was amputated, was cut off, and he did not have road traffic accident, it's diabetes that causes it, caused it.
Okay.
Diabetes is the commonest cause of leg amputation all over the world.
Okay.
So it's a very serious matter for someone to have one leg. Some people have it in two legs, and their two legs are amputated because of late presentation. You can imagine how it will look.
Okay. Okay, moving on, we would like to know how important is footwear in preventing complications, and what should people look out for when choosing one?
Yes, your footwear should have enough space in it.
Okay.
It should never be tight in any way. Like I said, if your size is 44, always buy a 45. Wear Crocs. There's no space for these kind of shoes that are narrow,
Okay.
at the end like this. It's not for diabetic patients.
Okay.
No pressure, because you have a lot of them have inability to feel pain. So even when the shoe is tight, they will not know. And before you know, when they remove their leg, you see that kind of thing I talk like a bond, like something has burned them, and it becomes from there, if it's not well taken care of fast enough in the appropriate manner, it becomes a very big, expensive problem.
Okay.
Very expensive.
Okay. We'll go on another short break now. Stay with us. The expert is still in the house.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
So we have been discussing on the preventions, risk factors, the symptoms, and we'll also like you to, in a nutshell, explain the treatments for a diabetic foot syndrome patient.
Yes, the treatment depends on the type and the stage.
Okay.
If it's something very mild, you may just need to dress the wound and give antibiotics, control the blood sugar very well, and it will go away with time. Supervised treatment.
Yeah.
But if it is extensive, that's what we call offloading. You remove the load from the foot.
Yeah.
Maybe the person will use crutches or Zimmer frame or total contact cast to remove. Then dressing is also there. The debridement to remove. This one is done by a plastic surgeon. Remove the dead tissue from it, and then antibiotics. Revascularization. Sometimes if the blood supply is not enough for the leg, vascular surgeons can, make sure that they somehow get blood vessels and implants so that they will get more blood there.
Okay.
But if it's very extensive, one can get what we call disarticulation. They can remove the digits, that is bad.
Okay.
Or if the whole leg is bad, of course, they can limited amputation. Can do below knee amputation or above knee amputation.
Okay.
Depending on the the stage that the person presented with,
So,
and the other risks.
okay, so how safe is amputation during this, for this condition?
I always say that is if a amputation is done by an orthopedic surgeon, if an orthopedic surgeon who was trained has seen that that leg is not good again. I always tell my patients that the dead and the living do not live in the same room. So if that leg is gone, if there's no hope of salvaging that leg, no matter what you do, it's better to take the leg out, because it's better to remain here with one leg than to go to the other side that nobody has gone to and come back with two legs. I always tell people like that.
Okay.
So if it's face you need amputation, you get amputation. There are prostheses that people that have amputation, that when you see them walking on the road, you may not even know. Because they get prostheses, they get things that look like legs and wear them, and they cover it and they walk about and you never know. Some can even run.
Okay.
So it depends. It's totally safe.
Okay.
If it's done by qualified medical practitioners.
Okay.
Yes.
Moving on, there are quite a number of beliefs and assumptions surrounding diabetic foot syndrome. What are some of the common misconceptions people have about this condition, and how accurate are they?
Yes, this is something that is also very important for people to know about it, because there are so many misconceptions, like say, superstitions, myths, falsehood, outright lies about diabetic foot. There's one that reigns around here that they call achere.
Yeah.
So somebody has diabetic foot disease, and the person, someone will tell you that because you went to the village, you stepped on something, and that's what happened to you. And before you know it, they take you to a place where they will drain your resources and prevent you from presenting early, where you can get adequate and care. So by the time the patient comes with that, is with that foot, is already bad.
They normally see it as a spiritual attack, spiritual problem.
I want to reliably inform whoever is watching that there's nothing like achere. Achere is a myth. Achere is a lie. It's falsehood. It's a belief that doesn't lead us anywhere. It has caused a lot of problems. And the annoying thing sometimes is that those people that peddle such things even go ahead to say that it's so and so person that caused you to have, that made you to have this and all that, thereby creating unnecessary tension and enmity within the family. It's usually a family member or an uncle or an auntie. So please, diabetic foot is diabetic foot.
Okay.
It's diabetic foot.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So in the sense you're saying those beliefs are not accurate.
They are not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So that means whenever we see symptoms, you mentioned we should go straight to the hospital and do some checkups instead of believing in our forefathers and all.
It doesn't work well. I've seen a lot of it, and it's a lot of time I've seen it. People that believe that they don't do well, but by the time they come, it is too bad. It's either they lose their leg or they lose everything.
Oh yeah.
It's just devastating.
Yeah, and they normally lose their money.
Yes, they must have spent a lot of money in all those places. They will drain them. By the time they come, when the antibiotics they should buy that are expensive, they won't be able to buy them, and it becomes a big problem.
Okay. So I would like to know how do you think that there is much of awareness for this syndrome, and how do you think that there should be much of awareness in this syndrome?
Yes, this is a very something that needs to be done, because I can reliably inform you that even very educated people have seen a professor who had diabetic foot and said, and they told him it was because he was building a house in the village that he got that, and he died from that.
Wow.
So we need to take this sermon to the markets, to the churches, to everywhere, to schools, so that people will know the truth about diabetic foot, to save our lives. It's usually ravaging, it's killing people every day, and the commonest cause is poor belief, lack of belief in the truth, and that will lead to late presentation, that will cause poor outcome. So we need to really talk about it everywhere, at every opportunity.
Okay, so in the sense there is low awareness.
There is complete low awareness.
Okay, so as a professor, how do you think that you can create awareness for this syndrome?
Like what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very, very good thing that we're doing and we should do more in other places. I always talk to my patients, those that come across me, I'll educate them. Look at, if you have any small wound, please, a medical emergency. Don't go to that native doctor. Come to the hospital. Come to the hospital and get yourself treated before it's too late.
So do you think this condition is manageable, and how manageable is it?
It can be managed, but it drains the pocket. Because a lot of people are involved in this management. You have the diabetologist, plastic surgeon, orthopedic surgeon, microbiologist, infectious disease physician, nursing care, podiatrist. There are lots of other doctors, and when they have other problems, because if it starts happening in the leg, it may also happen in the heart, it also happen in the kidney. So you also need a cardiologist, a nephrologist. So it's an expensive, it's very expensive to treat. It's all over the world.
Finally, what key message would you like to leave with the people, both people that are living with diabetes and people who are not living with diabetes?
Yes, my message is that if you're 30 and above, especially if you have a family history of diabetes in a first degree relative, father, mother, brother, sister, in fact, even uncles, please try and check yourself for early detection of diabetes. That's number one. Number two is that if you're already diabetic, or even if you don't know that you have diabetes and you have a wound on your leg that's not doing well, you've done what you should do, you're taking antibiotics and it's not healing fast, it's swelling, it's hot, it's discharging foul smell and all that, please, it may just be diabetic foot. Early presentation is the key. The earlier you present, the better it will be, the better the outcome will be, the less of the money it will take if you present early. So then awareness, we should create more awareness. Let's talk about it in churches, in markets, in clinics, everywhere you come across anybody, tell them that it's not a chair, it is diabetic foot syndrome that is completely treatable and curable if the right things are done early enough. Those are my messages.
Thank you very much, sir. That brings us to the end of today's episode on Health Matters on Aneke TV. Many thanks to our guests for joining us and giving us this insightful information on this topic. Thank you very much, sir. And many thanks to our viewers for watching. Remember, informed decisions are often the foundation of healthier living. I remain your host, Sharon Uche, and this is Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria's march towards the 2027 general elections is more than a routine democratic cycle. It is shaping up to be a defining test of institutional maturity, political culture, and national cohesion. Elections in Nigeria have historically served as mirrors reflecting both progress and persistent fault lines. As political actors reposition and citizens recalibrate expectations, the stakes are unmistakably high. The 2027 will not simply be about leadership transition, it will be about whether Africa's most populous nation can consolidate democratic credibility, deepen governance accountability, and manage intensifying socio-economic pressures without destabilizing its fragile political equilibrium. Public expectations heading into 2027 are likely to be unusually elevated, driven less by campaign rhetoric and more by lived realities. Chief among these is the demand for economic stability and opportunity. Inflationary pressures, currency volatility, unemployment, and cost of living anxieties have reshaped political consciousness. Voters increasingly assess governments not by ideological narratives, but by tangible economic outcomes, jobs, purchasing power, infrastructure, and social mobility. There is also a growing insistence on governance effectiveness. Citizens are showing declining tolerance for symbolic politics. Competence, policy cohesion, and measurable results across security, healthcare, education, and public services now weigh heavily in electoral judgment. Electoral integrity, too, has become central. After reforms introduced by the Electoral Act 2022 and the deployment of technologies such as beavers, Nigerians expect elections that are transparent, technologically reliable, and free from manipulation. The bar has been raised, and any regression could provoke significant public backlash. Equally important is the demand for accountability and trust restoration. The widening gap between political elites and ordinary citizens continues to fuel skepticism. Consequently, the 2027 elections will be judged not only on who wins, but on whether democratic processes are widely perceived as fair, inclusive, and credible. Several issues are poised to shape the contest. Economic performance will dominate political discourse, with debates likely to revolve around fiscal management, debt sustainability, industrialization, youth employment, and diversification beyond oil dependency. Security will remain an existential concern. Persistent challenges ranging from insurgency to criminal violence have placed state authority under strain, compelling voters to scrutinize strategies for restoring stability and strengthening institutional capacity. Nigeria's demographic realities further complicate the landscape. The youth population, increasingly digitally connected and potentially and politically expressive, is defining electoral engagement. Political parties that fail to adapt to issue-driven, technology-mediated mobilization risk strategic disadvantage. Questions surrounding federalism, restructuring, and resource governance will also continue to animate debate, reflecting enduring tensions within Nigeria's political architecture. Underlining these dynamics are structural challenges. Despite technological improvements, skepticism regarding result collection, judicial outcomes, and political interference persists. Perception gaps can be as destabilizing as actual irregularities. The influence of money in politics remains deeply corrosive, while identity-based polarization continues to shape electoral alignments, sometimes transforming competition into conflict. Technology itself presents a paradox. While enhancing transparency, it introduces vulnerabilities, system failures, cybersecurity threats, and the rapid spread of misinformation. Meanwhile, the increasing judicialization of elections, though constitutionally grounded, can erode public confidence if perceived as inconsistent or politicized. Voter apathy, driven by cynicism and distrust, poses an additional threat to participatory legitimacy. Strengthening democratic resilience requires a multi-layered response. Electoral credibility depends fundamentally on institutional dependence, transparency, and operational reliability. Campaign finance enforcement must become more robust to curb undue influence. Electoral technologies require continuous auditing and safeguards to sustain trust. Equally vital is the cultivation of an issue-based political culture, supported by civil society, media, and academia. Ultimately, democratic stability rests heavily on elite behavior. Commitment to peaceful competition, respect for institutional rules, and restraints in rhetoric are indispensable. Elections alone do not validate democracy. Credibility of processes, integrity of institutions, and confidence of citizens do. Nigeria's 2027 elections will unfold within a complex interplay of economic pressures, demographic shifts, technological transitions, and political recalibration. They will test whether reforms translate into trust, whether competition strengthens rather than fractures national unity, and whether governance outcomes reshape political legitimacy. As Nigeria advances towards 2027, the defining question is no longer whether elections will hold. It is whether they will deepen democratic resilience, reinforce national stability, and align political leadership more closely with citizen aspirations. The answer will shape not just an electoral outcome, but the country's democratic trajectory.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Pleasant welcome to you and the Law, the program where we break down the law, defend your rights, and bring real-life legal issues to light. I am your host, Gift Obodo. And marriage, what we're talking about today is all about marriage. And marriage begins with love. But what happens when that love turns into conflict, silence, or even war? At what point does a personal crisis become a legal battle? And this leads us to the topic today, marriage, crisis, and legal resolution. And for that reason, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. Joining us today is a distinguished legal practitioner with years of experience in the field. She has handled numerous high-profile cases and well-respected in the legal community. Welcome, Barrister Nena Wome. Barrister, you are highly welcome.
Thank you very much.
Barrister, we have so many issues going on in the society, and one of it is marriage. This leads us, Barrister, my first question is, at what point, exactly what point does a marital problem become a legal issue?
Well, to my mind, a marital problem becomes a legal issue once the actions of one spouse begins to affect the legal rights, of the other spouse. Then, or even the legal rights and the obligations of the other spouse, then spouses might find themselves, saddled with a legal issue. We're talking about safety, property, custody, financial, obligations. So whenever the actions of one spouse begins to affect the legal rights of the other spouse, we have, at this point, a legal issue.
So I would like to ask, what is legally accepted grounds for divorce in the Matrimonial Cause Act?
Under the Matrimonial Causes Act, that is the legal instrument that governs marriage. I like to call it the marriage contract, because marriage is a contract. Matrimonial Causes Act is the law, is the instrument that that stipulates how the marriage contract is conducted. Under the Matrimonial Causes Act, there's an umbrella ground for dissolution of marriage, which is called irretrievable breakdown. When the law provides that as an umbrella ground for divorce, that at that point that the marriage has broken down irretrievably, at that point is a very viable ground for dissolution of that marriage. So to prove irretrievable breakdown, you can submit facts to prove stuff like adultery, cruelty, desertion, violence. You know, these are the facts that you can prove, you can submit to prove that the marriage has broken down irretrievably. And once that is proven, it is a viable ground for dissolution of any marriage.
Can law truly fix a broken marriage, or it ends it?
The law is not a therapist, so the law cannot begin to fix a broken marriage. You know, marriage is conducted between two consenting adults, and there is no way that the law will now come in and start forcing a spouse or spouses who do not want to be together to be together. So, like I said before, the law is not a therapist and will not do that. So, but the law is there to provide protection for both spouses. When we're talking about cruelty, violence, you know, a lot of cases, the law is there to provide protection for either of the spouses. The law is also there to provide guidelines for exits from the marriage.
So we have some points when the law will always say that you cannot just actually divorce your spouse. There are stages. You know, when you said the law is not a therapist. So, but with that stages we have in law, do you still not think that the law is a therapist at that point?
No, the law can never be made to be a therapist for any marriage. Yes, because marriage is conducted between two consulting adults, you know, and the law is only there to stipulate guidelines to show how this contract that the both of you have come into, that both of you are conducting, the law is there to show how it can be done, offer protection, offer guidance, and even help when one party or both parties want to exit the marriage contract.
You likely say that the marriage is a contract. Can you just say that marriage is purely emotional, or is it first a legal contract?
Marriage is both. Yes, I say so because marriage is conducted by humans, a man and a woman. In this case, I believe that's what we're talking about. And humans have emotions, you know. So marriage is both because humans have emotions. However, marriage is a legal contract, like I had earlier said, which is even recognized under the Matrimonial Causes Act. Matrimonial Causes Act provides for you know, how the marriage is going to be conducted. It provides rules and regulations. It provides legal guidelines. It also provides for exit. So marriage is both emotional and also, you know,
this leads me to the question to ask, who does lose well when it comes to divorce? Is it a man's loss or a woman's loss?
Okay, you mean when divorce occurs,
Yeah.
who loses more?
Yes.
Whether it's a man or a woman. Well, what do I say? My first instinct is to say the woman loses more. But let's be fair. In a marriage, when a marriage is having crisis, the person that loses more is the person that is less financially prepared, less documented, you know, in that I'm talking about evidence, and the person that is less aware. Do you understand me? Yes. The person that is less financially prepared, the person that has less access to legal representation, the person that is less documented will lose more. Yes.
Does infidelity have any real legal consequences in marriage?
Infidelity, yes. Infidelity does have legal consequences. However, it doesn't come in the form that you and I would like. You know, infidelity is only as important as it becomes evidence that the marriage has broken down irretrievably. You see, like personally, I would have liked that infidelity would give rise to some kind of financial benefit to the other spouse or some kind of punishment for the erring spouse. Do you understand? But that's not so. Infidelity has legal consequences only to the fact that it is proof of, it is evidence that the marriage has broken down irretrievably.
And it's punishable by the law.
Well, when the marriage has broken down irretrievably, the result is that you now have a ground for dissolution of marriage. So the marriage now has, grounds for the marriage to be dissolved.
Okay. Yeah. Is emotional abuse recognized under Nigerian law, or is it a physical violence?
Emotional abuse, please. Yes, this question is very important. Emotional abuse is recognized, is provided for under the Violence Against Persons Prohibitions Act. We even have a version of the same law in Enugu State, Violence Against Persons Prohibitions Law of Enugu State. Emotional abuse, psychological abuse, verbal abuse are all recognized forms of violence under the law, and they are provided for with attendant punishments.
Can we know the punishment that is required for this?
It depends. It depends, but it's well stipulated in the law. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it's jail term. Do you understand? So, but there are punishments and there are consequences for emotional, psychological, verbal abuse under the Violence Against Persons Prohibitions.
Now, in the society today, we find many women under the circumstances of physical abuse by their spouse. At what point did the law come in to resolve this? Is this aside, being is it a level for dissolution of marriage?
Wow, yes, it's a very important ground for dissolution of marriage. Violence, physical violence, cruelty. But aside from that, aside from being a ground for the marriage to be dissolved, it's a crime. The law has instruments to deal with it separately. Now, not under the Matrimonial Causes Act, but under other laws, and serial criminal justice law, the criminal code, a lot of instruments that protect, women, like you mentioned, women from abuse, or that offer consequences or punishments for such abuses.
Okay, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back to You and the Law, where we bring you real legal issues to break down and tell you where your right stands in the society. I'm back to Barrister Nina. Heading towards my question, when one partner walks away from the home, what does the law say at that point?
When one party walks away from the home, the law refers to it as desertion. When one party just wakes up one day and decides that he or she is no longer, interested in being part of the marriage and just walks out, it's called desertion. And like we discussed earlier, is also a ground for divorce. Yes, so yes, the law refers to it as desertion. Then in courts, the courts will have to consider, if like you were to go to court and ask for dissolution of marriage, citing that your spouse left the marriage or your spouse has deserted the marriage, the court will have to look at certain things, to consider, like how long has the spouse been, away from the marriage, the impact, for example, for a spouse that does not work. Let me just assume that the man works out and leaves a woman who has children and who does not work. Yes, so the court will also consider the impact of such walking away, such desertion, and yes,
Now, Barrister, talking about impact, can something like silence, neglect, or lack of support be a ground for legal action when it comes to divorce?
Of course, yes. All of these things are facts that you can bring to prove that the marriage has broken down irretrievably. Silence, marriage is not designed for silence. Marriage is designed for communication. Do you understand? Yes. So silence and the rest of it, it can give rise to, it can give legal ground for a spouse, to apply for dissolution of marriage.
At some point in the society today, we see some women, jittering about when a man, doesn't support them financially. At some point, do you think it is well enough for a woman to leave her marriage, and does the law provide or a sanction for that such for a man to always provide? If not, it's for the both party. You think it's a one-sided?
Oh, it's not one-sided, because let me say this, in a marriage, it's not only the man that gets an order to support the wife. It could be the wife. So, but the law looks at who is capable, yes, who is financially capable and able to do that, because it's already a marriage. And so, support, yes, any spouse in a marriage is entitled to seek for support. Yes, you can do that. You can apply for the law. The Nigerian law recognizes maintenance. So, you can do that. You can seek for a court order to mandate a spouse in the marriage to support the other spouse, even during separation or during the proceedings or after the proceedings. You can do that.
So in a situation where there is a separation of between two spouses, at some point, maybe both parties are not financially capable. At what point is there no demand from the law, or is there demand from the law that it's a compulsory thing for a man to provide in as much as that separation is happening?
Like I said before, marriage is a legal contract. There's no static rule. There's no law that says he must demand. Like you're talking about the Bible now. The Bible mandates the man to provide for his family, and even says that a man that is unable to provide for his family is worse than an infidel. But when we're talking about the law now, there's no specific gender that is mandated, that you must provide. Do you understand? So is a marriage is a legal contract, is a contract between two persons. So the law will always look at the spouse, look at the spouses, the marriage with a balanced eye, and know who is able to support, who is not able to support. And in some cases, nobody supports anybody, because that is the circumstances surrounding their marriage.
Because in most society today, most men are afraid. That's why most of them go into prenup. Most of them are afraid that at dissolution of marriage, there will be a constant demand for them to always provide. And do you see the need for this postnum and prenum in the marriage as being a static way of holding some spouse to liability?
Yes, I like the idea of prenuptials. Like, it's something that is provided for under Nigerian law, but it's not practiced. Because in Nigeria, I think we over-Christianize the whole, like we do marriage in such a religious manner, it's too much. So I like the idea of prenuptials. And let me tell you something, when a marriage breaks down, there is no one individual who there's no one individual who is required to keep supporting the other. The circumstance, it depends on how did you live the marriage, like when independency of the marriage, how was it working? For example, let me talk about equitable interest in property, maybe marital property that was acquired during marriage. After the marriage has ended, you find out that in Nigeria, for example, the man is in charge and in control of marital property alone, because it's often the case that the woman was not interested or was told that this property belongs to both of us. She was verbally told that, so she believed it, thinking that she was being supportive or thinking that she was in love, and therefore that something like, I'm building with my husband. So, but when the marriage ends, you find out that when you go to court to seek for, you know, a part of the interest in whatever that the both of you thought the both of you own together, the women are always losing. This is because in court does not work with your emotions. You cannot go and tell the court, oh, I've been in this marriage for 20 years, I've supported my husband. You can't just say that. The court will not have any evidence to award anything to you. So I'm saying this because in a marriage, women actually do lose themselves. So you are in a marriage and you want to buy property, for instance. The man tells you, oh, we are buying property. Sometimes the women contribute money. Sometimes the cost of the property is like, say, 5 million naira, and the woman may even have contributed 3 million naira. But when you bring the deed, when you bring the documents for the purchase, it will read the man's name alone. So when the marriage ends, you don't have any proof of your contribution. There's no documentation, there's no evidence, there's nothing to show your years of sacrifice, there's nothing to show your contribution. So women, I said it earlier, women always end up losing out. Because the men, I don't know what to call it, they're always like the smarter ones, they're always grabbing everything, all the documents, the cars, the land, the houses, everything is in their name. Everything is in their name, documented, you know. So the woman ends up going without anything. So,
well, it is enough for the women to take out there. Are you trying to say that we women should play safe when it comes to marriage?
Get into marriage aware.
Aware of the fact that you have a right.
Get into marriage aware, legally aware. Documenting, whatever you contribute, document.
But you know, when you say whatever you have, document, that means you are going into the marriage with the notion that I might get out there one day.
No,
it's a prompt reason to incite the woman.
No, that's not what it is. It's protection. It's structure. Love is not structure. Do you understand? Yeah. Yes, documentation is protection. So if you document all your contributions in the marriage and your husband is offended by that, then it's a red flag. There should be a reason why he's offended by that. If you get into a marriage and you as a wife, you're buying property and you're documenting, you're writing it in your name, your husband should raise issues with that. It's marital property. The both of us, we contributed to do it. Do you understand? So it doesn't matter who buys or how it's done. Since it's marital property, since both of us contributed, you know, to acquire these things, it should be in both of our names. No one person should put their name, so that in the future you are not left with no evidence, no proof.
Another issue rising in the society is the issue of child custody. Now, this issue has been prominent. Now, I'll ask Barrister, who has more custody to a child when separation or divorce is in question?
There's no one person that has, you know, exclusive entitlement to the children of the marriage or child of the marriage. With issues of custody, the courts will consider the overriding interest of the child. In fact, that is the highest consideration. That is the highest consideration that the court will make. What is in the best interest of that child, not the parents' entitlements or their emotions. So the court is going to look at who earns more, who is psychologically sound, who is morally grounded, who amongst the spouses does the child or the children have, you know, a better outlook to life, better survival to life, and that's who will usually have custody. of the child.
In a situation where both parents are still to lack these qualities you have mentioned, who will be awarded custody at that point?
It's left for the court to decide. For example, that if the child is a grown child, not the younger ones, the older one, the court can even ask such a child or children, who do you want to stay with? Do you understand? There will always be one person amongst the spouses, who is richer, who earns more, who lives better. The court will also consider the standard of living of the couple and the children during the pendency of the marriage in coming to a conclusion.
Okay, are stay-at-home spouses legally protected when marriages end?
Yes, stay-at-home spouses are legally protected because Nigerian law recognizes maintenance. And so, yes, stay-at-home spouses are protected. But it takes me back to what we had earlier, discussed. You're a stay-at-home mom. Your husband is doing everything. He's buying the houses. He's paying for everything. So you have no proof of your existence in that marriage. You have nothing to show, for all the years spent in the marriage. So when the marriage ends, now it becomes hard for you to claim the things that you assumed you owned or you were part of. It becomes difficult for you to claim. Do you understand? Because you have no evidence, you have no documentation, you have no proof. So you will just be entitled to, because under Nigerian law recognizes maintenance, you will just be entitled to small maintenance that the court will order, in your favor.
So must every marital crisis end in court? Are there stronger alternatives?
I don't think so. To my mind, marriage crisis should first be submitted to, we're very religious in Nigeria.
Yes,
religious intervention, community intervention, family intervention, mediation. Mediation is closer to litigation, but is friendlier, softer, and more cost-effective. So I believe that any marriage crisis should first be put through all of these stages before, going to court. Court should be a last resort.
So divorce comes with so many common issues. One of it is stigmatization. And is there any way the court could, bring out some measures to curb this stigmatization?
I don't see how. Well, that is the essence of some of the laws that we have, like the VAP law, because there is stigmatization in marriage, and that stigmatization is resting richly on the shoulders of women. Two persons conduct a marriage. The marriage ends tomorrow. The woman is stigmatized. You couldn't keep your home. You're not humble. Oh, you didn't serve your husband well. Oh, maybe you're a feminist. Oh, a lot of things. The woman, the stigmatization is so strong and sitting squarely on the woman's shoulder.
Have you seen a situation where in Nigeria that it's possible for a divorcee or any divorced individual to, there is a number of stipulation of marriage you can actually go into after divorce? Are you seeing it coming into law?
A number of, like
if you are divorced today, and we see some couples, they are divorced today, tomorrow they are married to another person. Maybe they have someone else in mind that they had to break their marriage to end up. So you see some men going out to marry 4 or 5 wives. Is there any law that you see that will put in place to stop this act?
No, I don't see that happening. Like I said, marriage is a legal contract. You can't you can
marry us.
You can marry, yes. It's something that two adults, consenting adults, get into. So long as the marriage is legal, so long as you're divorcing this person, you are surely divorced, because some people don't know that separation is not divorce. Some people don't know that, there are stages to this divorce before you can now legally get married to another person. Some people just think that if they wake up today and say, I'm no longer marrying you, you probably go and find another house and live there and carry another woman and put there. That would be bigamy.
So when you talked about bigamy, so you're trying to, are there situations where a marriage to another person while in marriage cannot result to bigamy?
No.
For instance, when we talk about customary marriage.
Okay. Yes, unless you're talking about customary marriage. And don't forget that it has its own rules. Do you understand? The existing marriage, the wife, anyway, because it's culture, it depends on different locations.
So we want to know what are the stages in which a marriage will result to bigamy?
It's exactly bigamy when a marriage is still subsisting. If this marriage is still between these two parties and they have not been formally divorced, and one person goes and marries another person, it becomes bigamy. And it's 7 years imprisonment. And the other spouse can even get some financial, advantage to themselves.
So it's, some people out there will say, is this safe to only marry through the statutory way or through the customary way?
It's a choice. It's an individual choice to make. I don't know which
one gives more protection.
Well, the statutory marriage offers better protection. Yes, for both spouses, not just for the woman, for both spouses. But don't forget that it's also tougher to get away from. It's very hard to exit a statutory marriage. The customary marriage is also a valid marriage. For instance, Mr. A is married to Mrs. B under customary law. That doesn't entitle him, because I see it, a lot of people practice it in our country. You marry this particular lady under the customary law. You now go and marry another woman and now marry her under statutory law. That statutory marriage is not is invalid. Yes, that statutory law marriage is invalid because that first customary law marriage is still existing and subsisting, and you cannot begin to say that you have now conducted a statutory marriage when there is an existing marriage. Do you understand me? Yes, so it's even an offense.
Okay, so someone who conducted a customary marriage before a statutory marriage can also be punished, or it can also result to bigamy?
Of course. And someone who conducted a statutory marriage and moves over and marries another one customarily, that customary law marriage is invalid, so long as that statutory marriage is still existing and subsisting.
So, Barrister, we want to know the legal procedures or ways in which a person can conduct this divorce in our society today, if a spouse gets into the situation they want to end their marriage.
It's nothing serious. Just get yourself a lawyer. That's it. Talk to your lawyer. Give him the facts of the cases. He knows what to do.
Okay.
Yes.
When marriage breaks down, what should come first? Is it emotion, family pressure, or the law?
Usually, emotions will come first because we are humans. And after emotions, family pressure, because it's cultural in Nigeria. Papa will talk, mama will talk, siblings, aunties, uncles, a lot of people. So family pressure. But ultimately, the law will have to offer guidance. The law will have to step in, to regulate the affairs of the individual, because it is the law that would ensure that the rights of the spouses are protected. It is the law that will ensure that the exit is done the way it should. It is the law that will secure the future of the spouses.
Yes. Barrister, do you have a related issue of this divorce in the society that you could relate to the public outside there?
I cannot sit down here and start talking about
just a societal experience that could caution some people.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. There are whole instances of even our celebrities, It's a lot, and it happens all around us. We should just all be aware, legally aware, and know how we conduct our affairs.
Okay, that's all we have for you tonight on You and the Law. Remember, knowing your rights is the first step of protecting yourself and those around you. If you have questions, stories that you'd like us to explore, you can always reach out to us. We're always here to listen to you. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, reminding you that justice starts with your awareness as an individual. Do not allow your marital crisis to overshadow you. All you need to do is to meet someone who is an expert, who is a legal professional in that field, who could help you explore that part and give you a profound solution. And thank you, Barrister Nina Oye, for having this conversation with us and enlightening and educating us about marital issues, crisis, and legal solutions for this.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure.
Yeah. And good night. Stay protected. Bye.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the Law on Aneke TV. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
welcome to the news on the hour. I am Aneke Ugu, glad to have you join us. The headlines. Federal government warns Nigerians in South Africa over planned anti-foreigner protests. Soludo seeks stronger Poland-Anambra partnership after envoy talks. EFCC cautions content creators against unauthorized use of its name and logo. Now the news in details. The Enugu State Police Command says it is set to formally flag off the Violent Crime Response Unit in line with the directive of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, as part of efforts to strengthen the fight against violent crimes in the state. The command says the unit will focus on intelligence-driven operations targeting armed robbery, kidnapping, and other violent offenses, while operating strictly within constitutional provisions, the Nigeria Police Act 2020 and international human rights standards. The former crack tactical squad base, located at Gulf Estate along the Enugu-Onitsha Expressway, has been designated as the operational headquarters of the new unit. Mr. Henry Imo has been appointed as commander of the unit, while Mr. Godwins Ebuka Ebenezer will serve as the state's media liaison officer for the unit. The police command says personnel have undergone human rights and emotional intelligence training, while a complaint response desk has been established with a dedicated hotline for public complaints, as Commissioner of Police CP Maman Petrus Giwa assures residents of improved security operations. The Anambra State Police Command, in collaboration with the Agone Chamber Vigilante Group in Nnobi, Idemili South local government area, has arrested 3 suspects and rescued a kidnapped victim. Police operatives of the Rapid Response Squad, Akuzu, acted on credible intelligence to storm a bush at Umwezala Outer Village, where the suspects were apprehended. A locally made Beretta pistol and the sum of 469,000 naira, believed to be ransom, were recovered from the suspects at the scene. The suspects have been identified as Chidalu Obi, Chichebem Ojeniwo, and Chikanechukwu Eze, all males, while preliminary investigations indicate the victim, an electrician, was lured under the guise of a job offer before being abducted. Police spokesperson Tochukwu Ikenga says the suspects have confessed to the crime, while the command reiterates its commitment to sustained operations against kidnapping and other violent crimes in the state. The federal government has advised Nigerians residing in South Africa to exercise caution over planned anti-foreigner protests scheduled to take place in parts of the country. The advisory was issued by the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, following a circular from the Nigerian Consulate General in Johannesburg, warning of escalating demonstrations in cities including East London, Cape Town, Durban, and KwaZulu-Natal. According to the advisory, recent protests have turned violent, leading to reports of looting, destruction of properties, and injuries, with further demonstrations expected between April 27th and 29th, 2026, particularly in Gauteng province. Nigerians in South Africa have been urged to avoid confrontation, stay away from protest areas, monitor local media updates, and remain law-abiding, while business owners are advised to close operations during the scheduled protest days. NIDCOM says the Nigerian consulate in Johannesburg is in active coordination with South African authorities to ensure the safety of citizens, while diplomatic engagements are ongoing between both countries' foreign affairs ministries. In the meantime, security has been reinforced across the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, following reports of a classified security document warning of possible coordinated attacks on key installations in Abuja. The document reportedly linked to the Department of State Services, DSS, and an internal alert from the Nigerian Customs Service identified potential threats to facilities, including the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport and Kuje Correctional Center. It also referenced intelligence suggesting planned activities by terrorist groups such as ISWAP, Boko Haram, Ansaru, and JNIM, which alleged infiltration of operatives into parts of the FCT. Although authorities have not confirmed the authenticity of the document, security agencies, including the police, Immigration Service, and Correctional Service, have intensified surveillance and operational development. Joint security patrols, stop and search operations, and monitoring of strategic locations have been strengthened across Abuja as preventive measures to forestall any possible security breach. The Nigerians in Diaspora Monitoring Group, USA chapter, has threatened legal action against Kimberly Daniels over comments alleging complicity of the Sultan of Sokoto in Nigeria's insecurity and calling for the removal of the Minister of the State for Defense, Bello Matawale. In a statement issued by its president, Cosmas Collins, the group describes the remarks as offensive, unsubstantiated, and diplomatically irresponsible, demanding an immediate retraction. Daniels, a member of the Florida House of Representatives, had reportedly made the comments while calling on President Bola Tinubu to remove the Minister of State for Defense from office. The group particularly condemned the reference to the Sultan of Sokoto, describing him as a respected traditional leader who plays a significant role in promoting peace and unity in Nigeria. It warned that failure to retract the statement could lead to legal proceedings in the United States, while reaffirming its commitment to protecting the image of Nigerian institutions and leaders abroad. News on the Hour is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Federal government warns Nigerians in South Africa over planned anti-foreigner protests. Coming up shortly, Soludo seeks stronger Poland-Anambra partnership after envoy talks. EFCC cautions content creators against unauthorized use of its name and logo.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals, they were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi Watiangu reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Welcome back. Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo has called for a long-term and sustainable partnership between Anambra State and the Republic of Poland, aimed at strengthening economic and educational cooperation. Governor Soludo made the call in Oka while receiving the Polish ambassador to Nigeria, Michael Saigan, who paid a courtesy visit to the government house. He said Nigeria could benefit significantly from Poland's development experience, particularly in industrial and technological advancement. The governor welcomed the ambassador's participation as guest speaker at the upcoming convocation ceremony of Chukwuemeka Odumegu Ojukwu University, describing it as part of efforts to deepen international academic collaboration and innovation. Ambassador Saigan, in his remarks, acknowledged gaps in previous academic engagements between Poland and Nigeria, noting that his visit marked a renewed commitment to more practical and impactful cooperation with Anambra State. Earlier, the Vice-Chancellor of the university, Professor Kate Omenuaga, said the engagement reflected the institution's drive to expand its global partnerships, while senior government officials, including the Secretary to the state government, were present at the meeting. Meanwhile, Governor Chukwuma Charles Soludo of Anambra State has received a donation of 10 operational vehicles from Zenko Group as part of efforts to support the state development agenda. The presentation was made in Oka by the chairman of Zenko Group, Chief Cletus Oragwa, during a ceremony where Governor Soludo restated his administration's commitment to a public-private community partnership model for sustainable development. Governor Soludo said government resources alone were insufficient to achieve rapid growth, stressing the need for stronger collaboration between the public sector, private investors, and local communities. He also highlighted improvements in security in Ukpor community, describing it as a transition from a previously volatile area to one of relative stability, which he said was encouraging economic interests. The governor further announced ongoing industrial projects, including a kaolin processing plant in Ukpor, while commending stakeholders present, including senior government officials and representatives of Zenko Group, for supporting the state's development vision. The newly appointed Archbishop of Canterbury, Dame Sarah Mullally, the first woman to lead the Church of England, is scheduled to visit the Vatican this weekend for an official audience with Pope Leo XIV. Archbishop Mullally is expected to arrive in Rome on Saturday for a 4-day visit, which marks her first foreign engagement since her enthronement as spiritual leader of the Global Anglican Communion last month. The visit comes 60 years after the historic 1966 meeting between Archbishop Michael Ramsay and Pope Paul VI, which marked a turning point in relations between the Anglican and Roman Catholic churches following centuries of separation. While relations between both churches have improved over the years, doctrinal differences, particularly on the ordination of women, have remained a sensitive issue in bilateral dialogue. Church observers say Archbishop Mullally's visit is being viewed as significant, given her leadership role and ongoing efforts to strengthen ecumenical relations between both global Christian traditions. United States immigration authorities have arrested a Nigerian national identified as 53-year-old Olatunde Olusanjo in Los Angeles over previous convictions for sexual offenses. The Enforcement and Removal Operations Unit of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement announced the arrest in a statement shared on its official social media platform, stating that the suspect was taken into custody on April 21st. According to the agency, Olasandro has prior arrests linked to child molestation, sexual battery, and soliciting lewd conduct, and is currently being held in ICE custody pending removal proceedings. Authorities released footage showing the suspect being escorted in handcuffs by officers into an enforcement vehicle during the arrest operation in Los Angeles. The agency said the arrest forms part of ongoing enforcement actions targeting individuals with criminal records who are subject to immigration removal processes in the United States. Several northern states have threatened to boycott the 2026 National Sports Festival scheduled to hold in Enugu State, following the reported reduction in the number of sporting events. The chairman of the Niger State Sports Commission, Alhaji Abdullahi Masu, made the position known while briefing journalists in Mina, expressing concern over the decision of the National Sports Commission to reduce events from 40 to 15. Masu described the development as unfair and capable of undermining sports development, noting that states in the northern region had invested heavily in preparation for the affected sporting categories. He also warned that the exclusion of key sports such as football, basketball, volleyball, handball, and hockey could negatively affect grassroots sports development and athlete participation nationwide. The sports administrator called for an immediate review of the decision, urging the National Sports Commission to restore the affected events in order to ensure inclusiveness and fairness in the conduct of the festival. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has warned content creators and media practitioners against the unauthorized use of its name, logo, and identity in skits and online production. In a statement released on its official social media platform, the Commission said it has not authorized the use of its identity in any form of comedy, drama, or promotional content. The EFCC stated that many online productions misrepresent its operational procedures and values, stressing that such portrayals distort public perception of the agency's mandate. It further directed individuals and content creators to immediately desist from using EFCC uniforms, symbols, or likeness without prior written approval from the Commission. The agency warned that any violation of this directive could attract prosecution, reiterating its commitment to protecting its institutional identity and maintaining public trust in its anti-corruption operation. Before we go, a recap of our top stories. The federal government has issued a security advisory to Nigerians residing in South Africa over planned anti-foreigner demonstrations expected to take place in parts of the country. The alert was issued through the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, following a circular from the Nigerian Consulate General in Johannesburg. The consulate's communication warned that recent protests in cities including East London, Cape Town, Durban, and KwaZulu-Natal have turned violent, resulting in looting, destruction of property, and reported injuries. Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has called for deeper and more sustainable cooperation between Anambra State and Republic of Poland, following a diplomatic engagement with the Polish ambassador to Nigeria, Mr. Michael Saigan. Governor Soludo made the call in Oka while receiving the envoy at the government house, where he emphasized the need for Nigeria to draw lessons from Poland's economic transformation and development trajectory. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has cautioned content creators and social media users against unauthorized use of its name, logo, uniforms, and institutional identity in skits and other online production. In a statement issued via its official communication channels, the Commission stated that it has not approved or endorsed any comedy, drama, or online content portraying its operations without formal authorization. The EFCC expressed concern over several online skits misrepresent its procedures and enforcement standards, warning that such portrayals could mislead the public and undermine confidence in its anti-corruption mandates. That's the news. For more details and live updates, follow us on all social media platforms, on Facebook and YouTube, or at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Onyinechi Ugu.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Secondary school in Valley.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influence policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef, or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum, Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival. This carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
What again does man have on earth if not life and property? It is on this note that we are glad to welcome you on Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed to place a check on the security of lives and property. It also makes lots of effort to make sure that life is safe at all times, and then property is safe to the benefit of mankind. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our Instagram, our YouTube at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and today our focus is on the security of our nation today. Permit me to introduce you to the guest we have on the studio today. He is a colleague in journalism and as well a public affairs and security analyst, Chijoke Ata. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good day, viewers. Welcome to the show.
All right, how are you today, sir?
I'm good. And you?
I'm fine. I am fine. Okay, what's the core essence of security in our nation?
Well, the core essence of security is the protection of lives and property, which is the primary responsibility of government. Even though, like in common parlance, we say security is everybody's business, but primarily it's the government that is supposed to provide security of lives and property, because without security, there is nothing to govern.
Then why does it look as if it is very hard to check security in our national assistance?
Well, I think the problem with insecurity in this country is basically the lack of political will by those in positions of authority, you know, to provide security. Because I think it's not rocket science, even though that if you look at Nigeria, it's becoming a peculiar case, or like President Trump and the US will say, a country of particular concern. It's really disturbing that we've gone through this series of insecurity in this country, in spite of the huge budgetary expenditure on the security departments. So it's kind of worrisome. I think it only has to do with lack of political will, basically. That's what I've said.
Lack of political will.
Yes.
Okay. In your own view, what could be the core causes of insecurity?
You see, the core causes of insecurity, one is if you look at our situation in the country now, the porous borders is one thing that is giving the government a lot of concern, or the citizenry a lot of concern, because I wouldn't say government, because government appears to be helpless and unconcerned about the security of its citizens, because any serious government places high premium on the security of its citizens. So any government that has failed to provide this security, in my own estimation, should be adjudged as having failed woefully.
But I wouldn't. You wouldn't say the government has failed. Rather, I would like you to say that government is making frantic effort. Maybe they have not succeeded, but not that have failed woefully.
My brother,
because we are still here. Nigeria is still here.
Yeah, Nigeria is still here, and day in, day out, you see of hundreds of thousands of people being murdered in cold blood, and you say Nigeria is still here. At the rate we are going, there will come a point that there will be nobody left in this country.
No,
because
no, God forbid.
Because every day,
that point wouldn't come.
Every day you see communities being sacked. You see hundreds of people being kidnapped and no trace. And you tell me we have security? Yeah, I know that. I think the security apparatus of this country has been overwhelmed by these bandits and terrorists. That has become a common phenomenon now.
Not absolutely. Not absolutely.
To wake up and hear of, you know.
Are you not expecting the good news tomorrow that the Nigeria security architecture is moving forward and then gaining grounds and winning the war?
My brother, the question of insecurity in this country did not start today. If we look back, you find out that during Jonathan's presidency, that was one of the key points the opposition used to kick him out of office, the Chibok girls experience. And now, since the exit of Jonathan, we've had the Dapchi, we've had all manner of even worse cases than the Chibok experience. Every day you hear of carnages in Benue, Plateau, Niger, Zamfara. Where? Everywhere. Even in my own backyard there at Soka in Enugu State, there you hear multiple cases of kidnappings, and there is nothing to show for it. I mean, it's worrisome. Government should up the ante in terms of security, because security is not something you just mouth. Say that,
but I think
see practical commitment to making sure that these so-called insecurity is being tackled.
Yes, but I think as we are seated here, like I mentioned before, that Nigeria is still here. And when there is life, there is hope. I may look at it as a frozen evaluation to say it was bad yesterday, it is bad today, and it's going to be bad tomorrow. So I think what we have for Nigeria is hope. Hope. Because I believe it's going to be well.
Yes, it is that hope that is sustaining the average Nigerian. It is that hope, not anything else. The hope and divine intervention, not that anything is happening. Because how do you explain that we have to invite the Americans to come and help in securing Nigeria, a sovereign state, and you are inviting another country, another sovereign country, to come and help you tackle insecurity, to come and help you protect the lives of your people? You could see the trending story of a young American, that was trending during the Plateau crisis, and they were chasing him out because he was bringing to the front burner, the carnage that was the Plateau massacre. And it has continued. I mean, every Nigerian should be worried about the
We are, but then there's no way you can compare Nigeria with America in terms of security and every other thing.
See, my brother, if you look at the humongous budgetary allocation to security, year in, year out, does it not bother you that a right-tag terrorist group like the Boko Haram and ill-equipped, ill-trained, even though they have more sophisticated weaponry than regular security outfits, that is giving us sleepless nights? I believe the government doesn't want to sit up. That is just it. That's why I say this political will, because if the government has the political will, I think this question of insecurity in the country should be a thing of the past. And if you've watched the trend, over time, you see that even fingers are being pointed at certain highly placed individuals as, sponsoring and being behind these aspects of insecurity in the country. To what gain, I don't know.
But don't forget that 2027 is coming. And there are going to be a general election. And as a matter of fact, the next set of leaders will emerge. Something different can happen. That is my own view.
Yes, there is nothing wrong with being optimistic. There is nothing wrong with being optimistic, honestly. But then, the way things are going, is there going to be a general election in 2027? When all indication pointing to the fact that we may have a one-party state and a one-candidate election, because there are no opposition political parties again. PDP is in crisis, ADC is in crisis, SDP is in crisis. Which other political party is going to bring, the level playing ground for there to be a fair contest for the emergence of those saviors we are looking at? Okay,
they may sort themselves out before then. Yes.
Hopefully.
I know, hopefully.
If they do, then fine.
Is there no way you attribute this insecurity to unemployment?
Good. Well, unemployment is a negligible part of the causative factors of this insecurity, because if you look at the trend of the insecurity, the terrorism, the banditry, the hustling, the animal hustling, and then all the associated criminalities in the country, you find out that it's not really, you won't say those ones are is about unemployment. Okay, you can't say it's about unemployment, because if you talk about armed robbery, the other not very serious crimes, yes, you can attribute those ones to armed robbery, but not somebody that is unemployed. Where does he raise the money to get an AK-47, for crying out loud? Where does he get money for an SPG gun and all that? Where does he get money for rocket launchers? So we are talking about serious insecurity, not miniature, insecurity that is caused by hungry people that don't have means to get two square meals, because nobody talks about 3 square meals in the country now.
Okay, that is funny. Yeah. That is funny. What is your take on community policing?
Yeah, Community policing, we're part of the advocates of community policing. Community policing, you see, the problem with this country is that we are good at initiating policies. Policy formulation is not a problem at all. We formulate beautiful policies, but then come to implementation. That's where the snag is. Because if you look at the trend, the level of corruption in the system, you find out that nothing good ever works in this country. Community policing is good because in the community, everybody knows everybody. So when you see a strange fellow...
But I think saying that nothing good ever worked in this country, that's the overstatement.
Yeah, it's not an overstatement. It's not an overstatement because if you see the beautiful policy formulations we've had in this country, if it comes to the implementation stage, it runs into troubled waters. Why is it? Because the greed, the avarice, the selfishness of the political class.
But you know that administrations have come and gone. Are you telling me that all the administrations, both the past and present, are the same?
They may not be the same, but the expectation is that as we progress with the development, with technological advancement, that things will get better. But unfortunately, in our own climate, things get worse as the society develops. Have you not ever imagined that? You remember in the 70s, the money you spend to buy a liter of fuel could buy you a brand new Peugeot 504.
That was 70s?
Yes.
Okay.
That was 70s. So expectedly, by now, the cost of cars should have come down. Instead of costing as much as it cost in the 70s that were in the analog system. So, I mean, it's neither here nor there. The thing is that, you see, like the issue of this
community policing, yes.
You see, we have community policing, we have vigilantes, we have civilian JTF. Now, there was this security outfit, the Nigerian Forest and Security Services.
This community policing, yes. Has it been approved to be workable?
It has been approved to be workable. Even before the clamor for it now got more serious. There was, at a point in time, the police decided to relocate their officers and men to their states of origin. And it was for a purpose, because they will function more effectively in those areas. You understand?
Okay.
So that's the essence of that community policing. But at the end of the day, everything in Nigeria is politics. Nobody puts the country first. Everybody thinks about self before country. So
okay, I wanted to take you from the aspect of state policing now. That's the end thing.
Yeah, the state police, in spite of all the arguments for or against, it's still something that is desirable. It is very much desirable. I know that there are possibilities of abuse, you know, knowing the kind of political class we have in our own climate. In developed countries, if you go to America, for instance, they have federal police, they have state police, they have county police, that is a local government police, and they're all working effectively and efficiently in checking crime and criminality. If you go to those places, it's not like there are no crimes there, but the beauty of it is that when a crime is committed, within a short time, you will be able to apprehend the culprits. In Nigeria, you can commit a crime here and for donkey years, nobody ever...
But taking note of the fact that here is Nigeria, and that is America, why do you think state policing can work in Nigeria as it's working in America?
Why the state policing or state police can work in Nigeria is that if you have a state police now, if you come to my place, Uzuwani is the food basket of Enugu State. If you go there, the kidnappers and the bandits and the terrorists have chased all the farmers away there. You can't find anybody going to the farm, because if you go to the farm alone, chances are that you will not come back alive. So if you have a state police, it won't happen invariably, because of course there will be more recruitment, there will be more deployment to flash zones and flash areas that they think that these insecurities are high. But why people are crying against the state police? Because of the politicians and their shenanigans. Because of course you know that definitely they will abuse it. So maybe if you're a politician now and we quarrel or you want my land and I refuse, you tell the state commissioner of police to go and arrest that man, and they will brand you one criminal or that, and you'll be taken away. So some of these things that we cry about is just that our nature is one that we do not respect institutions. Institutional lack of institutional what do I call it now? Lack of institutional independence is what is giving us headache. Like the Nigerian police, it's not like they don't know how to maintain law and order. But the thing, you find somebody who say order from above. Is it the order from above from God? Then they commit, crimes, the aid and abet crime. Those that are supposed to fight crime and protect the citizenry.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that police does. I don't believe.
Well, you may not believe, but that is the truth of the matter. That's the reality on the ground. Not all the police. There are so many.
No, Chief, you wouldn't say. You wouldn't say.
If you fly our roads, you encounter some of our policemen. There are some nice ones.
In every system, I think there are good and bad ones.
There are some nice ones,
but not to generalize.
But the good ones are in the majority. We have to call a spade a spade. We don't have to paint this thing, because any human being with a conscience in this country, should be crying every day and praying and begging God to have mercy on them.
Even the police and the military you are talking about, do you think they have enough manpower to stand or fight what is fighting us in this country?
That is another angle to it. And that is why I said it is political will. Because the government, sometimes when they approve money for purchase of arms and ammunition, it ends in private pockets.
Do you have proofs?
Of course.
To what you're saying?
During the Jonathan era, the CSO, is it Dasuki? Of course, the money they were sharing then, that they were arresting people afterwards and taking to court, and people were collapsing in courts and all that. They said it was money meant to fight banditry. And
that is hearsay, Chief.
It's not hearsay.
You have no proof to that. That is hearsay.
It is all over the media.
That is hearsay.
It is all over the media. It's in the public domain.
So we have no concrete proof to say, yeah, this is actually what happened.
He was sentenced, and he's in jail, serving jail term. And it's not for nothing, but for that.
Chief, let's come back to the drawing board.
Yes.
The manpower in the police and the military.
Yes.
Do you think there are enough, or are you suggesting that there is need to recruit more personnel?
See, where the police ratio to people and international standards for policing, Nigeria is highly under-policed. So there is need to recruit more. But besides the recruitment, how many of them are actually doing the policing job? Most of them are following VIPs, the so-called VIPs. You see one person being followed around with 20 policemen, all armed to the teeth. So how many are left to police the ordinary citizens?
And I think that's the more reason why there should be more recruitment.
No, that's not the reason there should be more recruitment. We should leave everybody to go without police. Everybody should go without police. If you are doing the right thing, you shouldn't be scared of your security. Because there are some other people that are even richer and more influential than those people that move around with police, but they don't move around with policemen. And that was why the president at a point called for withdrawal of policemen from VIPs. But even at that, are there not still people...
And that happened, and it happened.
It happened, but was it wholesome? It wasn't wholesome. Because you will still find some politicians that are still moving around with even ordinary local government chairman. Councillors are moving around with police.
Those are political office holders,
yes,
not ordinary.
They are ordinary.
How can you say that, Chief?
There is nothing that...
They are not ordinary.
There is nothing that makes them special. There is nothing. We put them there.
Yes, we did.
They are our servants.
Because we need them. That's why we put them there.
Yes, they are our servants. And so they can't be more important than those of us that put them
Nobody
there.
is saying they are more important.
So they should be able to... When it comes to election campaigns and all that, do they move with policemen? They will come and they will eat with you. They will drink with you. So why is it that when they ascend political offices, they now remember that they should move around with policemen? That is the problem. So let the police that are recruited be deployed to pure policing. And and secondly, you have to motivate them. They are poorly paid. Have you gone to police barracks and see the kind of squalid condition under which they live?
Chief, now you are talking. They are poorly paid.
Poorly paid, poorly remunerated.
And that can affect somebody's
Of course, it
mentality.
affects their psyche. It affects their psyche. And that is why they don't give their maximum. If you want to know whether Nigerian policemen are working, just wait until a policeman is killed or a policeman is harmed. It doesn't take more than 72 hours. And they will pin down the culprit. But besides that...
That means there is professionalism in what they are doing.
Yeah.
They are well trained.
When they choose to.
They are well trained.
Yeah, they are well trained.
Yes.
They are well trained.
That is why you see the expertise when they choose to.
When they choose to.
According to you.
Yes, because they are not well remunerated, they feel like it is.
Then what do you have to tell the government on that aspect? Because they are human beings.
I've said it on several fora that the police and the military need to be highly motivated. You know, you have to train them and keep retraining them and keep upgrading them. You see, the society, technology is moving so fast and society is moving along with it. So the police, see, these people, intelligence gathering, that is key to every security operation. It is not about the arms and the sophistication of the arms and ammunition you have at your disposal. If you look at the Iran war and you see the way Israel has been prosecuting that war, you see that intelligence gathering is key to the successful prosecution of any security action. Because most times when they act, they don't just go blindly. They've taken time to do the intelligence gathering so that when they strike, they just take out who they want and go. Because if they had wanted to, if it was a fight of sure of raw power, they could have leveled Iran, you know, overnight. But they just go and pick those people they want. They know the specific people they want. It's intelligence gathering. And that is what distinguishes them from Iran, that has been throwing missiles to every nook and cranny of Middle East and all that. So our security apparatus should invest more in intelligence gathering. Is it not surprising that since 20 whatever, that this Leah Sharibu of Chibok girls was kidnapped, that nobody knows where she is.
Chief, before that, I want you to dwell more on the remuneration packages for both police and the military.
Yes, like I said, in fact, the military personnel, they should be accorded the highest respect in this country. In terms of remuneration, they have to build very good barracks for them. At least if you come back after all the stress, you have a place you can call home and relax, so that you will be in the state of mind to face the challenges of insecurity in the country. They are poorly paid. They have to, in fact, government has to do something about the pay packages of the police and the military. They have to be paid. They have to be kitted. You will be surprised that some policemen use their own money to sew their uniforms, buy their boots, and all that. Where else, in what other clime do we have this kind of scenario? It doesn't happen elsewhere. It can only be in Nigeria. If you go to airports, abroad, they give precedence to, you know, people that are security officers. If you want to board a plane, they board first before anybody. Then the sick people, then the elderly. But in Nigeria, nobody cares. They just think, well, because of the conduct of some bad eggs in the police, people don't have respect for the police. People don't have respect for the army. And that is because of the conduct of some of the bad eggs. You have to carry yourself with some air of, you know, importance so that people will respect you. It's not when you're there at the checkpoints collecting kobo and...
Chief, I want you to believe with me that Nigeria can get better and Nigerian leadership can get better also. Now I want you to offer a piece of advice on the aspect of what can be done to beef up our security.
Yes, I believe a new Nigeria is possible. A new Nigeria is possible, but you know that tribal sentiments and nepotism wouldn't want the system to throw up the best candidates. Is it material?
What if it does?
If he does, to God be the glory.
Very good.
If he does, to God be the glory. But then, God is not going to come down to do it. He's still going to use Nigerians. A hungry person that has not been able to eat. What makes you think he won't be influenced with 1,000 naira on the day of voting? To
Chief, God needs that glory. And God will help us so that the glory will go to him at the end of the day.
Yes, we've passed through these phases over and again. And because the political class has weaponized poverty and hunger, that is why they have held down the electorates. And people no longer see that civic duty and responsibility of electing credible leaders. But then, like I said, a new Nigeria is possible, and it's only God. It will take divine intervention, you know.
And divine intervention is possible.
Yeah, sure, it is.
Yeah, it is. Okay, thank you so much. Let's come to the aspect of the security in Enugu State.
Well, the security in Enugu State, Enugu State does not exist in isolation, you know, because when we are in the state capital, the cold city, people don't know that beyond the cold city, that there are other federating communities that make up Enugu State, especially the border towns.
How can you say that people don't know?
Yeah, you know, when you are in Enugu city now, you don't face the challenges people in Ebagwa, in Igbeze South are facing. You don't face the challenges the people in Ehamufu, in Enugu East are facing. You don't face the challenges people in Enugu Ezike.
What type of challenges are you talking about?
Security challenges, kidnapping.
Okay.
You know, kidnapping. You see people coming and kidnapping and killing people, scaring, making sure people don't go to their farms. And you know that most of, you know, the state, besides being a civil service state, Enugu State is majorly, you know, agricultural, agrarian state, so to say. Because all these border towns with Kogi, with Anambra, with Benue and all that, they are flashpoints of insecurity. So, but we thank God that we've not had, you know, major security crisis in Enugu State. And the state government, with the acquisition of the drones, security drones and other efforts they are putting into technology to track these bandits, well, we are yet to see it see the effect.
Like come to manifest?
Yes, maximum.
But we have not had any insecurity issues in the recent times.
You may not hear. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Because I'm from Akunibeti's local government, and most of my people are farmers. And very recently, about 3 people were killed in Uzuwa area. Very recently. It's been a recurring decimal. You know, so it's not when in the area where you are that you're safe and
but I expected you to say kudos to the Enugu State government for the stringent security measures.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said I commend the Enugu State for the drones they said they bought, but they have to up the ante. Because for some time now, at least we've had some peace along Upi, Ugogo, Enugu Road for some time now. But that doesn't mean that, you know, isolated cases of insecurity does not still exist in those other places I'm telling you. They are still there.
But with the improvement mentioned, with the improvement, we are optimistic that more will happen from the aspect of the government.
Yes, we are hoping. We are hoping that the government ups its game.
Did you hear that government has equipped the Enugu State Forest Guard too?
So what did they equip them? I heard they bought raincoat and the rain boot for them.
Is that the only thing you heard?
Yes, that's what I heard.
That wasn't the only thing. Chief, that's not the only thing.
So
yes, that's not the only thing. At least then they use sophisticated weapons also.
So you don't fight you don't fight something that bites with bare hands. So if they want to equip, you see, if they really want to equip the
maybe you've not seen them in the recent times on their patrols.
There was a day I saw a couple of them. They were carrying den guns.
Then?
Not then. I'm telling you about like 2 weeks ago. I don't know where they had a meeting somewhere in Usuke area.
You may be talking about neighborhood watch.
No. I said forest guard. I saw that. I'm a member of the Nigerian Forest Security Service. I'm an assistant commander in the Enugu State Command here. And I can tell you for free that why the successive governments refuse to assent to the bill establishing that security outfit is purely political. because they don't want the personnel to go to the bushes to flush out these criminals, because that's where they're domiciled.
What do they use the criminals for?
I don't know.
Do they need them for anything?
So,
Chief, that is not believable.
It is believable.
It is not believable.
It is believable because you see, each election cycle we hear of people in our brothers in the northern hemisphere, you know, bringing all kinds of people to come and swell their voting population and all that. Anything is possible in Nigeria. I can tell you that. Anything is possible in Nigeria.
Okay, is there any particular aspect of the security that you would like the government to beef up almost immediately?
Yes, like we said earlier, this issue of police, they've recruited, I think last month or thereabout, I understand the Enugu State Command, and I think it's applicable to the rest of the states of the Federation. You know, they carried out some recruitment. But then besides the recruitment, where do you deploy them? Do you deploy them to go and start following VIPs around? Or do you deploy them to go and start securing the lives and properties of the people, which is the primary responsibility of government? And of course, you don't send a policeman, like, I'm sorry to say that, sometimes when some of these bandits, when they strike, you see policemen, they run for their lives. Because they are not equipped with the kind of...
but they're not life first, life first.
Yes, because they are not equipped with this... But they are trained to confront them. That is why they are security officers. Okay? So you don't run in the face of challenges. Okay?
I've not heard they did. I've not heard they did. And I don't think they did.
So the government needs to equip them with state-of-the-art security equipment to confront these people. I don't understand how bandits could be more equipped and be terrorizing the police, the army, the DSS.
It is actually confusing.
Yes.
Yes, it is confusing. If that happens, it's confusing.
With the Air Force, with the Navy, with the paraphernalia of the assortment of weaponry at their disposal, and still, we are still talking about insecurity every day in this country.
Okay, Chief, thank you so much. We want to observe just a short break.
It's okay.
When we come back from the break, I would like you to dwell more, since you believe in the new Nigeria.
Yes.
Yes, the new Nigeria that is possible.
Yes.
So we'll take it up from there. Thank you so much. Our viewer, thank you so much for being there. We want to observe just a short break. We shall be right back. Please don't go away.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Back from the short break, we are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. I'll be here with Public Affairs and Security Analyst, Chief Chijoke Ata. Thank you so much, sir. Before we went on the short break, we were talking about the new Nigeria I believe in, and you've testified to also believe in the new Nigeria. Yeah, the new Nigeria that is possible, that we believe Nigeria will resurrect again. Then on the aspect of the security and hope of the people, what is the hope of our people? Because I know, since you believe in the new Nigeria, your belief can influence the people around you. Especially, I mean also mine. Now, in the new Nigeria that we believe in, what is the hope of the people in the nearest future in terms of security?
Well, the new Nigeria, the hope of the people is a new Nigeria where they can go to bed and close both eyes and sleep peacefully without a fear of being attacked and massacred by bandits or terrorists or whatever. So that is that's the new Nigeria we are looking at. We are looking at a new Nigeria where life is meaningful. You see, the successive governments have not placed premium on the life of Nigerians. The life of every Nigerian should matter, no matter how small. And that is the new Nigeria we are looking at, where a pain to one is a pain to all. That is the new Nigeria we are looking at. We are looking at a new Nigeria whereby people can move around, travel across states without the fear of who knows what will happen along the road. That is the new Nigeria we are looking about. We are looking forward to. We are thinking about a new Nigeria where your purchasing power is high, where you go to the market and you can use 100 naira and buy a basket of tomato or pepper. It is possible. Nigeria is blessed. Blessed with fertile land, blessed with minerals, blessed with deposits of all kinds. And of course, if you dig deeper, don't be surprised that part of the insecurity you're having is about the mineral resources in the northeast or not central.
All of the assumption.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's part of it because there are no checks. There are no checks. Anything. Look at the oil bunkering. How much does Nigeria make from oil exports? They can't even tell you the quantity of crude oil that is being exported. If you ask them honestly, they don't know. So Nigeria is a place where people. I have never seen a country like this. You see a Nigerian, he will board a plane in Europe or America or Asia, and he will eat something, and he will keep the refuse. Once he touches Abuja or Lagos, he drops it on the tarmac there. But he won't drop it elsewhere there. Why? Because they think Nigeria is where anything goes. So I strongly believe in a new Nigeria, and it is possible. But it is only when they allow the will of the people to prevail. Let the people vote who should lead or govern them. Not when you impose impose leaders on the people, and you use the inec and the courts to give them credence. It doesn't work like that, because people are just keeping quiet. Nigeria, you see, our political class, they are lucky because Nigerians have an elastic temperament to survive pain and all that, to endure pain and all that. Because if it were elsewhere, people would have revolted. There is so much hunger in the land. There is so much hunger. If you go to the streets, you see people well dressed.
People are revolting in Nigeria via protest and.
Have you really seen a protest in Nigeria? Have you really seen a protest in Nigeria? There is no protest in Nigeria, my brother. If you see where there is protest, if you see where Europeans are protesting, everybody troops out, and even the security apparatus will be overwhelmed. You can't kill everybody. If you kill all of them, who will be left for you to govern? That is protest, not this protest. They will tell you it's an Igbo man's protest. They're protesting. The other people will tell you it's Yariba protest. The other people will tell you, don't mind.
Why is it like that?
Because of the endemic tribalism that has divided the country, irretrievably.
Okay, you believe that tribalism is one of the problems of insecurity we have in Nigeria?
Sure, like we have it now. Sure, there is no doubt that tribalism is a part of the problem we are facing in this insecurity. I'll give you a practical example. Every day you see the army, the police, they tell you they've arrested one IPOB, they've destroyed one IPOB camp, they've captured one IPOB. Where are the theater of the war in Maiduguri, in Niger, in Benue, and in Plateau? Nobody is going there. You people are not going there to recover anything or to destroy anything. It is only in the southeast that you have multiple military checkpoints and all that. Southeast that is very quiet and very peaceful, and they're trying to import insecurity into our area. You know the theaters of where insecurity is there. Go there and fight. Go there and prove your mettle. It is not in the southeast. I don't think the southeast insecurity are man-made.
But there's insecurity in southeast.
There's no insecurity.
Are there no insecurities in southeast?
There are no insecurity in southeast compared with what we have in the north central. In the north central, where people are dying every day. Do you know the number of people that are being killed every day? Benue, Plateau, Zamfara, Niger, Maiduguri.
How does that?
People cows? They are human beings. They have loved ones. They have children. They have wives. They have husbands. These people that are killed, they will not come back to this world again. You know the pain and agony these people are going through? And this is something, sometimes they say that they get intels, and you give intels to the people that should know, and nobody acts on them. And then in the middle of the night, while people are sleeping, people will come and start massacring people in cold blood. What kind of a country is that?
How does that affect the fundamental human rights of the citizens?
The fundamental human right as guaranteed in the Constitution as revised, say, have right to life, a right to property, a life to freedom of movement, freedom of association, all those freedoms. Where are they? Where are they? You don't even have right to life again. So it's like I tell people that are looking for miracles and going to prayer houses and all that. Waking up every day in Nigeria is the greatest miracle. Every day you sleep and wake up, you go and do Thanksgiving in the church. Because that is the greatest miracle in this country.
I want you to advise the leadership of Nigeria on the aspect of acquiring the political will to tackle insecurity.
Well, you see, we are in a presidential system of government, and the buck stops on the table of the president. So, if the president, surrounded by his advisors, the Minister of Defense, the National Security Advisor, the service chiefs and all that, if he means well for the people, security-wise, they should be able to, you know, come up with a practicable blueprint on how to tackle this insecurity. I think we have the personnel. I think we have the resources, both human and natural. But the deployment, because sometimes you hear some stories that are so pathetic that you weep for this country. People sometimes, when they want to fight to defend this country, you find other people that are above them that are making it impossible for these people to function optimally. And that is the problem. The tribalism. You see somebody that is due to head a certain security apparatus, and they say because he's from a certain part of the country, he should not be entrusted with the leadership of that institution. Things don't work like that. If you join an institution, you rise through the ranks from experience, years of service, qualifications. You expected to attain the maximum height of that institution.
Chief, thank you so much. I wouldn't like us to derail because we have a direction. I like a lot of your perspectives, especially from the aspect you profile solutions. You profile solution on the aspect of remuneration packages for both the police and the army, and then you have also advised the government on what to do as a matter of fact on how to tackle this insecurity. Now I want you to dwell more on that. On the aspect of the political will to do what? To nip this insecurity in the bud.
Okay, I'll give you one classical example now. You see, there's a young man who is the chairman of Uzuwani local government. He's the current chairman of Uzuwani local government. I've not met him before. I don't know him in person. But he has been doing a fantastic job in terms of securing that local government. Because before his emergence, you can't go to any part of Uzuwani and stay till like 6 p.m. without the fear of being kidnapped or being killed on the road or being killed in the farm. But the young man came and threw in his heart into it. In fact, he goes into the trenches with the security people in search of the terrorists and kidnappers most times, according to stories we've heard. And for now, his local government is relatively calm. You understand? So these are the kind of, that's the political will we are talking about. You lead by example. You don't sit back in the office in the air-conditioned house and you send people out without motivation, without remuneration, without equipping them, how do you expect them to function? You have to create a conducive environment that motivates people to do more. That is in human nature. Anywhere you work and there is no motivation, you know, productivity is very low. But when there is a motivation, no matter how little, you find out that productivity, you know, multiplies. So that is what we expect in this security. Because all this, when you move along the road, you see policemen collecting 200 naira, 100 naira, 500 naira, roja. If they are well paid, they won't be doing that. They will take their jobs more seriously. People will move seamlessly. Sometimes you see policemen, because they want to collect money, they cause long queues and hold-ups, and they don't care because they have guns. And you don't, like Zeke, my brother said, it's only a madman that fights a man with a gun. So, remuneration is key. Training and retraining is key. Equipping them is key. Because they're also human. They also have families. So they want to live for their families. You don't say because they're security people, they should go and die for nothing. I won't advocate that. Okay? So
I want you to advise the government once again, this issue of abducting students from a school and even the teachers.
You see, that one beats my imagination. It really beats my imagination, because you begin to think some criminals will go to school and abduct like 100 and something persons and teachers. Do they come with trailers, or do they come with aeroplanes, or do they come with ships, or what? And nobody will see them until they disappear into the forest, and it becomes a headline news. It is a serious indictment on our security apparatus. So the government has to provide more security for all those flashpoints and prone areas to these bandits, because they are using them as bargaining powers. And it is the ransom they get that they use to acquire some of these sophisticated weapons they are using. And because of the insecurity in the Sahel region, in the Middle East and all that, so it becomes a fertile ground for them to acquire, you know, this armory. So the government has to, intelligence gathering, they have to work seriously on intelligence gathering.
Okay, Chief, thank you so much once again. I take this your perspectives as, or this program, you have made it advisory more. Yes, and I think we are very happy with you on that aspect. And then you've mentioned that a lot of communities have been evacuated into the thin air. And when you go to their communities now, it will be a ghost of its self. Yes, then what's the hope of the people that have been taken away? How do you want government to swing into action to make sure that they are recovered?
Okay, if you it's in the public domain. We have we are actually getting to the point where we have more IDPs than regular homes in this country, because so many people have moved into the IDPs, and in these IDPs you find out that people are still procreating even in that squalid condition they are living in. That means the IDPs that are meant for maybe like 100 people, over time will be accommodating like 500 or more, which is not, even those of us who are living in very decent environments, we don't even have the basics of electricity, of water, of basic sanitary outfit, talk less of people there. And efforts are not being made, except for Zulum, Governor Zulum of Borno State, that has been very intentional about relocating some of the people in the IDPs, to their ancestral homes by giving them decent accommodation. Government should also start thinking in that direction. The thing is that, you see, government, I don't know if there is, if it is juju that that happens to them when they get into government. When people get into government, you spend more money buying rice and beans and maggi and salt to influence people to vote for you. Why don't you use that money to provide an opportunity for them to farm and farm the rice, farm the beans, and farm the salt and everything they need, instead of giving them? They say, teach me how to fish. Don't give me fish. Teach me how to fish. Create an enabling environment. Chase out the criminals in the farms. Let the people go to the farms and farm. Once the farms are secure and the people are able to go back to the farms, food stuff will be cheaper. The food crisis we are witnessing all over the country will be a thing of the past. The purchasing power is dwindling more and more and more and more. You go to the market with 10,000 naira. You come back with items that you can hold on one hand. And you'll be searching your pocket as if somebody has pickpocketed you along the way. You know?
Okay.
So that's the problem we have.
But let me ask you this question. Don't you believe that the government is taking good care of those people in the IDP camps?
I don't think so. How can government take good care of those people in IDP camps? It's not possible now. You that is not in an IDP camp, has government taking care of you? Talk less of where you have a concentration of people with no proper houses, with no proper hygiene. You can imagine you be having create a mental picture of like where they go to empty their boils, where they bathe, where they cook, all of them in that same open something. I mean,
Chief, what has happened.
Yes.
I think what should be before us now is how to provide solutions
and that's what
to solving our problems.
That's what we've been doing all these while.
So the fact remains that those in the IDP camps are there already, and what has happened to bring them there has happened. So we are looking for the solution so that life may be made better to them. Yes, living forward. Okay, I want to, on a conclusive note, advise the government once again, on the ground that it has happened and they are there in the camps, what should government do to make life better?
Government, one, should provide security for these people, you know, then go and rebuild their homes. They should go and rebuild their homes. It doesn't cost the government anything. If you look at the amount of money they are looting and siphoning out of the country, one person stealing millions and billions of dollars and naira is enough to
Chief, sometimes when you speak like this, I become surprised.
No, but it's the truth.
But you have proof to what you're saying.
You read it every day in the newspaper. Some of them that are in the courts, they tell you somebody has refunded trillions of naira. Somebody has refunded
Chief,
billions
please
of
round off.
billions of naira. So let them use this thing and make life better for Nigeria. Nigeria, like I said earlier, Nigeria is blessed. We shouldn't be suffering. Nigeria should be about one of the richest countries in the world. You know, where we have all the basics, you know, where people will live to, you know, in Nigeria now, because of stress, if you live up to 50 years, you say, this man is an old man, 50 years. You see people dying, 45 years, 50.
Okay, Chief, we are rounding off. Thank you so much. I've been with a colleague in journalism and the public affairs and security analyst, Chief Chijoke Atta. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for
having me. Thank you also for being there. The take home is that Nigeria is blessed and we shouldn't be suffering. Thank you so much. We're going to see again. My name is Chukwemeka Abase.
Where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert. Report danger. Support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In the long arc of Africa's history, few figures stand as tall or resonate as deeply as Nelson Mandela. His life was not merely a personal journey from prison to president. It was a moral compass for a continent still navigating the complexities of leadership, justice, and nation building. Born into a system defined by racial segregation, Mandela's early political awakening was shaped by the harsh realities of apartheid. Yet, what distinguished him was not just resistance, but the philosophy underpinning it. Drawing from African humanist traditions such as Ubuntu, they believe that I am because we are. Mandela's leadership transcended vengeance and embraced reconciliation. As he famously declared, resentment is like drinking poison and then helping it will kill your enemies. This principle would later define South Africa's transition from oppression to democracy, particularly through mechanisms like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which prioritized healing over retribution. Academic scholarship often frames Mandela's leadership within the theory of transformational leadership, a concept popularized by political scientist James McGregor Bonds. Transformational leaders, Bonds argues, elevate the moral consciousness of both leader and followers. Mandela exemplified this by turning personal suffering, 27 years of imprisonment, into a national narrative of unity. Equally compelling is Mandela's embodiment of what scholars call servant leadership, a theory advanced by Robert K. Greenleaf. Mandela governed not with dominance, but with humility. Upon assuming office in 1994, he resisted the allure of prolonged power, stepping down after a single term, an act that remains rare in many political systems. For African leaders today, the lessons are both urgent and enduring. First, power must be anchored in principle. Mandela's unwavering commitment to justice, even when it demanded personal sacrifice, underscores the importance of ethical leadership in fragile democracies. Second, nation building requires inclusivity. His insistence on a rainbow nation offers a blueprint for managing ethnic, religious, and political diversity across Africa. Third, institutions must outlive individuals. Mandela understood that sustainable democracy depends not on strong men, but on strong institutions, a lesson echoed in contemporary political science research across the continent. Finally, Mandela's life challenges future generations to rethink the meaning of leadership itself. As he once reflected, leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. His journey reminds Africa that leadership is not defined by authority, but by integrity, vision, and the courage to unify. As the continent looks ahead, the echoes of Mandela's past remain a guiding voice, calling not just for remembrance, but for renewal.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asoba. I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Today we are talking about the signs to look out for when you're choosing a female friend. The red flags, those nitty-gritty things that should make you not be friends with someone. These are the things you should look out for. The first one is if that person gossips other people to you. If that person tells you things that other people have told her in confidence, that person should not be your friend, because there is a likelihood that the things you also tell that person, the person will tell it to others. The grass is not greener on the other side. And because that person shares other people's secrets with you and you guys talked about it like it's a gist, like it's this, like it's that, it also means that the same person will carry your secrets, share to others, and call it gist. The second sign that you're supposed to look out for when choosing a friend is if that person is overly competitive. Now, friendship is okay to have healthy competition, but whereby everything has to be cutthroat, the person is always competing to make sure they are better than you in everything and in every way possible. Like everything is a struggle, like a competition with your opponent. It shouldn't be that way. Friendship is supportive, but shouldn't be highly competitive. You know, when you see something like that, run away. The third thing that this point brings me to is jealousy. If you notice that your friend is jealous of you, please stay away from such a friend. Because if you don't stay away, you're going to learn, and you're probably going to learn the hard way. Now, let me give you an instance. When I say jealous of you, I mean maybe your friend, when something good happens for you, let's say you get a new job, let's say you guys just go out and randomly a guy comes to you, compliments you, and gets your number. Look at your friend's facial expression, look at the way your friend's body movement goes, and if you notice any sign of jealousy and you keep noticing it, you should leave that person, because those are the kind of friends that will smile with you in your face and then go behind you to say trash about you. If you notice that your friend is jealous of you, avoid that friend. The fourth kind of person you should avoid being friends with is a person that has no boundaries. If your friend has no boundaries, they can call you at any time, they can come to your house at any time, they can take any of your things without any of your belongings, personal belongings, without asking. They feel entitled to your time and feel like you should not have any other friends because you guys are friends. Or they always think, oh, is it because this is it because, like, they have no respect for boundaries or personal space. You should avoid those kinds of people. I know Ndi Igbo say, Obidosionato. That is in Igbo, people say that when something is starting new, it is so sweet.
when it's starting, you will say, oh, it's so cutesy, it's so demure. But as time goes on, you will see that that habit is something you might not be able to deal with. And because you already accepted it in your sense, there is no going back. You can't tell the person, oh, I know you behave like this, but please don't behave like that again. It's already too late because you accepted it initially. What you need to do is to totally avoid any person in your life, any friend, female friend that you're trying to make your friend, but the person is without boundaries. The person lacks boundaries. Excuse that person from your life while it is still early. Now, the other kind of person you need to avoid when choosing a friend is someone that makes mean comments. And sometimes these mean comments, they can be veiled as compliments. That is the funny part. Now, let's say someone comes to you and the person is your friend, and the person says something like, oh, I wish I was like you that can wear anything without caring for what people have to say. Or the person says something like, I wish I'm like you that does not take my career too seriously. Now, at first, it might seem like the person is complimenting you, but really, is that a compliment? Now, let me explain the first one. When someone says, I wish I was like you that could wear anything without caring what people say, that person is not really saying that, oh, I wish I was like you that knows my body type and knows what looks good on me. The person is indirectly trying to say that with things you wear, they don't look good on you, they don't flatter you, they don't flatter your body type, they don't fit you, they don't look good on you, but you wear them without caring about what people say. It's not a compliment. I know it sounds like one, but it's not a compliment. And when someone says that they wish they could be as carefree with their career as you, sometimes it sounds like it's a compliment, but it's not. The person is usually saying that you're not serious with life. And if you know that you're not serious with life, it's fine. But if you're serious with life and some person like trying to put you down by saying that, oh, you're not serious with life, run. No. The next point that you should avoid when picking a friend is avoid a pessimist. Someone that no matter what plan you come up with in this life, the person would dissuade you from doing it. The person will give you thousands of reasons why that plan would never work. Or someone that no matter any small feat that you achieve, the person is praising you. Like I had this friend one time that even if I get a pair of shoes, no matter how affordable those pair of shoes is or the pair of shoes are, she will always say, wow. That means unao, basically in pidgin. You people, that is to say, you people that have money. So like any little thing I do, she's always saying you people like it's like I was this elite group of people that did that thing. And for me, I didn't like it that way. Because if you're my friend, like we should be able to, how do I put it? We should be able to coexist, achieve things, and you not feel like every little thing I do is one big accomplishment. It's usually because the person is a pessimist or the person is an underachiever. That is why you don't need such type of people in your life, because they will just make you feel lazy and you don't want to work hard. You don't need that kind of person in your life. Each time you think of an idea and the person is always there to dissuade you, to tell you how and why it will not work, please don't be friends with that person. Or any little thing you do, any little strength, person is like, oh, well done, oh, well done, you are doing so well, this is so hard. Don't get me wrong, compliments have their place, right? When you're working hard, compliments have their place. But when it is exaggerated and it is for the basic things, like you do the very bare minimum and the person is making it look like you did one extraordinary thing, you don't need those kind of people in your life. Those people are going to make you sit on your ass and not work. You need someone that's going to push you. That brings me to the next point. Another sign that you should look out for when choosing a friend is you should know this your friend. How are they with money? What is their financial life like? This is something that we don't really talk about, especially as women. But do you know that the kind of friend that you keep has a direct link to your spending habits, whether you agree with it or not? But this is something I've experimented and I've seen how it works. Now, there was this time I had this really good friend. We're still friends up until now. But this my friend, she doesn't cook. She's always thinking of, oh, let's get this, oh, let's get that, oh, let's get this. And I remember when we first met, the first week she'll be like, in the morning she'll be like, we're in school that time. She'll be like, let's buy okpa and eat. I'm just craving okpa. We'll buy okpa. Follow me. Then she'll be like, oh, I just want to get a drink. She'll get a drink. Oh, times for afternoon food, she'll be like, let's order something, or let's just go to that eatery and eat. I was just following her, and I did it for 2 weeks or 1 week, I think, and my account just went down. Imagine when you're buying breakfast, lunch, snacks in between, and you're a student, you're not working. I did my calculations and I could see that my bank account was beginning to cry, and I just had to like avoid myself and remove myself from the equation. So whenever she says, oh, I'm craving up, I'll be like, okay, get it. Whenever she says, let's go out for lunch, I'm like, I'm not hungry. Me that used to do, I don't even used to eat in the morning or in the afternoon. I just come back in the night and I eat once. Or I eat something in the morning depending on time for my lectures, and I go out and I come back home and I eat again. I don't eat in school, except there is something special that I'm craving. Maybe that upper, that particular day I felt like eating it, I could buy it. But I don't make it a lifestyle, because I know that buying and cooking at home is way cheaper, and I get to eat more than I would buying outside. Also, there is another friend that I met. This one was during my service year, and this particular friend of mine, she wanted us to explore the city. So we're always making plans to go here and go there. No, we didn't actually go to those places that we're making plans to go, but assuming we went to those places, it means that my debit alert is just coming in, chicken. That was what was going to happen if we were able to meet up with all those appointments. Don't get me wrong again, I'm not saying you shouldn't have a social life. Of course you should have a social life, but if that social life comes at the detriment of the financial aspect of your life and the financial point where you have not attained, please excuse yourself from that friendship. Let's say that you earn a menial amount that's just enough for you to see yourself through monthly, and this person earns twice, or this person has access to extra funds that you do not have access to, and you start spending the way this person spends. Sometimes this person is just a bad spender. They don't even have that money. They borrow from Tom to pay Tim, and borrow from Tim to pay Thomas. It just goes like that in a rotational form. They don't even have it. And you yourself that used to be really financially responsible, you join them and you do this. It's not right. So don't do that, please. Once you meet someone that is not financially responsible, don't be friends with that person. Now, this is my final point that you should look out for when you're choosing a friend. If your friend only talks about man this, man that, every conversation revolves around a man, and it's not a man that has to do with work, that has to do with business, that has to do with opportunities. Is a man that has to do with relationship. Remove yourself from that equation. You're not going to find it funny, because sometimes when you want to have serious conversations, that kind of person might not have anything to bring to the table, because what's in their head is man. How do I keep man? How do I get man? How do I do this for man? Man. That should not be at the forefront of your life as a woman. I'm not saying that you should not have a relationship or you should not be in love, but whereby the only thing that person talks about is a man. Don't allow that person to be your friend. They are going to definitely push you into something that you don't want to do, and they're not going to push you to become something better for yourself or for other aspects of your life. So when you're choosing a friend, look out for all the signs that I have listed and make sure you avoid people who have the signs. Look for the direct opposite and be their friends. Your female friends, they have a lot of impact in your life. They have a way of pushing you, of motivating you, and of supporting you when you have no support and when you are in need for motivation and support. They are your community. Make friends, make female friends. I know sometimes we are scared of making female friends, but I'm telling you, make female friends, but look out for these red flags. Don't make a friend that has any of these red flags. My name is Chidima Asoba, and this is Dear Woman.
Aneke television. How Agibon with the Father and I am Bojo Kaku Emma. How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Emma, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, Emma. Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putamwa, in our Kozu, in our uncle, the one Aneke television, the Ake, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Ekene gị daalụ maka isonyere anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na Aneke TV, ebe ndị nne, ụmụada, ụmụ nwanyị ebe anyị na-akparịkọta. Ọ pụtakwa na ndị ụmụ nwoke ada esonyela anyị maka asị na ụmụ nwanyị bụ onu, ụmụ nwoke bụ isi. Nya bụ ụmụ nwoke sokwe n'ihe a na-eme. Mana nke taa anyị bụ ndị ụmụ nwanyị chọrọ ịkpa nkata gbasatala anyị. O nwere ihe gbasatala ụmụ nwoke na nke taa. Abụ m Ngozi Otahumele, dịka anyị si eme ọ bụ ọnụ sọsọ m na-eji ikwu okwu maka na ihe anyị na-eji ikwu tata abụrụ okwu ofu onye ga-ekwu. Ọ ihe gbasatala ụmụ nwanyị ndị isi ikpe, ụmụ nwanyị ụmụ ndị a na-akpọ ndị nwunye Jizọs, ndị Jizọs ji aka n'aka na-aga. Mgbe ọbụla Jizọs na-aga ọkpọ ha n'aka na-aga otu nsi afụ ha. Ndị Jizọs kwụ n'azụ, ndị Jizọs nọ n'iru, nọrọ n'akụkụ na-abụ. Daalụ dịka ị na-esonyela anyị. Ndị mụ na ha nọ n'izu a na-eji itinye ọnụ n'okwu okwu dalụ ụda maka na oge ụfọdụ ifu ihe na-eme n'obodo ị na-ajụ onwe gị ihe a na-eme mmadụ ọnọkwu ya. Akachacha mmegide ụfọdụ a na-emegide ụmụ nwanyị ndị isi ikpe, ndị di ha na-anọ ọzị maka ọha bụ ndị isi ikpe. Nya bụ na ihe anyị na-eji n'anya, kedu ọlụ gị nwa kwesịrị ịlụ, kedu ọlụ m kwesịrị ịlụ, kedu ọlụ obodo kwesịrị ịlụ, akachacha obodo kedu ihe anyị kwesịrị ime. Maka oge ụfọdụ ifu ebe nwanyị isi ikpe nọ, mmadụ ekunie chọọ ịnarị anị ya, chọọ ịnarị ya ihe gbasara ihe bụ nke ya, maka na onye ahụ chee na o nwere ọnụ ga-ekwu. Mgbe ụdị ha na-eme, kedu ihe obodo kwesịrị ime. Onye ka anyị na-eji itinye ọnụ na nke tata. Ndị mụ na ha nọ na nke tata bụ ndị Kevikral Foundation, ndị na-anụ ọgụ maka ndị nwunye Jizọs, ndị na-anụrụ ndị ụmụ nwanyị ndị na-enwero onye na-ekwuchite ha ọnụ. Onye du ha wee bịa wee bụrụ onye guzobelu, ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo ọ sị nọ executive director stroke founder Kevikral. Ọ ga-akakwana mma na ịkọwa otu ụlọ ọfụma na ọlụ na-alụ. Onye ka m na-ekwu maka o wee bụrụ ambassador pastor Kate Izuora obodo Ekwe. Anyị na-asị gị daalụ na nke ụbọchị tata.
Daalụ rinne ezigbo onye ndu Ngozi Otahumele.
Daalụ maka isonyela anyị. Onye ọzọ anyị na ya nọ wee bụrụ Chioma Ijeoma, o so na ndị Kevikral Widows Foundation. Anyị na-asị gị daalụ maka isonyela anyị.
Ayọma daalụ nne, obi dị m ụtọ na nzukọ a ihibere iji na-enyere ụmụ nwanyị aka na-agbasa ozi n'ụwa niile ka a na-afọ ọnọdụ ụmụ nwanyị na-agabiga. Asị Chukwu ngozi gị meela.
Daalụ rinne. Onye ọzọ anyị na ya nọkwa na nke tata wee bụrụ onye sokwa ekpokọta, ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo sị na coordinator, o wee bụrụ Julie Onya anyị na-asị gị daalụ na isonyela anyị.
Daalụ obi dị m ụtọ na ebe a n'ụtụtụ ka anyị kpaalụ ntamafụfụ akaja ihe dị iche iche ndị di ha nwụnarị na-agabiga n'obodo nke a ga-esi wee nyelu ha aka ịgabiga ihe ike ndị a niile. Daalụ nwanne m.
Daalụ rinne. M ga-abịa ebe ị nọ ambasadọ Kate Izuora dịka onye kpokobere otu a onwe ihe ibu n'obi maka ọtụtụ mgbe onwe ndị ị ga-afụ ha na-eti ha na-ebe onwere onye inye aka. Kedu ihe ibu n'obi wee kpokobe otu a?
Daalụ rinne nnukwu ada Ngozi Otakumere. Ife m bụ n'obi wee kpokọta otu a bụ na ama na ndị nwunye Jizọs afa na-ata afụfụ rinne nke mụnwa bụkwa nwunye Jizọs na ya nwaanyị isi mkpe and ife na-enye m obi ọma obi ọnwụ enyelụ ndị mmadụ aka maka na ikwu enyelụ ndị mmadụ aka feche na ịdọbala ego niile dị n'ụwa ka ewenyelụ ya bụ aka mana ife m bụ n'obi wee kpakọta ndị nwunye Jizọs a wee bido ya bụ foundation Kefika Widows Foundation bụ ka anyị ji ka aka ọnụ ka wanuo ọnụ anyị ka famalụ na ndị nwunye Jizọs ndị nwaanyị isi mkpe na anyị na-edi ife rinne ka fa gbakwutela anyị ọsọ enyemaka ka amalụ ka e ga-esi maka na ndị Igbo si na anyụkọ mamịrị ọnụ ọgba ụfụfụ ama ka e ga-esi wee jikọ aka ọnụ wee fụ na ndị nwaanyị isi mkpe adatazi afụfụ na ndị emegidezi fa n'obodo na ndị emegide fa na-ezinụlọ na nwere ebe a na-emegidezi fa ka enyelụfa aka.
Daalụ rinne. Tupu enyegodo anyị obere azụ ofu ma ịbụa ụdị ihe ịfụrụ a na-eme ha maka ọtụtụ mgbe ịma na asị na onye gba akpụkpọ ụkwụ ma ebe ọ na-afụ ya ụfụ onye nọrọ n'akụkụ ọsị gịnịkwa nke a na-eme ha amafụ ihe a na-eme ha mana ọtụtụ ihe ka ha na-agabiga. Tụnyegodo anyị azụ otu ma ịbụa ihe ịfụrụ iji wee sị na ị ga-eso wee nụọ ọgụ a.
Daalụ rinne. Ife ụmụ nwaanyị ajadu na-agabiga kalị ọbụrụ ofu ọbụrụ ebe ọbụrụ eto mana m ga-ejebeta ebe na bugogodo ofu ma ịbụọ nwaanyị ndị enwunarị kama ndị obodo ga-enyela aka maọbụ ndị ụmụnna ka rapụgodo ndị obodo ndị famili egodo ga-enyela aka ọfanwa ndị be di anwa in particular bụ ife ga-agba mbọ na-alụso nwaanyị ọgụ fasịrị ahụ ka ekuchie ya nwanne die ka o kuchie asị anya nke kasị njọ bụ na nwaanyị di enwunarịrị n'ogodo na uju nọ na pains apụtasị anya na onye nwagburu di ya maọbụ ma ọ bụrụ ebie ya anyị efu na asị na onye gburu di ya awụọ ozu arụ asị anwụọ mmiri ozu ma nụkwa na anwalụ chemicals eji wee na-edebe ozu bụlụgodo mmiri na-adịrị ọcha ka mmadụ nwụrụ iwu nrili bụ na ọ ga-enye nsogbu n'afọ ya bụrụ ozi a nke na ọ nwụrụ mmiri eji wee nwụọ ozu arụ kedu ife a na-eme expect na onwere ife ọ ga-eme na arụ ya bụ nwaanyị ọ nwere ka o si megide nwaanyị wee tibepụ asị na efu na ọnya nwa whereas no mmiri ajọ mmiri eji sọsọ echiche nkịtịgodo kịta na-ekwugodo enwe ka o si eme m n'arụ asị nwaanyị nwụọ na-ekwu ka a na-ekwu asị na oge dị na ebe ozu dọ for how many days ka e wee mara nwa bụ ma ọ bụrụ onye mgbu ife a na-eme anyị abụrụ ofu ọbụrụ ịbụa na-ekwukwa ka na-ekwu nwaanyị ịfụkwa na di enwunarịrị analị anị die achọpịa n'ụlọ die asị anya n'alị amụ aka n'elu fa achọkwalụ ka ọ dị ndụ ka ọ bụ na ọ dịrọ ndụ nwaanyị anọrụ n'iru uju oge ọbụla efu nwaanyị ka ọ na-aga n'ụzọ ọ na-ewu ya smiles mama na efe ọ na-agabiga n'ime karịrị just like you say na onye yi akpụkpọ ma ebe ọ na-afịa ụfụ.
Daalụ rinne. Ọtụtụ ihe anyị metụrụ aka ọ na-abụ nnọrụ n'echie ana m ajụ kedu onwe ihe ụmụ nwaanyị mere iche o ji wee bụrụ ha nwa nwoke gaa na ebe a na-enyi nwunye ya ọ balansị ya nwụrụ onwe ya ọfụma
Ikekwalio ya nwaanyị
anọrị ya n'akụkụ ya a na-asịkwa ụmụ nwoke ka awụọ nwunye ya arụ n'ozu ka ọwụọ mmiri ya ọ nwaanyị bụ ihe ọ nwaanyị ga-akpụ isi ọ nwaanyị bụ ihe ga-eyi afọ ọcha asị na ọ na-eru uju nwoke a na-agagharị n'onwe ka anyị dobe nke a bụ nkata maka mbọsị ọzọ ọ bụrụ onye nwe ọsị na afọ another day ka ndị ebe nọ Chioma ine n'anya n'obodo anyị ụdị ihe okwu kịta anụnwa ọ dị gị ka ndị obodo a na-eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime?
Ha na-eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime maka ọ bụrụ na ha na-eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime ụmụ nwaanyị isi mkpa ma nọ n'afụfụ because nwaanyị isi mkpa ọbụla nwụrụnụ ụmụnne di ya like mụnwa m ga-ejikwa onwe m example since di m nwụrụ ndị mụ na ha nọrọ dị ajụdị m anya na-aga aga ya na nana akpọbedi na fon si gị how are you ka a mara na edekwa gị na ụmụaka kedu ka ụmụ na dị ndụ na nwụrụ ụfọdụ ezi ikwu eziokwu ihe ndị ọzọ banye adịwa so ha dị eleta maka a na-asa na amara ụlọ mmasị n'ụlọ pụọ n'ama ọ ndị ebe ahụ ị gara ije di ga na-akpọ ajụ ese mara ka unu mere bifo ndị obodo wee tinyewezie aka so ha dị eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime.
Daalụ. Ka m bịa ebe nọ coordinator Julie, kedu ihe anyị na-ene anya na ndị obodo kwesịrị ime? Kedu ihe ahụ anyị na-atụ anya bụ ihe ha kwesịrị ha mee ọnọdụ a ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị ndị isi ikpe na-agabiga ọ dịka ọ ga-ebenata maka isi na ha ncha niile ga-apụcha abụchara eziokwu?
Daalụ nwanne m. Dịka ndị kwuburu si wee kwuo n'ihe ụmụ nwaanyị di ha nwụnarị na-agabiga erika. Onye nke kwucha kịta wee na-asị na ndị obodo adịghị eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime iji wee nyere ụmụ nwaanyị a aka bikos ụfọdụ n'ime ha ga-anọ ihe a na-eme kama ha ga-agbata ọsọ enyemaka nye ụmụ nwaanyị a esonye ọ nwanne di n'obi nso ga-apụ jesi ha gwakwanụ ha jedenu nwoke nwanne nwoke nwere ego ọ nọ n'ụlọ na taụn o nwere ego na akaụntụ jekwanụ ka unu napụta ya nwaanyị a nke anwa nọdụ n'akụkụ ma alụgo ọfụma oke anwa nọ n'ụlọ ejeba ndị ọzọ na nwanne ya nwoke akpago elicha si jụba nwaanyị a in fact before anụrụ anyị na nwoke anwụ agbalụ ụmụ nwaanyị ha ahụ dị nso kwesịrị ichekwata nwaanyị a n'ụbalị ọgụ nsogbu ndị a na-anụsi ọgụ bụ ihe ga-ebu ụzọ gbaba n'ime ụlọ je chọkwa checkbook the man chọba documents landed property ghọtago ha kwesịrị protect the woman the widow mana awa ga-apụ nyelu ndị ozi aka nye ha areas ha ga-esi wee lụso nwaanyị ọgụ so ndị obodo a ga-enyere aka maka ọ bụrụ na ha na-enye ha ga-eme bụ nwaanyị a di ya nwụnarị ewele nyelu ya aka ndị na-abịa mma ịnapụ ya ihe a na-egbochi ya na-ekpuchi ya because ọ mụrụ ụmụ enwere ụmụaka ọ ga-eji ihe ndị awa iso ya nwa kwesịkwara ịdị ndụ nke ya mana ndị ga-enyere aka ichekwaba nwaanyị a bụ ndị na-apụta gbaa ya n'anwụ ghọtago so ọ bụrụ na ndị obodo na-eme ha kwesịrị ime ha ga na-anọgide n'ọlụ nwaanyị di ya nwụrụ nso na-anọli ọgụ na-ekpuchi ya na-ekwuchitere ya ọnụ ya nke a ga-akụchi ya ga-akụchi ya ọ bụrụ iwu mana ọkwa nwanne di gị kwesịrị ikpuchi gị bụ ihe ga-apụta zọba na ya ga-akụchi nwaanyị o jekọba ndị obodo ka ha bịa nyere ya aka zọbịa gosi gị na ọkwa iwu na omenala ha na ka ndị be ha si eme ọ bụrụ na ọ dịrọ gị mma na ị ga-anakwa.
Biko pastọ dịka onye ozi Chineke bụrụkwa nwunye Jizọs nkuchi ọ bụ iwu?
Ọ bụrụ ọfụ iwu, nkuchi abụrụ iwu. Ebe nkuchi aka dị mma bụ ọ bụrụ na nke nwoke ya bụ nwanne di ahụ aka nụrụ nwunye maka ebe ọ na-adị njọ bụ na ọ nwegokwa nwunye mụta ụmụ ọ na-achọkwa nwaanyị ọ na-akụchi. Ọ bụrụ na nwanne di ahụ aka nụrụ nwunye mụta ụmụ den nwunye nwanne ya nwoke nwanne ewee kweta ji n'obi ekweta sị na ọ chọrọ nke a dị iche. Mana ịbịa iwelu gbado nwaanyị si na iwu megidekwa na ị ga-akụchie ọ dịrọ mma. Ọ dịrọ mma maka na ọ dị against the word of God. Even di mmadụ na di gị nọ ndụ kịta gị na di gị anọdụ even okwu Chukwu dị against na di gị ga-agba na di mmadụ ga-agbagide nwunye esi na iwu bụ na ya na ya ga-emekọ ya bụrụ ozi onye na-abụrụ di gị ọ pụta sị gị na iwuli megidelu na ọ ga-akụchi gị ọ dịrọ mma ncha ncha.
Daalụ. Nke a bụ ka anyị wee ghọta maka ọtụtụ n'ime anyị ụfọdụ a na-asị nkuchi ọ dị ka na-emelụ nwaanyị ihe ọma ka anapụ ibu alụ anụ
ọ dị egwu ụfọdụ ya akụchikwa nwa mgbe a na-emelụ nwaanyị ụmụaka n'afụfụ dị n'enyi
mgbe ụfọdụ nkuchi a bụkwa afọ na o nwere ihe dị nwaanyị kpakọna ka ha wee
nkuchi nwa danyeza n'ogbugbu
ihe niile biko si akụchine onye ọbụla na ọrụ onwe ya nwaanyị taba afụfụ dịgharị anụ na-abịa ebe nọ ambasadọ Kate o nwee ihe nchọ ịjụ ịma anyị pụta anya na-ena ịma na asị na ewu enwe n'igwe na agụụ na-egbu ya anyị na-ene anya ihe obodo ga-eme ọ na-adị m ka ọ n'ọtụtụ obodo amarọ ihe ha kwesịrị ime unu nwa bụ ndị NGO na-anụ ọgụ anụnwa onwe kunu si ebulu ozi a abakwute ụfọdụ ndị obodo bikọs ọtụtụ ije ọha sị gị na ya makwa na ya ma dị ihe na-aga afụgo m ebe a sị na achọghị na nwaanyị anị ya elekweri ana asị na eji egwa igwe sị na onwekwa onye gwara ya na ụdị ha na ya anụtụbedị ya ndị ụfọdụ na-asị na ọ dị gị ka onwere otu unu ga-esi wee nụọ ọgụ a ka ụfọdụ obodo wee malụ ọlụ ha.
Ka m bidogodo with na onye igwe ọbụla sị na ọ marọ na ife dị otu a na-eme biko fagba ya alụfa mana m ga-asịkwa na ọ nwere ntụ na awịwọ dịkwa na ya maka o nwere ife na-eme n'obodo igwe m ga-asị na ọ marọ nwere ka ọ yala ịnụgodo kepụ na ife dị otu a na-eme mana ka o si na-adị anyị na-abagasị ma n'ime obodo jee na-agbasa ya bụ ozi ndị oyibo na-akpọ create awareness because e ga-ebugodo ụzọ nwaanyị amalụgodo nwaanyị dị enwunarị amarịla ife bụ right ya ọ malụ ife bụ na ọ kwesịrị ikwupụta because ọ bụrụ na ikwupụtara ama mma anyị na-agakwa na-echekwa na-even ndị igwe niile anwa anyị ejego ifu most of them ya gwakọwakwalụfa na anyị bụkwa ndị dị otu a na anyị bụkwa ndị na-enyelu ndị nwunye Jisọs aka nekwana enwekwala nwunye Jisọs dị otu a butekwala anyị ikpe si na a na-achọkwa ịnali anya ọ nwekwa nke anyị jegoro ma mkpa afọ anya bụ ebe for security reasons ọ bụrụkwa nwa ya bụ nwunye Jisọs na onwe ya na-esokwu wee na-enye ya bụ nwunye Jisọs nsogbu na-analị ife nne ya dị edebele ya na nwunye ya
nwa ọ mụtakwa
n'afọ ndị obodo makwa maka ya mana efe kwuru okwu amara nwaanyị mana anyị jekwala iji ya n'ọgụ dị n'elu ya
nụtakwa ihe na ya
nụta ife na ya because na anyị jiri anyị dị ejesa anyị n'ime ya bụ Kevin Widows Foundation anyị nwekwazị alụ ndị anyị na-akpọ legal practitioners bụfọdụ ndị sokwa anyị ọ ga-abụ ọnwa ife dịkwa anyị nke anyị ma na-ekwute nwulu n'ọnụ anyị fesolukwa anyị wee jee ya bụ njem
maka ọha na-asị epụta ito yu
yes
ekwutu onye tụrụ otu o kwesịrị onwezi ọsọ bụ onye ọbụla n'ụgbọ daalụ gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị ama m na nkata anyị na-adaba ka o si wee kwesị ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ ihe obodo kwesịrị ime ọ bụkwa ka anyị na-ene anya na ọsọsọ obodo na-eme gị nwa kedu ihe ị kwesịrị ime ifu ka a na-emegide nwaanyị isi mkpe ị na-etinye ọnụ na ya ka ị na-eme na ọ gbasara gị ọ gbasara gị taata o nwee ike echi ọ gbasara gị o metụtara gị o metụta onye nke gị ka anyị ṅụọ mmiri ọ bụ na anyị ṅụọ mmiri gbatị ụkwụ anyị nachita azụ nkata anyị a na-aga n'iru daalụ dịka ị ka na-esonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ ihe obodo kwesịrị ime iji wee megide ụfọdụ ihe a na-eme emegide nwaanyị isi mkpe maka na di ya nọzi ịnụgoni enunu ọ bụrụ na o nwere nke ị na-eme na-adịrọ mma wepụ aka na ya na-abịa ebe ị nọ ọzọ ambasadọ Kate kedu ihe ọ dị gị ka nwaanyị isi mkpe ọ na-achọ ka obodo merie kedu ihe abụ ihe ahụ bụ mkpe ya dịka onye yi akpụ ụkwụ anụnwa so ebe ọ na-afụ ụkwụ kedu ihe na-ene anya n'obodo kwesịrị ịdị na-emelụ ha
dalụrịnne ife ndị nwaanyị isi mkpe na-ene anya ka obodo na-emelụ fa bụ nwaanyị ka fa na-enyelụ fa aka ka akpagbudebegodu fa n'obodo ka ndị be di nalụdebe fa anị nalụdebe fa ego nalụdebe fa ma ife na-ekwu bụ maka ndị di fa nwere ike wee kpata nwa ego ka ndị ụmụ nwanne di nalụdebe fa maka na okwu na aka ejiro ndị be ụmụ nwanne di anwa
na-eche nke onye ọzọ kpata
mgbe ya na di na-ata afụfụ na-akpata ya bụ ego anwa edebe fa nọ maka na fa nwere ụmụ fa ga-azụ fanwa na onwe fa bụ ndị nwunye Jizọs a nwere nne fanwa ga-elikwazi nri na-elekwa onwe fa anya na-azụ ụmụaka ọzọ dị ka ibe bụrụkwa ka ndị obodo nyere aka ya bụ nkuchi a ka ọ benata ka ọ bee ncha ncha ka ekuchidebe n'ọfụ maka na ọ na-ele isi na-abụ anwego ebe anyị nọkwalụ na nke kuchilu ya bụ nwunye Jizọs a nwaanyị isi mkpa ama kpagbukata nwaanyị nwoke na-alarụla na ya sokwu na-eje bulu mmiri ọkụ rugbuo nwoke ebe ọ na-alarụ ụla ya rapụ nkuchi a na-ekuchi na ọ bụrụ iwu onye ọ dị mma n'obi onye ọ sọrọ omee
onye ahụ achọrọ onye ga-ekuchi
ndị anwa na-enwerekwa difa na-arapụrụla efe na-enwere ya aka ọlụ ka ndị obodo gbakọtakwanụ nyere aka ka ha zụọ ụmụaka ọ ife ndị oyibo na-akpọ scholarship abịa nwere kọmuniti pụtara kịta ma na-enwere mmadụ ịtọ ịnọ ji ego na ya maka ebe ọ na-ewute narị bụ na ife niile ifuru ji ego anwa na-enyepụrụ ndị nwunye Jizọs aka nwaanyị ajajụ aka ụmụfa na-agagharị n'ụzọ bulu mmiri n'isi na-agagharị na a na-ele pure water ga-abịa ịpụta na ụlọ ụka ma ebe dị iche iche a na-asị ana m edoneti 1 million ana m edoneti 10 million ụfọdụ n'ime fa nwekwa ndị nwaanyị isi mkpe nọkwa n'akụkụ fa ka obodo tinye anya na ya ka anyị ka ọma mmiri ọnụ ka ọ gba ụfụfụ ka mmadụ ka e ga-esi nyelụ fa aka o nwere ife a na-akpọ skill acquisition training nke anyị ka mepụkwara ụbọchị a mmadụ na-abịa eto nọkọtasị ka ngwa ka etikọ aka ọnụ ka ejikọ ego ọnụ ka afọ na ndị nwunye Jizọs anọ n'obodo a na-enwere ifefa na-eme ka asịfa ngwa kedu aka ọrụ unu ga-amụsị mmụọ enyezi afọ obele ego kefe wee bido maka onwere ife dịka maka na Kevikra Widows Foundation anyị bilivu na si kụziela anyị ka esi akụ azụ ka ejiri aka anyị na-akụ azụ ọ bụrụ enye anyị azụ taa bịa ọgụkwa anya bịakwa ọzọ ikezi ịbịa ọzọ akpalịba anyị nọfushi na anyị kọba ka mkpali a na-anata na ede anyị enye so ka ọ bụ na obodo ga-enyere aka asị ngwa na obodo dị otu a na ndị ji ego nọ na ya lụpụtara anyị ife a na-akpọ skill acquisition center enwee na ebe dị iche iche onye ọbụla eje mụtaba ife ọ ga-alụ maka na ọrụ na-enwere aka ọrụ abụ na ụfọdụ adịsị ngwasị kuchie mama ya bụrụ ụfọdụ na-afọ ụfọdụ ndị kuchi ife akwụrụ ụfọdụ akwụrapụ ụmụaka na-agagharị n'ogbe fa na-eso ya elezi ụmụ nwoke na-agagharị adịghị enwebido nwakwa ifefa chetakwa n'elu ya ụfọdụ ebute ọrịa anya ụfọdụ egbu efe egbu n'elu ya
daalụ Chioma ama m na onwe ihe ị ga-atinyekwu n'ihe okwu kịta anụnwa ihe a na-atụ anya a ga-emelụ nwaanyị isi mkpe
okwu ga-amaka ma ọmụ n'ịtụnyekwa n'ihe onye isi anyị kwuru asị m biko ndị obodo ha gbatara ya ọsọ enyemaka na ọ dịghị izi bikọs ụfọdụ ụmụ anyị na-apaticha akwụkwọ ịga mahadum yunivasiti ọ bụrụ na ego adịghị dịka nwatakịrị amaghị ihe ọ na-eme beta oduto na ego adịghị beta nwee ihe o kwuru ndị obodo tinye aka at least nwatakịrị dị otu apasiti achị ngwa nye nke a were gawa na anyị ga-etinyere gị aka na nsọpọtụ gị so ihe scholarship ahụ dị ezigbote mkpa ka ndị obodo tinye anya na ya na-emere ahịa ọzọkwa ka ịbịa nke okwukwere fọ ihe trenin a dịkwa mma akụziere ụmụ nwaanyị isi mkpe ngwa na-enye ndị nka merenụ ọ bụrụ ịzụ ahịa ọ bụrụ ịrụ ọrụ aka ezigbo ihe ka ọ bụ ha mechaa ya nye ha ọbụgodo ego ha were bido ya enye onye ego were bido nwunye dịka onye ahụ ama ndị echichi ngonyekwa m ọzọ onye ahụ ga-ejizi n'ebe ahụ gba mbọ onwe eleta onwe eletekwa ụmụaka ahụ anya so ihe nna ya ndị obodo ha biko ha tibara ụmụ nwaanyị isi mkpe anya ebe ọbụla ha ga-esinyere anya ka n'ụzọ dị iche iche ha biko mere anya ndewo
daalụ nne na-abịa ebe ị nọ Julie ịma na asị na onye a na-enye ihe na ebu ụzọ eweta ọnụ ya wee nye ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị a ike gwụkwa onye ruo ọchị ka aka anụ ha ana na onwe ihe dịka Kevekra Foundation na-enye aka ọchịbasị ụkwụ ngwa ha bịaba na anyị nọ ọ dị gị ka ụmụ nwaanyị ndị isi mkpa oge ụfọdụ a na-emetechie ndị anachi ka aka na-eche ka abịa nyebe ha n'ọnụ
daalụrụ nne dịka ikwu ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe anyị ha na-adịba lezi mana tupu m bịa na nke a like otu a ga-esinyelu ndị ụmụ nwaanyị isi mkpa aka ọkachasị ndị ụmụ ha ka dịcha obere ịma na ụmụ nwoke ndị ụfọdụ ọma mbụ nkuchi mana afọrọ anya na onye a bụ wido a na-agba ya raụnd ịghọtago iji elu 5,000 2,000 nwere ihe ọ ga-egburu onye ji kelekele ụmụaka kama ya empawa ya chọọla ya ihe ọ ga-eme mana ịbịakwa n'ịchọ ihe a ga-eme ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-adịlezi ụfọdụ ụlọ bifọ di ha nwụọ nwere ihe ha na-alụ ụmụ ndị di ha ga-asị ụnụ alụ n'ọrụ na ọdị n'ụlọ mana mgbe ịchọzi nwoke efere ya efu ihe dị iche n'egbe na egbe ụfọdụ a ga-alụ ha bịa chinye ọkpa na-eche nwoke ga-eweta ego crayfish weta ego nka mgbe di ya nwụzie chanarebe anya so na-asị ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m ndị Jizọs wives ibe m ka ha jisi ike chọọ ihe ha ga na-eme ma ndị nke di ha ka dị ndụ ha chọọ ihe ha ga na-eme to save for that rainy day maka adị amasị onwe ka esi chọzie nwoke ịfọrọ ya enwe ihe ị ga-ejidetu aka wee na-azụ ụmụ gị even this empowerment mgbe ụfọdụ a ga-asị ka abịa mee skill acquisition ha ama mpụta ihe ha chọrọ ebe ọ ga-abụ apụta enye ego ha chọrọ ịbịa mụọ ihe ọ ga-abụ ijiri aka gị like onye isi anyị si wee kwuo anyị mere skill acquisition on how to do perfumes. Very simple procedure. And custard. Very simple procedure. With 10,000, you can start off. Only perfumes are 500, 1,000. I can't what upon your son.
enwe ihe mmadụ nwere ike ịmụ mụta ofu ihe ndị otu m amaghị eme perfume o nwere ike mme ya ka ma eme ka onye mma bụ ije gote nke onye ọzọ
enough announcement for the man. I'm going to oh, no, 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 so no, so the one even people no more try high game away by low one. There is every Ghana says, in our world in our Lopotia, every night, you did Jack. You know, so you couldn't. If I don't know why I didn't yellow my haka. Oh, go now, I will be honey, and if you want, if you don't continue, and come each other's and you get me like an hour. I didn't want now, Bonnie, with phone and me, or Gaffia.
Mbabe bwana emie ọdịghị ya fọzi akwa ọ bụ ofu onye daalụ maka ntụnye ga Pastor Kate ịma apụta na-ene anya obodo mee ọ dịghị ka onwe ọrụ gọọmenti ga-emenwu
ọfụma ọrụ gọọmenti ifeme gọọmenti ga-eme kalịla akali ịma na abịa na nke gọọmenti ọ bụrụ na gọọmenti ga-enwe ike maka onwe ife ndị oyibo na-akpọ slots apụta olu time eji enye ọrụ maka na so many of us bụkwa ndị nwunye Jizọs a gụsịrị akwụkwọ ana afe nwere ọrụ maka na ịbịa n'ife ụlọ oyibo a na-eme ndị ma ọ bụ na onwere onye ma onye adaba n'ọnwụnwa sị ngwa ka idina ya idina sị ka e wee nye ya nwaanyị ruru n'alịlị ọ bụrụ na ga-eme etu enwegasịrị NGOs dịka anyị otu a ha fụkwara na fade ready and keen to help the widows. Now government can have opportunity all over a weapon slots. Yes, and the NGOs now for widows. Same way, out of 100 of these widows now this organization get 20 slots. But so support potapa and then I'm not katapa golo makana bonabu no katone lim ya ona atom nanya na no katasena and well on the government in yellow palliative. Not chosen the one year palliative. Now for fact because I say again also for well water. Oh, but government na power pota palliative don't only forward pota for the widows or kabaro fona. Every NGO na for widows aka and ụfọdụ ife o je wutekwa bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị jikwa aka fe egbu onwe fa ife nwaanyị kpọrọ onwe nwaanyị si na ọ pụtara ka ọ na-afụ for widows enyezi anyị ego nye widows ma onye palliative nye widows obubaba o jogburu onwe ya sinarị nkapụ n'isi o jogbu because na mpụta asem na enye palliative na one day ebe ozi na ndị anyezili ya so na gọọmenti kwesịrị etu ọ na-enwe ma monitoring teams na efe ndị ọzọ ọ na-eme ma construction ụmụnne ya ọfụkwa esikwa etu anwekwa monitoring teams ga-abụ na enwefe wepụtara for widows afụ na for aka
tupu o si n'aka fere aka
Igbo si na-elisiri anụ ya lụsa ile ife nyere nwunye Jizọs
Jesus ga-anata
gọọmenti biko ka o nyere anyị aka nye anyị ọrụ job opportunities ịma na ekwubugo m ife mbụ seto enwere commissioner for women affairs si nwekwanụ commissioner for widows affairs
ọrụ ya bụ imekọta widows
widows ife ọbụla enyere abụna for widows maka na asị women affairs weta apụfa ebe ilote na widows so na women mana eziokwu ị bịa n'ụlọ ụka fede ilote na widows so na women apụta na tax women na tax widows ka a na tax women ma afọ ma akwụgbọ odigo nne m ụlọ
ịzaga ajụjụ m chọrọ ịjụ onye chọburu iju ya bụ chioma chọrọ ịjụ ya apụta ụmụ nwaanyị ndị nwunye Jizọs ha na-etikpa akpa mana apụta ha ama izu ike ha atọ n'ụlọ ụka ọ gịnị ka ha na-achọ n'ụlọ ụka ọ bụ ebe ụka na-emere ha
ọbụ ihe a na-emere ha bụ like m ga-eji mma m maatụ ozi uru ọ na-aga chọọchị mpụta nsị ya nwunye Jizọs izukwere ike ọchị m na ọ na-eji ya aga echefu mkpi ya kama ọ ga-anọ n'ụlọ na-eche echiche ọ gakwa ebe ahụ ya na Jizọs a na-akparị o were ya na-echefu mkpi ya na-echefu ihe ụwa so mụ ahụ ewere ya na ụfọdụ na-aga ebe ahụ ha na-eji aga echefu mkpa ha ka ha gbara BP ọsọ akọsakwara Jizọs oso o chidere ha ka ọ mara ihe ọ ga-emere ha maka mbụ na onye ahụ ga-anọ n'ụlọ like mụ na ọ na-emekwe m mgbe m ga-anọ n'ụlọ ihe anya nne adịghị ego adịghị ọ na-ele n'echiche oke echiche na-eche etu ndị ọ pụrụ taa gaa ebe gadịrị ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m nọ ekota anyị na-eme ihe politiks a anyị ga ebe abụọ na nna gị ebe nwoke ụlọ ihe a na-enye anyị n'ọka m chụọ BP so taa ka ọ dịkwa n'ụfọdụ ha sị na a na-aga chọọchị atist agụ egwu chọọchị agụ ọgba ekpe ekpere ete egwu bifo onye anyị n'ụbọchị aga echefu echiche nke mbasa ahụ so otu ọ dị
pastọ ma ihe ji wee jụọ ihe
ọ bụrụ na ọnwụ ihe a na-eme
ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ihe niile a na-eme n'ụlọ aka n'isi
otu ọ dị
na a na-alụbe fada maọbụ bishọp ụmụ nwaanyị na-alụ ya na a na-alụ akwụkwọ na a na-enye fada ndị maọbụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-alụ ya mana abịazịa ifu nwunye Jizọs ọkwụnwere ụgwọ ụlọ ụmụ ya da-aga akwụkwọ mana o sikwa n'ụlọ ụka pụta na-ajụzi ụlọ ụka na ha anaghị agharịpụ ndị nwunye Jizọs akpọ ha dịka onye isi ụka
ka a na-afụta ha lesafili n'ime nwunye Jizọs onwere ha ga-elita mana na mgbe ụfọdụ a nọ n'iru n'ụlọ ụka eje ruo fada eme ekwute okwu ije fada nne ha pụta ekwute okwu harvest ha pụta iwe wedreda ha na onwere ka ha si elitakwa uru ya among themselves because onwere ihe dị ka inyere onye ịma na ọma nkwụghachi gị ụgwọ
inyere ya aka
mana ndị nke ụka na-eme ebe a ga-afụta
ha
maka pụta na-ajụ ụmụ nwaanyị a ụfọdụ n'ime ha ma agwakwa ya eziokwu o nwekwa ndị ọ dị alụ mma nwee ndị na-afụ ha o nwee mbọsị mfu ofu nwaanyị ya na nwa ya bụrụ ihe n'isi ha na-ele si n'ugwu onye ama saịdị ebe a na-ele gas CNG gas wee bụrụ ihe n'isi ebe ọzọ mfụ ha bụ ka ha lutego saịdị Akama wee na-enene nwaanyị a ihe atụọ m n'isi wee kwụrụ wee sị ya gị nke unu na-ele ama m na granọt ka ọ gịnị bụ ihe obu n'isi nsị ya ka ekwenụ sinsi ibu ihe anụnwa na afọ m gị saịdị ebe eni ọ sị m n'otu a ka ha si agagharị nekete anya nsị ya onye bụ ihe ọsị m nwa gị nsị ọ gaghị kwanụ ọsị m na ọnọọzụ ya na ọmụgo ihe njikwutie bụ nwaanyị a na-ata afụfụ a mbọsị ụka ọ nọ n'ụlọ ụka n'ụlọ ụka ada afụ ndị dị otu a sọsọ ihe ụfọdụ n'ime ha na-ene anya bụ ka alụọ agbagba ụlọ ụka ka alụọ ụlọ akwụkwọ
ndị ụlọ ụka amarọ na fanọ mana ịmago na ndị na-egekwa ntị gbaya alụfa ma na-eziokwu ka nna chi ikwu ife bikọs mụnwa na onwe m ọ na-egbute mri nne maka na ọ nwere oge rapụkwa ebe anyị si wee bịa na no matter how well nwunye Jizọs dressing, within that that's only deep pain inside, because no well somebody to one of our inspirations. Us and we are only withered but not withered. We are only widowed but not withered. Na anyị bụ ndị nwunye Jizọs does not mean na ya man ezigbo akwa neto onwe anyị anya. Na anyị yi ezigbo akwa neto does not mean that na anyị nwere inner pains, deep pains. Then we can ebe na nkịta anyị na-akpa nkata na anyị elive only wee pụta. Mana ife o ji ewute nri nne bụ na ị ga-abịa n'ụlọ ụka. Ifụkwa na onye ndu ya bụ ụlọ ụka bụ pastọ. Sọsọ akpụkpọ oyigodo n'ụkwụ nọ na millions. Ọ na-echenji moto ka na-echenji akwa.
Ụfọdụ n'ime ha na-agba
ya se onwesa private jets. Birthdays ya etu aka ga na-ego na-ebute. Mana ndị anwa na-egote na-ebute biko ọbụla onye gị na-anọ n'akụkụ n'ụlọ ụka. Imukwunyeli ya biko na-enwe akwa nne na be ya biko ka onye osi na ojiro.
Mana o jikwe nke o weta
come out and give 20 million to the man and sow seed. If you 10 good people are put so 20 million. And then the launching of something only I say I'm not going to say I launch bread. Amen no ka. Mother will 30 million where tabelo bread. But then
na go on no onya ka nji
no mistake we do put on we say ke pesa. And we can get that day somebody and next time I forget as a plague nibu oya we bia because ni yo senyale ya aka.
Ụfọdụ ekpudiri isi onye dị ka mmadụ kwuo ibe ọfọ ji anya gị afụ nwaanyị a nwere onye gwa mana otu usu wee fụ ya ama m na o nwere ihe na afọ nwere ihe na-eri nne na ahụ wee jụọ ajụna m ihe sobeziri enu mana ajụ m ajụjụ a maka ihe anya m fụ mana ụfọdụ ndị nọ n'ụlọ ụka ha ekwuru isi ọ bụrụ onye nwe onidi ka agwụ ya anya agwa
uche aka bụ na question because na even mananya church I hate that belief or a notion people were about widows. Now widows was also every December more political campaigns etc. Widows, yeah, in a widows 10 kg rice na December. Passion, real truly passion for humanity. Jide the money, question. We'll go to know once in a month or once in 2 months or more. You gather no widows. Yes, so my first someone there chapel. If you go to no ya na e go na bu salary ya na apia.
What is we kwuo anya na mazo. ogbo ihe a niile ifu nwaanyị anụ maka ọ na-aga ọ bụ na 1 million isi kedu ihe 1 million ga-eme ya ọ ga-egote nwuru tomatoes ka ị na-ele tomatoes o bido lebe tomatoes daalụ dịka anyị si n'anya oge anyị na ha asị anyị kpokoneti na mmechi okwu gị
ọkwa ihe nchọrọ itunye ife anyị emechie ndị na-ege ntị anyị ndị asịkwa ndị videos eje n'ụka ụka dịkwa mma maka ebe nwa ka ị ga-edesali Chukwu ka ọ salị ya ka o si dịrị o nwere ka ị ga-esipụta dere nwere ihe inwe ije chọọ ụka ahụ kpechaa ekpere nwere na-apụta onwe Chukwu metụtara n'obi o nyere gị aka anyị ga na-eje ụka na-ekọsali Chukwu ndị ụfọdụ ndị ụka na-enyekwa aka mana ọ dị oge ncha ọ dị ezukwanụ ha dị otu o kwesịrị ọ na-aka mma ime nke a ga na-anụ afa ha na ya jiri 10 million support ha bịa igwe 500,000 na-ewido nọ na be gị nọ n'akụkụ gị ka e wee mara ihe ọ ga-eme
mana akwụkwọ nsọ mere ka anyị marụ na ị na-eme ihe ekwekwana ka aka eme
ihe enye karịa ịnala amalụ ihe onye ọba ọ ga-abalị uru ọ bụrụ inye onye nwere enwe ọdịdị
daalụ ekene m unu maka isonyere anyị na nke taa na mkpokọta okwu gị Ambassador Pastor Kate ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ onye nenele anyị akachacha ndị obodo anyị na-atụ anya na ha ga-eme ihe
daalụ rinne onye ndu Ngozi Ọtakwumere ndụmọdụ m na-achọ inye ndị obodo na ndị na-enene anyị n'ụbọchị nke taata bụ bikonu ka anyị jikọọ n'aka ọnụ because onwere onye gasị na onwere nwunye Jizọs nọ n'akụkụ ya ọ bụgodu na ọ bụrụ nwanne ya n'afọ onye agbata obi biko ana m ayọ onunube nwanne agba n'ọsọ maka na agbata obi onye bụ nwanne ya anyị mara ebe isi ga-abụ eze echi anyị amarakwanụ ebe enyemaka maka na ọ na-abanye okwu enyemaka ndị mmadụ echee nọ enyemaka ewu o nwekwa ike ọ bụrụ onye bụ nwaanyị ajadu na-akpagbu n'akụkụ gị ga-afụ gị wonde n'ụzọ ebe ị nọ na nsogbu usoro gị agbata ọsọ afụgo m mmadụ na-abụ na-eso ezigbo okwu agbata obi ofu na-eje Lagos nke ọzọ na-ana fa na-egbukwa onwe fa n'akụkụ ebe fa bisi mana ofu nwere asidenti n'ụzọ nke ọzọ na-ana fụ ebe a nwere asidenti si ka ọ kwụsị malụ ma olu plan behold ọ bụrụ onye awa na-akpagbu na agbata obi ọ chọọ ya pụọ mana mmụọ onye kwere ya ochi ya azụnyela aka ọnya bụ na ọnya dị ndụ tata so ka anyị ghara ichezi na enyemaka bụ sọsọ ego bikonu ayịyọ m tata bụ ka anyị nyere unu ndị nwunye Jizọs aka ọ bụgodu n'ego ọ bụrụ na enyela aka ka ọnwa ife obidolu ọ nwere ndị nwesịkwa opportunity enyi ọ gasị ọlụ ọ bụrụgodo ọlụ si nye maka na anyị believe na teach me how to fish ọ bụrụ ọlụ si nyela aka nweta ọlụ ọ bụgodu na ọ bụrụ gị na-enye nwee ike mara onye na-enye nụ si nyela aka nweta ọlụ si nyela aka ka ebido ngwagwa ya bụ nwaanyị ajadu kedu efe eche enwe ka nyela aka inyerugodo ya bụ nwaanyị ya lụọ nwa ya ọ nwelele nwa ya ga-amụta nwa ọrụ aka dịka ụmụ m masị ka esi eme perfumes a famasi ka esi malụ ka esi eme custard ka m mụtara akụzielu mfa so na nwanye ka esi wee mee kịta nụ afụ ego they can start on their own jiri ya wee kpatabara onwefe ego netebe onwefe nso ike na ofu akụkụ fa mụtara ya mana ọ na ego ji ọrụ so na onye ya bụ ayịyọ m na ịna-ayọ n'isi ndị nwunye Jizọs ọbụla ka ndị obodo nyere aka ndị igwe nyere aka ndị agbata obi nyere aka ndị enyekwuola aka gọọmenti nyere aka
daalụ rinne gị bụ onye ọma sonyela anyị na nke tata ama m na dịka isi wee kwuo onye na o nwere ebe o si wee metụta gị ịmala ebe ị ga-esi wee nye aka enyela aka o nwere onye na-ayọ gị ego enyere m 5,000 tata olu echi were ya ka ọma ọnụ kụzielu m otu m ga-esi wee nyere onwe m aka ọ bụrụ mpio ọkụ ụta ka m bụ n'isi na-agagharị na-eweta dị na-eweta ego ga-enyelụ m aka. Ekene m unu maka isonyere anyị na nke taata. Ama m na anyị kpaba nkata ka o si wee dị oge amanye anyị ọ ga-abụ mbọsị ọzọ anyị akọntinu ebe anyị kwụsịrị. Daalụ Ambassador Kate maka isonyere anyị na nke taata. Daalụ Chioma maka isonyere anyị na nke taata. Ekene gị Julie maka isonyere anyị na nke taata. Mana ụfọdụ ihe unu na-ama cha cha cha
one good man, a barrister, Gosem Udemeswe. Although, in fact, she's my inspiration. That woman, I become mother. She will always offer gay as a widow, the tata, or magola. Or say, you are only widowed, but not widowed. Or say, I will not source of 5 9 with the Tomo Gianya. Kaya,
ekele m unu wee ruo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-anọkọ na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele, ọkwa na Aneke TV ka anyị tinyere ọnụ tata. Ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mee nke tata masị gị, sonyere anyị n'ebe mmetụ aka anyị na Facebook anyị na Aneke TV, YouTube na Aneke TV, na TikTok na Aneke TV ka isonyere anyị, tụnyekwala anyị alụ n'ihe anyị na-eme. Wee ruo mgbe ọzọ ka o mesịa. A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka ahụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị, ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. as night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life. Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome listener or welcome viewer. Today we are looking at a development which really, and maybe it was there before the war, but I think it was really after the war that people started talking about it in the southeast Nigeria, and maybe other parts of Nigeria later. But in the southeast Nigeria, people started talking about ritual money, ogwego. You know, and really, it's one of the mysteries of life, because last time when we met, one of our friends here made the point that there's something like ogwego that is about working very hard. But some other people still believe that there is ogwego. That's ritual money, that people have made it. So, I mean, so many things are happening. Just like somebody I met outside was telling me that there's so many types of love. So with me in the studio today to look into this thing, whether it is true or not true, whether there are forms of it or nuances of it or not. We have, by my left, we always start with the left. By my left today, Mazi Nnameka Gabriel Ogbonnaya Anichukwu. Gabriel, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Prof.
I'm not going to put you because I've called you Ogbonnaya. So Junior has been taken care of.
Exactly.
So we have a reverend here. Sometimes I get confused whether he's Oka or Carlo, Reverend Uche. So, but I know him as Reverend Uche Carlo Oka. Reverend Oka, welcome to the program.
God bless you, sir, my Prof.
Thank you. So, ritual. Let me start from the spiritual side as a pastor. Is there anything like ritual money?
Well, as much as I know, there is something like the love of money, which beget the root of all evil.
Okay.
And the Bible disclosed to us that in the end time, that love of money will increase, will multiply. And many will give it to a lot of things and begin to do a lot of things in the West to get wealth. So there is what can be termed as ritual money.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because
it is buried in the West to get rich or get wealth.
Okay. We're going to come back to it because nowadays I'm going to come to you, Mazi Ogbonnaya Anichukwu. Because today now a lot of young people have said that Christianity is a scam, and then when you come around, they go to any tree around their vicinity, in their communities and dress it in various colors and begin to say, like the Israelites, here now, Israel. And they say that it gives them money. Ritual money. Is there anything like ritual money?
There's ritual money. That what they call ogwego.
Ogwego.
Ilimbon.
Ilimbon. What is that one?
That is, I call it ogwego or ilimbon. Is reference to people who have strange but real money. Whose source of money is strange but real. There's a way you'll be seeing somebody, you know that the person's money is very tremendous, is phenomenal, but still real. Putting in perspective.
No, suspect money.
Yeah.
But real money.
Real money, but
suspect.
Given the time person made it, how the person made it remains a mystery. That's why we are in the mystery of life at the Aneke television.
Yes.
So there is Ogwego. Ogwego, I believe there is Ogwego. Then if you want me to explain what is Ogwego, I will explain.
Please explain this because Pastor is trying to run away from that side because he's not used to it. So explain what you mean by that.
No, pastor, I know that every pastor and reverend, they study what we call demonology.
I know.
Demons.
I know. The other day he was talking of
they know these things.
The other day he was casting off one of the demons. So maybe we shall come to that later.
He who preaches light knows darkness.
Okay.
That he cannot preach light.
Yes.
Yes. You need this contrast of life. So Ogwego is, can I call it? I can validly call it a metaphysical, a mystical configuration created by a potent spiritualist, prophet, dibia, a mystic, for an owner.
What of
an owner?
Mystic or bad man?
Not all mystics are bad.
But this mystics are good people.
So,
but
yes.
but if the person is the demonized person,
that is a kind of money bank, a metaphysical money bank, money drawing bank, created by a strong DBA or native doctor or prophets. Most DBAs call themselves prophets now.
we're not talking about those ones. We're talking of original.
Then, or spiritualists. Yes. Then it is created to attract money mysteriously, metaphysical or mystically, to the owner of that ogwego, that configuration. Then it is meant to draw customers to his business, create connections, draw good luck, what they call crowd puller, good luck, mysteriously. If it's at main market or Onisha, or Balo, trade fair Lagos, or both the main market, the others will be selling 1 carton of
whatever
pig milk has sold up to 100 cartons. Not by men, you know that the way people will pass other people's shops and come to his own, trooping, waiting. You see some restaurants where people start washing plates. Washing plates with big men and everybody. As a prof, you come and start washing plates.
Yes, but the woman
cooks. Yes.
No, but the woman cooks very well.
Yeah, no, he's not the only person who cooks. Excuse. No. Let us be frank. I'm trying to explain something of Ogwego.
I know what you're trying to explain, but I'm saying that the woman cooks very well.
He's not the best person that cooks the best food. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to give you background.
I am agreeing with you, but I'm trying to say that sometimes people cook very well.
So those that don't cook well.
They don't cook well now.
Let me trash this question you asked me. So, there is Ogwego, but it is meant to draw strange money, strange business connections, businesses to the owner. Because there's someone who owns it, who sacrifices to it. Have you seen?
To the one dedicated to it.
Yes, it is made up of roots, herbs, bloodletting, life force. You need to kill something like fowl or go to a bunuefi. Sometimes it goes to human sacrifice. Where you want to go to the extreme of it. Go to human sacrifice. So then to charge the potency of the ogwego, of the chemical or mystical configuration. But there are typifications of this ogwego. There are types of ogwego. There is okite. There is neite.
That is the
there is there is uruakomili. There is ibobo. There is okite, neite, uruako mili, arabak. But the extreme one is okite, arabaka, ibobo. But ibobo is mostly used in the past for warfare. Iboba je jogo. As ana esonye jibobongo. So which means that when he goes, so any person who involves himself in Ogwego and goes to Ibobo, means he wants to go to the extreme. That's why unless he finishes his own container, no person will say. And you draw connections from far canals of the earth, north, south, east, and west for you. Money will be flowing, but there are evils of it. That is the consequences of that.
We are going to come to the consequences.
Okay.
Because I want, because the viewer wants to hear more from the pastor about these forms of Ogwego. You have mentioned some. Maybe we agree. When we were growing, because I grew up at Asata partially. I know I started after the war in my village, there to St. John Abuani. Then 71, I landed here at St. Bridget, Asata. And then I've been around here. So I don't want to mention the names, but we used to see some people will say that their father used them to do, somebody will say, I don't want to mention any name now.
I'll explain
I don't want to mention any name.
Phenomenon.
I want to mention any name. So they will say that this person was used by the father for Ogwego. They will say this girl was used by the father for Ogwego. They will say that house was left for Ogwego. Then they will say that this house is haunted because the person used it for Ogwego. So now they will say sometimes that there are big
strange spirits
inside that house, and that there are pythons coming out from the house, and the house will be left haunted and abandoned. So I don't know what so I'm trying to bring it down to us because I don't want to go to the consequences yet. Yes. So I want to go to these forms of this Ogwego. I know he tried to mention that of food, which threw some of us out of eating houses.
Washing plates, waiting.
Washing plates because the person knows how to cook. Now, but I want to know because there was one place I ate ofonubu in at Abakaliki. I've not forgotten that ofonubu until today.
Okay.
It's almost 20 years.
The thing is still holding you.
I don't know what you mean by that. But so these forms of Ogwego. First of all, is it even real? Forget about is it real? Do we have all things that's Ogwego?
I believed partially with what Mazi is saying.
Okay.
But the truth of the matter is that in making money or in having money, you need to understand the principle that controls money.
Okay.
There's a principle that controls money. And those principles that controls money, whether they are from the positive side or from the negative side,
okay,
you can call them Ogwego because they are principle oriented.
Okay.
You can have some money and go and give to beggars, things like that, sacrifice.
That is Saraka.
It generates money.
Yes.
It generates favor.
Yes.
It quickens favor.
Good.
Bible says he that giveth to the poor, lendeth to God.
Good.
And if you can lend to a big man like God, anytime you need a cash out, you cash out. Or we go up.
Good.
Paying tithes. Bible says when you pay tithes, God opens the windows of heaven.
Good.
I'm speaking from the positive angle of Ogwego. God opens the windows of heaven and pour out blessings to you until there will be no room to contain.
Good.
But I so much believe that every increase, every wealth, every resources, you cannot be able to publicly declare how you gain them. There is a question mark underneath. Every wealth, every increase, every resources, you cannot publicly declare how you get them, how you came to be with them. There is a question mark.
Yeah, I know that. I know what you're saying, but Balzac in that the book called The Godfather.
Okay.
The first opening quote is behind every great fortune is a crime.
Okay.
But that is by the way. That's by the way. Because now in the white man's land today, every word is traceable. They trace every word today,
yes,
except those who are into the
white man's land.
There's always underground economy, like those who are selling the drugs.
I heard that the white also have their own way of.
No, they have witches now. No, they have witches. No, you can't talk about witches.
They call it white.
No, you can't talk about witches without without the white man.
Okay.
No, they know how to do that.
So outside that of positive development to gaining money,
okay,
there is another dark corner that is the negative development, negative areas of getting money, and which we still intend to sacrifice.
Okay.
It's either blood sacrifice, which is human, or animal sacrifice. Somewhere I pastored one early morning, as we were coming out for morning prayer, I saw a goat. I didn't say in the dream, physically, chained all over, locked with key all over, many keys, many keys. So there are mysteries in this life that you will not understand until you dive into it. And it could be possible that somebody is symbolized with that issue and named and locked. Then the person will be struggling, sweating in vain, while you yourself will be increasing. And so much, just like you cited, I can't have a correct sense of mind, and I will be the one washing a plate that will use to put food for me. After eating, I will still pay you. Then there is something behind it. It's not just that the person is a masterpiece in cooking. It's a lie. It's not true. It's not true. So quote it anywhere. For a whole sense man, sane, to come, park his car, he cannot wash in his house, then he wash in the public. For them to dish out food, you need to go to psychiatry or go for deliverance. There is something holding that very environment that you do not know. There's a sacrifice that is going on that you do not know. And with the whole benefit of that, all Wego is underneath.
Hey, that is serious. I started this trouble because I know that when people
I'm a peace expert. I make peace.
No, I know that.
Don't create trouble.
Okay, because I know that when somebody knows how to cook, yes, or make good palm wine, or do all those things, that people are ready to be happy among themselves. But fine. Now we have looked at one part of this Ogwego. He mentioned a number of the positive ends, like when you make your tithe, like when you make saraka, like when you do good to a fellow human beings, yes, and therefore get the favor from doors, the positive energies, that they open doors, because we live in a life of reciprocity. But also, there are also the negative sides. Like I told a story here about what happened in my neighboring community, called the man that told us the story was a chief in Abo. So the man came out to town, things were not working well for him. May he rest in peace, Chief Wike. He told us the story when he was the leader of the workers in a suit, when I entered the suit, Asutek really. So he now said that the man now went to the village and collected 3 stones and put the stones together and told the stones, because it is by the word, it's word power now.
Yes.
It's word power.
Exactly.
He said, if you make me progress, I'll continue to do things for you. So the first year, he was killing chicken, doing well, killing various chicken, both hen, cock. So and things started going well for him. Then he started killing goat. He started killing rams. From there, then he started killing cow. Then from the cows, one day, the oracle told him, there must be a change. So the oracle requested for human sacrifice. He said, no, we didn't discuss that one. Because people don't know that there's no vacuum in life. There is no vacuum. Every space is, if you don't make use of it, something will make use of it. So it happened that the man said, no. Because the man told us, I was there when the man was telling the story. So when the man refused, time went on. The first son died.
Okay.
When the first son died, it looked like happenstance. So he could not place it. He continued with his offering of cows. The second son died. Then the man gave a shout of grief to the community. He beckoned on the community. And then the community came together and destroyed the shrine. So, I don't know whether you call it Ogwego or not, but the issue is that, like you mentioned, there are all these energies, both positive energy and negative energy. both positive energy and negative energy. And it is possible for people to have that. We will take our break, and then when we come back, we will now begin to look at the consequences of some of this Ogwego thing, because I love thinking of 1989-90, when we were thinking of living in bondage, and so on and so on. So we come back.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Yeah, so I want to thank, we must thank our brother Reverend Carlo Oka and our brother Mazi Obonaya Anichukwu for the insight so far as regards this ritual money, because it gives us the impression of there are the negative and there are the positive forces as regards Ogwego. Like we said, when I was growing here in Enugu, I used to see somebody that we used to call names. You know, I don't want to mention those because some families could be involved and people should be respected. But we saw them, boys, girls, grown-ups, turned to imbeciles, and so on and so forth. And the people would say it was what they used them for, Ogwego. Some of them turned to imbeciles, some of them turned to idiocy, some of them turned to morons, all these things, and they say it was Ogwego. Whether it is true or not, maybe it was, you know, genetic problem, maybe some drugs and so on and so on, fine. But people took those things as a Ogwego. And then, of course, we have, like we said, haunted houses and so on and so forth. People still say it's Ogwego. But we want to go to the consequences in Aneke. What are the main consequences? Let us, outside this what we have just...
Okay, for the want of time, there are dire consequences of delving into Ogwego. And let me remind us that Ogwego is a deviation, is a departure from decent Igbo tradition. Ogwego is an abnormal use.
An aberration.
An aberration of Igbo tradition. You can't go to Alpha, because this Alpha is where the gods and ancestors speak, the mouthpiece of the gods. No Alpha will tell you to do Ogwego. Ogwego is what somebody wanted to do for himself. Because Ogwo means you are attacking nature, you want to conjure nature, you want to stop nature, you want to work against nature. And working against nature means working against God. That's why it attracts consequences. If you go to Alpha, the only thing Alpha will tell you is Alpha will tell you, go and do sacrifice for your chi, or make one alusi, like he said, if I'm from Numonat, he say, Mfona, or Anyemego, Anyobonego, Anyamanja, Anyamama wants you to go and give ram. Whatever. Then you go and do it. Yeah. That it will open door. Then that ezumezu. Go and do sacrifice for your ancestral, your paternal and maternal ancestors.
Celebrate them.
Or deities. So, but when you do those things, then whatever is constraining you, whatever is disturbing you in making wealth, they will go and scatter that thing. Then wealth will flow. Because pure traditional religion, pure Igbo traditional religion, is just like Christianity. There's nothing wrong in it. It's a plain worship. No concussion, no configuration, no ekike. Have you seen it? So, but why, when somebody wants to go do Ogwego, there are roots, herbs, bloodletting, then sometimes human parts. So that human parts, and when you are delving into human parts, you need to, that's why Ogwego is too bad. Monitoring is too bad, because sometimes your family, from the olden days, they said nobody should do Ogwego in this family. It's something that your ancestors spoke against, and whoever does it is cursed.
As a covenant.
Sometimes EUA is your cosmic agreement, your cosmic contract as you are coming to this world, that you cannot do anything like Ogu. Some families don't do Ogu. Some persons don't do Ogu. They can do Ichwaja. Ichwaja, they can chwaja and do sacrifice. But so that's why before some people go and do ogwego, they ought to ask themselves, what are the consequences? That's why when somebody's father used human parts to do ogwego for the weight of the family, with time he start consuming people there. Just like if you have a brother or a large family where there is a strong ritualist on your ogwego, hardly can someone else prosper in that family. Only the person will prosper because he has used that evil diabolism to gather all the wealth of the family, all the wealth of the brothers. He has captured it. All the wealth of other people in the family has captured it through evil powers. That's why you need to be prayerful. You need to be. It's either you are praying fervently, like Reverend is a man of God, or you are going to a strong native doctor who will handle you and tell you what is the problem. That's why whenever you come into a family, whenever that only rich man there sees you, that's why you don't accept gifts anyhow. It means you want to break off from that chain. You need to refuse the gift of the devil.
Avoid accepting gifts.
So, because that gift, he uses it to change. He says, salaka, uses it to change people's destiny and stars. If you come into a family when only one person is making it, ask questions.
Yeah, but I don't want. I want pastor to. I want Reverend to, because the way you're going now, people are going to be afraid of even going out.
Concluding it, what I'm saying is in essence that you doing all go in your past life, what we call it maybe you have made a contract that you can never do all. Some families don't go into charm. When you go into charm, you have problem. So that's why any family, the father or mother or whoever use human parts to do that okite or that ogwego, you start consuming human lives.
Okite is a new thing.
And have you seen? So it is a very dangerous concussion and configuration to be involved in.
Okay, so Reverend Uka, he has been talking about, we are looking at the consequences, and he brought in a number of perspectives to it, because we need to get, particularly the young ones, because now, if you go to every village in the southeast, all the trees are dressed now, in white, in red, in black, in green, in whichever, and people are dancing around, and sometimes people say that the ancestors have done this.
They don't know what they're doing.
I'm just coming up so that, because the pastor maybe he has been seeing some of those things. I'm just talking about what we see now. So and there's so much inflation, there's so much unemployment, there's so much suffering, and so there is confusion. If you go back to Europe at a stage in the 19th century, the Europeans were now even during the days of St. Paul, about 2,000 years ago, people at a stage started thinking that the Christ was going to come immediately, and they stopped even working. We were just praying. But in this case, people are now working for money. Sometimes it's through desperation, whatever it is. So, but what are the consequences? Apart from some of what you said, that sometimes people could cripple the rest of members of the family. That is if they are not close to their God, I believe so. Yeah. 2, you made a point about that you saw a ram or goat that was chained right round with multiple keys. There was one that I saw in the social media recently, about last week.
The one they clipped on the tongue.
Not only that they clipped the tongue, they also pierced the eye. They pierced the eyes and put it onto it. Tied it somewhere. And the man was saying, how could somebody be so cruel? I mean, pierced the eyes violently, the two of them, and then you have all those things. And that's why, like you said, sometimes some of these aja and so on, whether it is aja, I'm a Catholic, so in the Catholic Church we have aja.
That one is not aja.
No, I said in the Catholic Church. No. In the Catholic Church is aja. In the Catholic Church is aja. Yes. In the Catholic Church we have what we call the synagogue worship, which is from introduction to the word, sharing the word. Then after that, we enter into the aja. Aja Mass, so. Then it becomes now the aja in itself. No, but even in the non-Catholic, Christian areas, there are a lot of other, practices which they have, through which they try to help. Because without some level of help from above, there's going to be trouble. Because sometimes you come out in the street and you have things thrown all over the place. So that's why I said, are you going to be frightening people? So we look at the consequences, and then we look at what do we do You know, in case where, like you mentioned that, why should a grown-up man that is in his good senses, who doesn't wash plate in his house, be washing plate in the in the public of XYZ? I don't want to mention your name because I will mention a name that could be true, and then it looks like no one may know. So what? First, after the consequences, which we know they are dire, because people die in such places. People are crippled economically in such places. People disappear.
Run mad.
People run mad in such places.
Yes.
I know that in Imo State.
Incurable sickness.
People run mad, yes, and there are all this. Like in Imo State, they used to say something like this: that Kamanga won't come for wave. Makononya mulangu angugo. Manonya flemisha agashota. Sometimes, like one boy disappeared from my town for a long time, for about 25 to 30 something years. Then one day after the death of one man, the man came back. People were surprised because they had already done the man's rights. No, rights for burial. And then they saw the man. So we don't know. So all this ritual thing and particularly the money. What after helping us with the consequences, what do we do to survive them? Because like we talked of living in bondage, how Andy used merit in those days when we were people were always thinking and dancing about it. But Andy made the money, but Polo acquired Refma, and he ended up where he ended. So we want to look at those consequences again, and then the way out of such things.
You have already mentioned some of the consequences, which we all know, is people running mad, going insane, you know, in a broad daylight, people losing their parents mysteriously, you know, people losing their children mysteriously, and all those things. You know, life is full of mysteries, full of mystery. And when people get involved into certain occultic groups, you know, that is where they find it easily to engage in this ogwego of a thing, because some of those occult will tell them the do's and the don'ts and what they are supposed to do in order to get wealth. And in all these their quests, there must be life and blood must be involved. And it gets to a point you will not have a comeback, a return.
Yes,
you keep
point
going,
of no return.
You keep going.
Because it's already late.
Yes. So, especially,
yes, it's already late.
Especially when you come to a community, you have so many mad people walking around. So many. Ndi will say, Mbanta diole, Ndiera desa. How small a community is. You have seven mad people.
In a small community.
Because they are all in pursuit to get wealth. And when you fail the principle, it will boomerang. So that is it. It is important that we know that making money has a rule.
Principles.
Has a rule.
Clean principles.
A clean one has a rule. If you want to make money in the way of the Lord, it takes you something.
Yes.
It doesn't come unless God decides to lavish His favor and grace upon you. If not, you must work hard. You must work smart. You must work in obedience to that particular rule that is guiding that very sector you are in, for you to advance. Okay? You are into one field. You must learn it and know it very, very well. There is a level of class you attain. Things begin to return to you. Not that you engage in upwego. But a situation where extraordinarily outpouring overflows everywhere. You become the lordship.
Without any performance basic.
Sir, even us that are in the Christian angle, I am saying it without any out of apology, that you are doing something and it's working does not justify that God is with you. You are doing something and it's overflowing. It's not a proof of divine approval. I have the greatest crowd. Sir, it may be deceptive. What is involved? What are you doing with the crowd? How are you managing that crowd? That is what tells you that you are working with God. Because working with God is different from working for God. So some people may gain one charm or the other, or go to be doing ministry. And it's working. If it is working, did God say it is working? to the eyes of men, it is working. What happened in the secret? Can you tell people how you make money? How you get the money? Can you tell them where you have gone to? Can you tell them that in Jesus' name? Is it only in Jesus' name that is working? Or there's another thing attached to it? That is the ogwego. Certainly, one time or the other, it will flash back. And whatever a man sow, that shall he reap. So that is why we need to follow the way of the Lord and stand with the Lord. Psalm 75 made it clear that promotion cometh not from the east, west, north, or south. It comes from the Lord. When it reaches the time of God, if you work hard, He will make all things beautiful for you. That is it. So we need to be patient with God, because He that created you, He knows what to do with us. So He's not in a hurry, and He cannot be late. So people should not engage in ogwego, because the way you go into it is the way you come out. And by the time you come out, it's not that way you go that you come out, because you must go down.
Okay.
Yes, that is it.
Okay. So what do you have to tell us? Because the viewer wants to take something home from our discussion. I know we have this ogwego thing. We now know that whether it is from negative energy or not, that people have come to acquire wealth, sometimes from negative energies, or forces or whatever. But we also have seen consequences. At least those of us that grew here, we have seen the consequences. Sometimes, I don't want to mention towns, but in my travel through Nigeria, I have passed certain towns in some parts of this country, where you will pass a whole village and you see not people running from, that was before the coming of bandits and unknown gunmen. So many years ago, when people used to travel freely, you will go to a place, you come to a whole town, you will see a lot of houses already uninhabited and trees growing on top of
Grasses everywhere.
trees growing on top of the trees, on top of the houses. I don't want. I don't want to mention any state, because if I mention the state, it will look like I'm trying to. Because I know that I've seen it in the west, I've seen it in this part of the country, and you will see houses, and nobody is now living in those houses. Beautiful houses, abandoned, and haunted houses, totally abandoned. And so, what do we do? Because we want our people to be like today. We talk of the richest man in the world. I think is what's the name of the man that used to support Trump? Elon Musk. Elon Musk, his money is clear. I mean, people can trace the trajectory of his wealth.
Exactly.
Yeah. When Michael Jackson was alive, people could trace the trajectory of his wealth. Sure. If anybody in the white man's land, people could trace the trajectory of his wealth. But sometimes you come and you say you have gone to Equity and you have gone to this, and that was why Soludo got very, very offended, and then did what? He locked them up and said, "You are making our youths what? Lazy, because instead of working to earn their living,
they are engaging
they are entering into water and then deciding to stay there and waiting. And a lot of young women are lost. People are dying. I just saw one picture of a young woman, final year student of Nandazikwe University. Beautiful picture of a beautiful girl, but now a missing person.
To what you want to say.
So what do you say? What do you tell our girls? The way they follow all these rich people, and then things are running bad.
Ogwego is not entirely with Igbo tradition.
Yeah, but we're looking at the consequences.
The consequences is,
and then what do we do?
You know, after the war, we had we were chased away politically
and economically.
Economically, so that was when the genesis of this Ogwego started. It's not like Ogwego and Igbo tradition. It's an aberration. It is a negative importation into our cultural system. Okay. Anything that you achieve does not give you will bring causes upon your life.
Okay.
You achieve
right from day one.
So,
day one.
You are in Igbo cosmology, there's what they call chi. Chi is who that gives you whatever you have, like at a particular time. When God said, Abraham, I will bless you with, as I said, at the set time of life. So your chi blesses you at the set time of life. So this all these children, all these youths going saying it's not tradition. So the dark consequence, any person who knows what Ogwego is should stay away from Ogwego. Highest thing from Igbo cosmology is when you go to Alpha, it says go and do something for your chi, and you have not traced even your family lineage. Your lineage. Are you sure that somebody who does Ogwego will survive?
Okay.
Some towns, like my town, no more nothing. Our past ancestors said whoever does go Guego must perish without Guego.
Okay.
And though you do Guego and such, that consequence is that
let's leave Nara. Let's leave Nara
it
and
is
go
said
to Ohafia.
Guego has evil consequences. It's not
okay.
something
Let's
you
go
should
to
do.
Ohafia.
Yes.
Yes.
Because
Ohafia people, they are rich. They were the people that started all this attack markets.
I do not really want to believe that Oguego is an aberration. It's imported.
It's imported.
I may not.
It's abuse.
Allow him now. This is no view.
I may not necessarily
align
to it.
Okay.
Because right from ab initio, people has had the quest to make money. Even while you are sleeping, they want to. There are people that want to make money. There are people that want to. You say, is the money coming from the sea? I will go there, sir. When we were small, we used to go to the stream. There's one girl that we swim with. The girl, you search her naked, she will enter the ocean and come out with clean coin. Clean coin, money, clean coin. And you collect it, and she will enter again. You that is sane, healthy, and you cannot spend the number of minutes under the sea like her. She will come out with another money. Sir, there is mystery in this life. There are people that make money. When they abuse the process, it will flash back. And you see the person pulling down his house, burning everything. Because that money must return to the source.
Exactly.
There are mysteries to wealth. But the one God gives to you, you have peace of mind to enjoy it. The Bible says, the peace I give to you is not as the world gives. I give you my peace, and that is for rest. But if it is the peace that the devil gives, it is temporal.
Reverend, I think.
And after that, crisis will feel everywhere.
Let me polish this gift of Jesus. He said, I am going to give you a peace. Peace the world cannot take away and cannot understand.
Very good.
Are you know what I'm saying?
Very good.
Peace the world cannot take away and cannot understand. They cannot understand it.
You can't collect from the devil without giving back to the devil. He collects 10 times 100-fold from what he has given to you. So it is important that if we must source for money and wealth, we source it in a godly way, in the fear of the Lord. You know, at times we try to go to life with shortcuts.
No shortcut to progress.
And shortcut we cut our life short and pieces. But if you go through life with that long journey with God, one, you come out with experience. You come out with tutorial professorship to teach others your way, and they will follow your way. You come out with what we call a sense of responsibility. I can do this. Not having your certificate, you cannot do anything about it. You cannot defend it. But we all want to have money. We all want to. Everything must center on money. It is wrong. People even use their newborn child to make money.
It's true.
Newborn child, you carry for 9 months. Even the mother agrees with the father to do what? To use the baby for sacrifice, for momentary satisfaction. For the moment.
It's true.
Then when the time to pay back will come, you see the person alive and rotten. Having that kind of mysterious sickness comes everywhere. So people should be very, very careful. It is not the end that justifies the means. It is the means,
the process
that justifies the end. So we should not undermine the means we use to get the end.
Okay.
And God will help us.
So viewer, you can see that it's tough before us because yes, there is virtual money. I look at my girls. If you come to a suit, when I was doing student affairs, if we lose 10 students in a year, 8 would be girls. May they rest in peace. You know, and these losses come because they run around these boys that do what they call Yahoo Plus. And these things, you know, I just got thrown off immediately. I remember it now. You see, because, and mostly from outside the hostel. not in the hostel. Yeah, sometimes in about 2 years we lost one young man in the hostel. He went to work somewhere at Edo, then he had an accident, he died. That is clear. But you know, you have these students dying because of this Yahoo Plus, particularly those living in all those whatever they call it. You know, what do you call those things?
Lodge.
Those lodges, you know. So, but what are we saying? I'm not saying it's the lodges that cause the problem. I'm saying that people work, and then these girls want to be part of one big society, and they don't know some of these things. And we are trying to reach out to everybody. We're trying to reach out to parents. We're trying to reach out to our children. We're trying to reach out to ourselves, hoping that by the grace of God, that all will be well.
Professor, do you know there are people in the house they build, they put a ritual stuff.
I don't know.
That drain tenants.
Yes.
That drain tenants.
That is true.
I have been a victim. I have been a victim when I have not entered into the ministry. You cannot pack into that yard and still go out of that yard the way you came.
Trouble.
You cannot. You cannot. Very close to us. Atobiago here. Very close to us. You must go down. You must go down.
Yeah, but this is where we now go back to you, Reverend, because we must teach our people, you know, the importance of prayer and good living, because everything is not about just saying the prayer, following the principles of life, you know, avoiding strange women. You know, there's something we discussed that time. It's not easy to be a Christian. No?
Yes.
It is not easy to be a Christian.
At all.
But you should make effort to be a witness. Then pray to God to protect you. Because, like, as a tenant, how do you know the house that is...
yes, when you see certain occurrences.
How do you know the occurrences?
Repeatedly happening.
No,
like when I packed in, somebody called me and said, did you ask question before you came in? I said, I did not know how to ask the question. I was
that is it.
For a house.
You are looking for a house.
Do you understand?
Yes, you are looking for a house.
So,
and you saw a good house.
But you know what? One day it was raining heavily. And the wind blew off the roof.
Woof.
And we were there, we were seeing the sky. We hid ourselves under one of the rooms. I had to puncture the ceiling and be collecting the mud that have lasted for years, so that that ceiling will not fall under us. So it was as a result of that wind that blew off the roof that we saw a concussion that was hanged inside the roof of the house. Pray till thy kingdom come, unless God delivers you. That charm is over you.
Sorry.
And they have spoken something over the head of whoever that will pack into that place. But will you know that the owner of the house, they are gone, but those charms still there. But that thing that happened exposed everything, and that was the end. But I still later packed out. So, but all I'm trying to say is that if you are not prayerful, if God is not on your side, if God did not decree that your trouble is over, you still be passing through that wilderness of experience, that university of adversity.
Yes.
You still pass it to understand and learn the mysteries of life.
Thank you. So with this, we say bye until we meet next time. May God continue to be with us and to protect us.
Amen.
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 From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.